Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, AML Bacon,
Excused.
Bird, Bockenfeld is excused. Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Clifford, Doherty, DeGraff is excused. Degree Kennedy, Duran, English, Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Hamrick, Hartsook, Representative Hartsook. Hernandez, Representative Hernandez. Herod,
Excused.
Holtorf, Judah, Joseph, Kip,
Excused.
Leader, Lindsay, Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Marvin, Morrow, McCormick, McLaughlin, Ortiz, Rep. Ortiz,
Excused.
Parenti, Puglisi,
Excused.
Ricks, Rutinel, Sirota, Rep. Sirota,
Excused.
Snyder, Soper, Story, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Vigil, Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Representative Wilford,
Excused.
Wilson, Winter, Woodrow,
Excused. Oh, no, there he is.
Young, Madam Speaker.
Is here. With 56 present and 9 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you. Members, I want to inform you this is the last go-round. You won't hear me talk again down here on this one. So I wanted to say something that I thought mattered, and I couldn't find it. So I want to start today with God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move that the Journal of Thursday, April 25th, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Chief Judge, or Chief Clerk. Whoa.
It's a creative spin on the motion. You have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the journal motion is adopted. Announcements and introductions. Representative Winter, Mr. Assistant Minority Leader, and Representative Holtorf.
Good morning, colleagues. I have a special guest in the chamber today. Chris Cordova served 24 years on active duty in the Army. He completed 4 combat tours and earned his Master of Physician Assistant Studies in 2006. He was very integral in us getting physician's assistant language passed, and I appreciate him for that. I also want to say that Chris also has the unique distinction of being the first physician assistant to receive the Silver Star Medal for Gallantry in Action in the war in Afghanistan. The major battle was later depicted in a New York Times best-selling book and a Hollywood film, The Outpost. Since retiring from the Army, he's worked in orthopedic surgery at St. Thomas More Hospital in Canyon City. He serves on various committees with the Colorado Academy of Physicians Assistant, and he is here today with his family. He's been married to his wife for 20 years, and he has his 2 daughters, Kylie and Alla, here today.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. On behalf of the Veterans Caucus, I think all of us are down here now that are here today. We want to recognize Major Chris Cordova, retired. He is the epitome of the definition of selfless service. One who has donated his own blood and his medical skills to save fellow soldiers under enemy fire in combat in Afghanistan. Major Chris Cordova, even after 4 combat deployments and 24 years of service, I think the Veterans Caucus and all the members here need to understand that this man is an American hero. And it is a very proud moment for me and all of us to stand here by someone who has done so many heroic things and saved so many American lives. For many members that he hardly knew in his deployment from all parts of this country. And we're just so glad to have him here. Thank you, and I think his family really knows how special this man is. Thank you. Say something? Hey.
Representative Ricks.
Members, I have some guests in the chamber today. Castle Rock High Noon Rotary Club. They're visiting me from Castle Rock. There's a few young Rotarians who are part of the Colorado Early College, and these students are in the process of being juniors, but they're also going to be graduating with a high school diploma and an associate's degree. So please stand up and welcome members from the Castle Rock High Noon Rotary Club. Please stand up, guests.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, this is your mother talking. You might notice that we are getting lots of papers on our desk now, bills, fiscal notes, all that fun stuff. And it also, you might notice that we're up late at night and we're drinking a lot of coffee. So you are going to be responsible, please, for giving some money to the coffee fund so that you have some stuff to keep awake so you can read all the paperwork that's being on your desk. And also, when you leave at night, please, please, please take things off your file cabinet because that is where they put the paperwork so they can do their work. And sometimes you might get things filed that you accidentally left up there and you won't be able to find them, and it's your fault now, so because now you know. So I'm putting all the blame on you, so thank you as a mother. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McLaughlin. And members, don't forget, I fined every one of you $1 the other day for your displays of rule violation. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Folks, we have a new list of outstanding fines. There are 4 people on the list, and if you don't want your name called out next week, I suggest you come down and take care of that. In addition, we have 3 people who won at auction last week and have not yet coughed up that money. So if you won an auction item and haven't paid yet, now would be a great time. Thank you.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Monday is Joint Technology Day, 8 a.m. We may run into a conference committee conflict for a little bit, but hang in there with us. We're going to be talking about the mitigation of future state technology debt bill. So join us upstairs at 3:52 at 8 a.m.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I just want to thank and have our Girl Scouts stand up over here to the right. They've been so patiently waiting for us all morning and wanted to welcome them. It was such an honor for me to be a Brownie and a Girl Scout, and just amazing work that you do and how you try to give back to your community and how you're here to see how the People's House works. So thank you. And also, they did bring a box of Girl Scout cookies that are in the back by the printer for us. So help yourselves. And once again, thank you for being here.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I've got the chance to welcome our Girl Scouts who are visiting this morning as they were assembling and had the opportunity to speak with them. I also want to echo the majority leader's thanks for your work your work in your communities. But I also said this morning is I thank you for the work that you do for yourselves, because every badge that you wear is something that you have done to make yourself better or make your community better, and that is really important, that we always strive to improve ourselves. So thank you so much for being here today. We welcome you.
Thank you.
The next order of business is third reading of bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1280. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to lay over House Bill 1280 until Monday.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1280 will be laid over until Monday at the request of the Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1449.
House Bill 1449 by Representatives Joseph and Lindsay, also Senators Cutter and Priola, concerning measures to improve sustainability services through the Department of Public Health and Environment and in connection therewith, updating the Pollution Prevention Act of 1992.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1449 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1449 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Holtorf. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 13 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1449 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 1.
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Cutter, also Representatives Brown and Rootenell, concerning continuation of the Youth Mental Health Services Program and in connection therewith, making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 1 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 1 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 13 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 1 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 164.
Senate Bill 164 by Senators Buckner and Lundeen, also Representatives McCluskey and Puglisi, concerning transparency requirements for institutions of higher education.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 164 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 164 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Bacon. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 4 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 164 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1461.
House Bill 1461 by Representatives Martinez and Puglisi, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning an exemption from the limit on earned time for earned time awarded to nonviolent offenders who complete an accredited higher education program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1461 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1461 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1461 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1455.
House Bill 1455 by Representatives Weissman and Frizzell, also Senators Fields and Garner, concerning the effective date of the 23rd Judicial District.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1455 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1455 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Bottoms, Garcia, Soper. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1455 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1307.
House Bill 1307 by Representatives Leader and Hamrick, also Senator Marchman, concerning HVAC infrastructure improvement projects in schools.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1307 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1307 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Lynch and Weinberg. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 16 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1307 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1365.
House Bill 1365 by Representatives Lukens and Soper, also Senators Burgess and Will, concerning regional talent development initiatives and in connection therewith, creating the Regional Talent Summit Grant Program and an income tax credit for facility improvement and equipment acquisition costs associated with training programs designed to alleviate workforce shortages.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1365 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1365 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Epps, Garcia, Hemrick, Puglisi, Winter. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 8 no, 2 excused, House Bill 1365 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1446.
House Bill 1446 by Representatives McLaughlin and Hartsook, also Senators Buckner and Pelton B, concerning improving resources for science educators.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1446 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1446 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 57 ayes, 6 no, 2 excused, House Bill 1446 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1052.
House Bill 1052 by Representatives Weissman and Marshall, also Senators Colker and Hansen, concerning the reinstatement of an income tax credit to help income-qualified seniors afford housing and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1052 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Members, we need to ask permission to offer a technical third reading amendment.
Please briefly describe.
We are basically fixing our internal cross-references thanks to the attention of our assigned LLS staff member who hath a lively drafting style and a piercing ability to find defects in statute and whose work we appreciate.
Excellent. The motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1052. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
How are you conflicted? Yeah, I'm not that old yet. Get the steps in.
Amabile, Basenecker, Frizzell, Froelich, Hernandez, Judah, Ricks. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 3 no, 2 excused, permission is granted. Representative Weissman.
All right, members, thanks for permission. I move L9 and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Members, as you can see, that's it. We need to add the right subheading for the new 4.5 and then point to it rather than the sub 4. This is to save us a trip back over from the Red Room of Doom. So we figured we should fix it here. We ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L009 to House Bill 1052. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 1 no, 2 excused, Amendment L009 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1052 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1052, or the passage of amendment of House Bill 1052 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Judah Soper. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 2 no, 2 excused, House Bill 1052 as amended is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1116.
House Bill 1116 by Representatives Byrd and Bradfield, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Mullica, concerning the extension of the contaminated land state income tax credit.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1116 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1116 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 2 no, 2 excused, House Bill 1116 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1157.
House Bill 1157 by Representatives Lindstedt and Vigil, also Senator Bridges, concerning employee-owned businesses.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1157 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am embarrassed to ask, but I request permission to run a third reading amendment.
Please briefly explain.
This is a technical change. We ended up having "and in connection therewith" twice in our bill title as a result of the appropriations amendment. So we got to take one out.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1157. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Joseph Lynch Puglisi. Please close the machine. With 58 ayes, 6 no, 2 excused, permission is granted. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for permission. I move Amendment L007 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Simply just removes one of the "and in connection therewith" from the bill title. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L007 to House Bill 1157. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Hernandez, Ricks, Soper. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 1 no, 2 excused, Amendment L007 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1157 as amended.
The motion before us is the passage of House Bill 1157 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Mabry and Marvin. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 15 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1157 as amended is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we are on thirds. I'll ask you to keep your voices down. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1268.
House Bill 1268 by Representatives Weissman and Ortiz, also Senators Exum and Fields, concerning fiscal policy for the financial support of certain low-income individuals based on need and in connection therewith making organizational modifications to the grants for real property tax assistance and heat or fuel expenses assistance, ending such grants for individuals with a disability beginning January 1st, 2025, and creating an income tax credit for qualified individuals with a disability to claim for tax years commencing on or after January 1st, 2025.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1268 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1268 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Ricks. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 17 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1268 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1295.
House Bill 1295 by Representatives Titone and Harrod, also Senator Fenberg, concerning community revitalization incentives for the support of creative industries and in connection therewith extending the community grant revitalization program and creating an income tax credit for expenses incurred in completing infrastructure that supports creative industries and creative industry workers. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 14 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1295 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 194. Senate Bill 194 by Senators Roberts and Will, also Representatives McLaughlin and Armagast, concerning special districts that provide emergency services and in connection therewith, authorizing a district to impose an impact fee on certain new construction and to levy a sales tax to generate additional revenue for district services.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 194 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 194 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Degree Kennedy Garcia. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 10 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 194 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1314.
House Bill 1314 by Representatives Lukens and Martinez, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning expanding the income tax credit for qualified costs incurred in preservation of historic structures.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1314 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to just come down here on thirds because I really want to get behind this bill, but there's a problem for which I can't support this bill. It moves it from 50 years for a historic property as the cutoff to 30 years. Going back 30 years ago, that's the 1990s. Certainly a property is not really considered historic. The whole purpose of why this particular tax credit was started in the first place was to save Colorado's heritage that was quickly becoming in peril of being torn down and not really being viewed as valuable. So for a lot of our historic buildings that we see, they've taken advantage of this tax credit. And I believe that by moving this from 50 years for the cutoff to 30 years for the cutoff, that a lot of those older historic buildings that are very much in need of the funds are not going to be able to have the funds because they'll be squeezed out by buildings built in the 1990s.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1314 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Herod. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 22 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1314 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, hang in there with us. We are almost done. Mr. Shebel, please read House Bill 14, the title to House Bill 1453.
House Bill 1453 by Representative Ricks, also Senators Coleman and Kolker, concerning the relocation of the Clymer Act from the Department of the Treasury to the Office of Economic Development.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1453 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1453 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 11 no, 2 excused, House Bill 1453 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1355.
House Bill 1355 by Representatives Mabry and Amabile, also Senators Michelson, Janae, and Gardner, concerning reducing the competency waitlist and in connection therewith creating a wraparound care program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1355 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1355 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 8 no, 2 excused, House Bill 1355 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1358.
House Bill 1358 by Representatives Harrod and Snyder, also Senator Mullica, concerning the Film Incentive Income Tax Credit.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1358 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1358 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 16 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1358 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1043.
House Bill 1043 by Representatives Taggart and Hamrick, also Senators Hansen and Van Winkle, concerning payments to the statewide Death and Disability Trust Fund to pay benefits for Fire and Police Pension Association members hired before January 1st, 1997.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1043 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1043 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused, House Bill 1043 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bills 1006 is amended, 1031 is amended, 1133 is amended, 1142, 1216 is amended, 1247 is amended, 1290 is amended, 1302 is amended, 1315 is amended, 1325 is amended, 1465, 1466 is amended, and Senate Bills 100, 121, and 170 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bills 1159 and 1167 be postponed indefinitely. House Bills 1444 is amended, and Senate Bills 69 and 143 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 113 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bills 123 is amended, 139, 173 is amended, 184 and 190 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 198 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Legislative Counsel, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bills 1022, 1045, 1054, and Senate Bill 53 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Members, I do have one announcement. Representatives Sirota, Byrd, Taggart, Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy, and Representative Frizzell will be excused at such time as needed so that the Joint Budget Committee and Property Tax Commission can meet. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the following bills be made special orders on Friday, April 26, 2024 at 12:29 p.m. House Bill 1379, Senate Bill 11, Senate Bill 3, Senate Bill 131, House Bill 1260, Senate Bill 179, House Bill 1249, Senate Bill 20, Senate Bill 169, House Bill 1135, and House Bill 1031, or 1001.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders on Friday, April 26th at 12:29 p.m. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 14, I move to limit debate on Senate Bill 3 to 1 hour, Senate Bill 131 to 90 minutes, and House Bill 1260 to 1 hour during special orders on Friday, April 26, 2024.
The motion before us is to limit debate on Senate Bill 003 to 1 hour, Senate Bill 131 to 90 minutes, and House Bill 1260 to 1 hour pursuant to House Rule 14. Pursuant to House Rule 15E, this is a non-debatable motion and requires a majority vote. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Basenecker, Doherty, Epps, Hamrick, Kipp, Leader, Snyder, Velasco, Vigil, Young. Representative Kipp is excused. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 22 no, and 3 excused, the motion is adopted. Representative Mabry. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Mabry will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a bill to be read at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads, and bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1379 to after Senate Bill 3.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1379 will be moved until after Senate Bill 3. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 11.
Senate Bill 11 by Senator Winter, F. and Cutter, also Representatives Duran and Wilford, concerning
One
measures.
second, Mr. Schiebel. Members, it is too loud in here. We are about to start second readings. If we could please keep it down. Thank you.
Senate Bill 11 by Senators Winter, F. and Cutter, also Representatives Duran and Wilford, concerning measures to increase protection from harm caused through the use of technology.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 11 and the Judiciary Report.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
In Judiciary, we ran an amendment that removed the definition of harass or harassment and also removed the social media specific section, as we felt it was accomplished in other bills, and I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we all know, online dating is very popular. Most of us have either tried it or thought about it, and some of you might have even have successful stories with it. It might surprise you, but I myself researched it and looked through reliable sites before selecting one that fit my needs. I was excited, and the prospects seemed fun. When I was matched with someone, I was intrigued and began chatting with them, trying to create a relationship of conversation. The conversation seemed to be going well, but there was something off about it. And with years of experience, I always learned to listen to my gut. I stopped engaging. I was quickly notified by the site that this profile had been removed because of suspected fraudulent activity. Well, this wasn't the way that I wanted to start my online dating experience. I did feel protected by the app. Someone who could have been dangerous, I was alerted to. Unfortunately, this is not everyone's experience, but it should be. My experience seems to be the exception to the rule, not the rule. So we want to make it a rule. And with that, I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The rapid rise of technology has transformed the social landscape, bringing opportunities for connection, but also for harm. Without regulation, many Coloradans are vulnerable to technology-facilitated abuse. This bill does three things to address that potential harm. First, around transparency and accountability for dating apps. This bill will require dating apps to have a safety policy that informs users how to make reports and explains how the app will respond to reports of misconduct. It also asks that the number of reports received and their responses to be submitted annually to the Attorney General's office, and that individuals face greater liability if someone is harmed by a user already reported more than once. The bill requires that they have a safety misconduct policy that addresses basic elements, that the app, post the policy and that it's easily accessible, that the dating app enforce the previously mentioned policy, and it does not require background checks, just the app to disclose whether or not they conduct them. It does not require that the app has to enforce anything outside of their own policy, and it does not require the disclosure of any person who violates the misconduct policy to the AG's office. It just asks for the aggregated data and the overall numbers. The last two things that the bill does, one is curb stalking and harassment and modernize intimate image abuse laws, specifically as it pertains to AI. With that, we ask for your yes vote.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In talking about this bill with the majority leader, I realized we had some very similar experiences, and I've had a lot of friends with similar experiences. And so I just want to thank the bill sponsors for trying to make people safe on the internet as they're trying to find companionship. So I'm a yes, thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 11. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 11 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 3.
Senate Bill 3 by Senator Sullivan, also Representatives Froelich and Duran, concerning the authority of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation to investigate illegal activity involving firearms and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 3 and the Judiciary Committee report.
Okay, the time has started for debate. Okay, to the Judiciary Committee report.
You go.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In appropriations, we were appropriated the funds.
It's the, Madam Majority Leader, I have here that it's just a Judiciary Committee report.
How about appropriations?
No.
No purpose? Okay, great.
Okay, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Let me just start over again. Thank you. I move amendment, hang on, let me back up, get my head together. I'd like to move the Judiciary report and ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Representative Evans.
Wait.
Oh, okay.
Hold on,
Okay.
We're just chewing up the clock.
sorry.
We're pretending to be incompetent to chew up the clock. It's charming.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment L021, which clarifies language from Judiciary and ask that it be displayed.
That is properly displayed to the amendment.
Mr. Chair, this language is just clarifying language from Judiciary. It ensures that the CBI agents are subject to the same BWC guidance as the rest of law enforcement, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L21? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L21 to the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L21 is adopted. To the committee report. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In committee, there was some clarification around body-worn cameras and further clarification with that amendment, and we ask for an aye vote on the Judiciary Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll get to the, obviously we're on the committee reports. I will take like 18 seconds to set the context so that we can be clear about what we're talking about here in the committee report. This bill is talking about CBI's ability, expanding CBI's ability to investigate firearm-related crimes. CBI is not currently in a like boots-on-the-ground, public-facing role when they do these investigations. And so, as we talked about that in the committee report, one of the things that came up, particularly in conversations with the folks that are currently doing these investigations, is the need, if CBI's authority is being expanded to go out and do these investigations, we need to make sure that agencies aren't stepping on each other's toes and that there's deconfliction. So, with that in mind, I move Amendment L018 to the committee report and ask for it to be displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, like we kind of set the stage there, CBI needs to ensure that they are coordinating with local district attorneys, with local law enforcement before they go out and they start these investigations, because I run these investigations. If you have different entities that are running different investigations and they're not in communication with each other, they can muddy up the waters for each other, they can compromise legitimate investigations. And so this amendment ensures that let's say let's say the local district attorney, let's say the local law enforcement is already aware of something that's suspicious, that's going wrong when it comes to firearms transfers. They already have an open investigation, or they're about to open an investigation. This this amendment provides the deconfliction so that CBI, with their newfound authority, doesn't come out, start running their own separate investigation. The two investigations conflict with each other, and then you end up losing the whole thing in cases where there is legitimately bad stuff, straw purchases, et cetera, going on. So this amendment ensures that the deconfliction is happening so that the fidelity of these investigations isn't being compromised, and I ask for an aye vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I asked for a no vote on this amendment. In committee, we did run an amendment in collaboration with CSOC, and it addressed this concern and issue, so I would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L18 to the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L18 fails. To the committee report. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's unfortunate. Again, you guys know me. I never show up with just one. So one of the other things that we talked about in the committee was the fact that as currently written, what this bill does, as we said, is it expands CBI's authority to go out and to investigate firearm-related crime. Currently, firearm crime is in Title 18, Article 12 of Colorado Revised Statutes. In committee, most of the testimony revolved around we need to stop straw purchases, we need to stop individuals who don't have or do not have lawful authority to possess a firearm. We need to make sure that these people are not getting their hands on guns, basically straw purchases. That was a big point of the conversation in committee. However, as written, the bill isn't focused solely on straw purchases. It's focused on everything in Article 12 of Colorado Revised Statutes, Title 18, Article 12, 44 pages of law. And so to ensure that the Colorado Bureau of Investigation is focused on these straw purchases, and we'll talk about these when we get to the bill, but to ensure that they're focused on how the bill was presented, I move Amendment L016 and ask for it to be displayed. I gave you guys your copy, right?
That is displayed to the amendment. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is it says, fine, if we're going to have CBI have their authority expanded to go investigate these crimes, let's specifically enumerate the major crimes that we want CBI to focus on rather than giving them a carte blanche check to be able to go out and investigate and prosecute in 44 pages of Title 18, Article 12. That's how the bill was presented. This amendment ensures that the bill remains focused on preventing, and preventing is the wrong word. We'll talk about it again when I get to the bill. But it remains focused on these 8 crimes that will keep firearms out of the hands of criminals and folks who shouldn't have them, rather than just, again, a carte blanche 44-page grant of authority to investigate anything in Article 12. I ask for your aye vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We actually discussed this exact amendment in committee. We are not in favor of limiting what law enforcement should address. You say carte blanche, we say flexibility. We ask for a no vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I agree strongly with this amendment. I think this bill potentially is set up to give the CBI much greater latitude to go after guns rather than just the people. And so as a stopgap to kind of pull back for our Second Amendment rights, we'd like to have this amendment passed so that the CBI has very well controlled, regulated ideas of what the expectation of this bill should be, which does not give them too far overreach. I don't think most of CBI is going to have a problem with this. I think there may be, this would be speaking to maybe just a couple of potentially rogue officers, and we just want to make sure that we're still defending the Second Amendment rights of the individual in the process of this overarching bill, which can be overreaching. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Evans.
Just one other thing for the record. So, 44 pages in Title 18, Article 12. One of the things that's covered in there is concealed carry permits. Concealed carry permits are administered by the county sheriffs. As currently drafted, this bill would allow CBI to have authority over these concealed carry permits. Those are contained in Title 18, Article 12. This amendment ensures that things like concealed carry permits remain as they are currently the jurisdiction of county sheriffs. This amendment keeps the bill focused on preventing firearms from being illegally transferred via straw purchases, things like that. I ask for your aye vote so that we're not stepping on the toes of our local law enforcement partners.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L16 to the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L16 fails. To the committee report.
Oh, never mind, that's to the bill.
Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having heard this in Judiciary, the concerns we had were just over widening the scope of investigations for CBI, and we wanted to keep that as much in their lane as possible to what they are currently doing. So with that, I move L15 and ask that it be displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment. Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is it limits their investigations and their scope of investigations to only those related to their firearm application denials. This is something that will help keep their scope, keep them in the lane that they are already in, and keep this scope as much in practice as possible without violating anyone's rights. So I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L15? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L15. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Amendment L15 fails. To the committee report. Seeing no further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We are so pleased to bring Senate Bill 3 to the chamber, and we ask for a yes vote. If you are one of the folks who has participated in the really substantial work that we have done to address gun violence prevention, and you've made those tough votes and helped us get to a safer Colorado, this bill helps make sure that that work is not for naught. If you are folks who have not appreciated new legislation in gun violence prevention, this bill is for you because it does not contemplate any new laws regarding firearms, but rather focuses on enforcement and illegal guns. So we are pleased to go in this direction, and we ask for your support.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to what my co-prime sponsor added, this bill will help CBI create communication and liaison efforts with the ATF and local law enforcement to identify and investigate the gaps between federal firearms investigations and state and local firearm crimes, launch investigations on other violations, including firearm components, ghost guns, suspected straw purchases, based on information obtained through the creation of a tip line, and supplement local and federal law enforcement agencies' ability to investigate firearms-related crimes. This bill supports responsible gun owners while ensuring that those who do not follow our laws are held accountable, and CBI has a clear path to investigate, and I ask for a yes vote.
One sec.
Pause for the photo. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so like we kind of talked about piecemeal before, in Colorado we have CBI, the Colorado Bureau of Investigations. CBI runs this thing called InstaCheck. InstaCheck is where you go and you want to go buy a gun. By the way, in Colorado, we have universal background checks for firearm purchases. Just want to make sure we understand that. Universal background checks already in Colorado law for firearm purchases. That background check, when you fill out the Form 4473, that background check goes through CBI, through their InstaCheck process. And InstaCheck is what, depending on how concerned people are about the gun legislation that's moving through this body and how many guns they're buying, it may be Insta or it may take 3 days. But InstaCheck is what provides basically the thumbs up or thumbs down as to whether or not this person meets all of the federal and state laws to be able to purchase that firearm. And so the first thing to talk about with this bill is, and that's why I was trying to be precise with my language earlier, is when we talk about this bill, we talk about keeping guns out of the hands of folks that shouldn't have them. Guess what? That's already happening. In committee, CBI talked about how if somebody is prohibited from being able to purchase a firearm, InstaCheck is already catching that person. It's already flagging that proposed transaction to the seller of the firearm, and the firearm is not transferred. So when we talk about this bill keeping guns out of the hands of folks who are not legally allowed to own them, that is already happening. CBI talked about how last year they had about 5,300 denials, so that's cases where InstaCheck flagged the transaction and said this person is prohibited from being able to purchase a firearm, and the firearm was not transferred. So this isn't doing anything to prevent guns from getting into the hands of folks who shouldn't have them, because the system that we have is already working. InstaCheck is already flagging those, and the dealers are already not allowing the transaction to go through. What this bill is in fact doing is it is saying after the fact, after that InstaCheck happens and there's a denial, now CBI has an additional, I think it's 10 FTE in the bill, 10 this year, 11 next year. CBI has double-digit numbers of FTE with expanded authority to be able to go out and to investigate why that InstaCheck was denied. So we're not keeping guns with this piece of legislation. We're not keeping guns out of the hands of folks who shouldn't have them, because that's already occurring. What's actually happening is CBI has expanded authority to go out after the fact and to try to figure out why that denial happened and why somebody tried to buy a gun. And so that's the first concern, I guess, that I have with this, is we already kept the gun out of folks' hands that shouldn't have it. But now, with CBI going out to do further investigations under Colorado law, so it's 1812-111, that's the straw purchase law if you're trying to buy a gun for somebody else that you know isn't allowed to have a firearm, CBI's now got another 10 individuals that can go out and investigate these cases. And that means we asked in committee, is this going to result in increased prosecutions under 1812-111? And the answer that we got from a couple of different sources was yes, this will increase investigations and prosecutions under 1812-111. By the way, folks, 1812-111 is a Class 4 felony. So every time we come down here to this well and we talk about whether or not we're going to increase, decrease, or leave criminal penalties alone, I just want to make sure the record reflects that the money that is being allocated to CBI and the additional FTE that are being allocated to CBI is for the purposes of going out after the fact. Again, no firearm was transferred if InstaCheck flags one of these transactions. It's for going out after the fact to do investigations, many of them under 1812-111, and that has a Class 4 felony associated with it, again, for a situation in which a firearm was not transferred. I used the word inchoate offense the other day. Inchoate offense is the fancy legal term for, basically an attempt. In Colorado, if you complete that transaction, you complete that straw purchase, that's a Class 4 felony. If you attempted to do a straw purchase, but the gun was not actually transferred, but you took that substantial step, in Colorado, that would be charged at one step lower. That's a Class 5 felony. Just want to make sure folks understand where this money is going. And since we're talking about the money, let's look to the fiscal note real quick. About $1.5 million this year, and then $1.5 million next year, slightly more than that. I asked the question, and a lot of other folks asked the question in committee, why is CBI getting an additional 10 to 11 FTE and another $1.6 million when just a couple of months ago, this very body had to pass a $7+ million supplemental budget increase to CBI because CBI badly messed up DNA investigations here in Colorado, to the point where hundreds of cases are now in jeopardy and are having to go back and be reinvestigated. Why is a state agency that mismanaged the equivalent of $7 million through DNA investigations now getting an additional $1.6 million and 10 FTE, full-time employees, to be able to go out and be able to retroactively investigate situations in which, again, no firearm transfer occurred, but CBI wants to go sniff around a little bit more. I have grave concerns with giving more money to an agency that can't do one of the basic functions that they're already tasked with, which is doing the DNA investigations and support. Finally, we had a lot of conversations in the committee about how does CBI's expanded authority, how does CBI having new frontline original jurisdiction is the term, frontline original jurisdiction, how does that interact with the state and local entities that are already doing these investigations? We heard from district attorneys who talked about how this is going to add an entirely new level of complexity in how investigations into crime are happening in their local jurisdiction if DAs, sheriffs, and local law enforcement always have in the back of their minds the notion that CBI might be out with their new frontline authority, might be out there running an investigation and not communicating with local law enforcement and the local prosecutors about that. Again, I can tell you from personal experience that negatively impacts the fidelity and the quality of these investigations. And so with that in mind, I move Amendment L 020 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That is displayed. Representative Evans, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is on page 2 of the bill. It's in the legislative intent. Right now, what the bill says is the General Assembly intends that the Colorado Bureau of Investigation communicate with local law enforcement and local district attorneys when they're conducting an investigation into illegal activity involving firearms. This bill makes one change. It strikes intends and substitutes requires. So pass this amendment. This now requires that CBI have that communication with the district attorney, with local law enforcement, so that they can deconflict and so that we're not actually losing cases, losing legitimate cases into criminal activity involving firearms because the different investigating entities did not coordinate and deconflict with each other. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L 020.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Folks, this has to do with the relationship between the investigators from CBI and local law enforcement. As a reminder, the sheriffs, police, and chiefs are all in support of the bill. And so this comes from the ledge deck. It changes intends, as you can read, to requires. It's unnecessary. We ask for a no vote.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also like to note that a lot of that trust and coordination that's supposed to be happening right now has been eroded as a result of hundreds of cases involving DNA evidence having to be retried, and there was a lot of concern that was expressed by local law enforcement and local prosecutors about that coordination occurring without an amendment like this, given that those agencies have had major problems with big cases involving DNA evidence. I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Did you see that? Did you see that? Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, this particular amendment, that one word, is so important. The bill sponsor would like to make us think that all that coordination is just going to happen. The bill sponsor would like to make us think that there's going to be all this coordination. The bill sponsor would like to make us think, based on comments, that, oh, the sheriffs, the police, justice departments are all in favor of this. Well, that could be very misleading. In fact, I know a lot of those entities in my district that are not. They're not in favor of all this. Now, I understand the bill sponsors in this chamber and the upper chamber want to create this new set of investigators so the state can preemptively ride herd, as we say in the country, ride herd on the local law enforcement. They can be over the top of them, they can be coming down on them, they can even go in and around them with this. This one word in this amendment requires those state investigators, the first thing they have to do is what to the bill sponsor? Go talk to the local sheriff or the local police department. What a concept. What a novel idea. What a responsible thing to do in a collaborative effort, a team effort, trying to fight crime. Stand up for justice in the American way. But we know that that's not the intent of this. These 10 FTE, which will probably grow to 15 or 20 and 30 down the road as we grow the size of government every year in this state by billions of dollars and factors of 10 or 20 or 30 FTE in every department we can dream of. That will not be the intent of this. The intent, without taking this amendment, is for that state CBI not only to cause an incredible amount of confusion and problems with our sheriff's departments and our local governments and the police departments in our communities across the 64 states and the 23 judicial districts in Colorado, but for them to superimpose their authority in this case. It's very problematic. As my colleague who actually has experience in law enforcement, unlike the bill sponsors who have none, can understand. And this bill sponsor in the upper chamber has zero. Zero. So I think it would be very prudent to listen to the people that know. Listen to those that have actually had to practice law enforcement. This is a very good amendment. It's a simple word. The inference in the response to my colleague by the bill sponsor is shallow because it doesn't really focus on the issue of true coordination. This word closes that gap. 100% closes that gap. It's actually a friendly amendment if you think about it. If you can open up to what it truly does. So I support it greatly. Now I could sit here for hours and talk about it, but I'm not going to because there's a time limit. But I really think, members of the chamber, this is a very good amendment. That one word that forces the communication that is so important so justice can be served and every level of law enforcement is communicating and cooperating with each other.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. We had many stakeholder meetings, many conversations with CSOC, the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police, and actually the National Shooting Sports Foundation gave us an amendment and offered one in the process, and we took it. We've had open conversations, open dialogue in this, and I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just checked. The Colorado District Attorney's Council is still opposed to this, to the bill. So vote yes on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, question before us is the adoption of Amendment L20. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L20 fails. To the bill. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, my fear is kind of coming true, especially after that last amendment, and that is, why is it that we would be opposed to investigating illegal firearms in this state? I mean, this makes sense, right? We sit up here and we say it's the illegal firearms causing it, so why in the world would this side of the aisle be against such a thing? And my fear just came true with that last amendment that said that we really want you, if you're going to do this at the state level, CBI is a state-controlled, centralized police force. We want you to coordinate with those of us in the rest of the world outside of where CBI resides. So that failed. But anyway, so my big problem with this bill is exactly that, is this consolidates and kind of makes a, if you want to go out on the limb, a centralized police force that is going to go out there and step on the toes of our local law enforcement guys. I think if we're going to go down this road, and we know how things go in this chamber, if I'm talking against it, it means it's probably going to pass. I would like to move Amendment L017 to Senate Bill 3 and ask that it's properly displayed.
That is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we look at the little pink sheet here, we're going to spend $1.6 million the first year, 1.6 the second year, on something we really don't know if its effectiveness is going to be, if it's going to work. We just don't know if this is going to increase our ability to get illegal firearms off the streets. We really don't know. And so what this amendment does is says, let's not jump into this quite as aggressively as we would like to, and this just cuts this in half and says, look, we don't need to be a job creator in the tune of 10 more investigators. This says we only need to have 5. Let's try this out. Let's go about this incrementally. Saves the state well over $500,000. There's on something that is completely experimental, which this is, to centralize one particular task. Keep in mind, we're saying we want them to do one particular task, and that is focus on illegal firearms. I think we don't just jump at it by throwing 10 people at it. Let's go about this smart. Let's go about it incremental. Let's come back next year and say, hey, that really worked. Let's add another 5. And if it proves to be effective, crud, you might even get some people on this side of the aisle to jump on board with you. But this is a good amendment. This makes it so that it's an incremental approach, and I would like to ask for your yes vote.
Representative Clifford.
This bill has been vetted and vetted and vetted and vetted and vetted and vetted. Please vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L17. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Amendment L17 fails. To the bill. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. Just to stay consistent, I'm not a huge fan of safety clauses, and anytime I look at them, I try to see. I think every now and then a bill does demand a safety clause, but this is one that I don't think it does demand a safety clause. So I move L019 and ask for it to be displayed slightly askance.
That is displayed. Representative Bottoms to the amendment.
Again, this is just to try to remove the safety clause, put a petition clause on it. Gives the opportunity for the people to enact on this if they need to. We know that doesn't happen that often, but it at least gives the chance, and I don't think it necessarily warrants a safety clause. And so, oh, is that the one I gave? So if for no other reason, guys, please vote this in just for me. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, what's nice about this is that we know that we have the people of Colorado behind us, and so we don't have any fear of a petition clause.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L19. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L19 is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us.
Oh, no.
Representative Evans.
You don't Rule 16 me.
Almost had you.
Nah. All right, folks. I appreciate one of the previous speakers talking about how it's been vetted and vetted and vetted and vetted. And guess what? District attorneys are still opposed, so want the record to reflect that. Moving to the bill, right? We've talked about the InstaCheck program here. Again, it cannot be overemphasized that right now, InstaCheck is working. Guns are not getting into the hands of people via this whole CBI process because InstaCheck works. It denied 5,300 transactions last year where people who were not allowed to buy a firearm were flagged, and guess what? They didn't get a firearm. And so a big issue of concern that I have for this bill is that we already know that via the whole, when somebody goes and tries to legitimately purchase a firearm and runs through the InstaCheck system, it's working. Firearms are not getting into the hands of bad guys through the process that this bill contemplates. And so, as you've heard some of the other folks on my side talk about, why then are we having a policy that expands to the tune of $1.6 million CBI's authority to go out and investigate, not just, as we talked on some of the other earlier amendments that were rejected, that investigates not just a couple of specific and serious crimes, but that investigates a whole wide range of crimes. In fact, everything that involves firearms that's in Title 18, Article 12. And as we talked about earlier, that's not just firearm transfers. Title 18, Article 12, it talks all about the background checks. Well, one of the things that occurs during the background check, again, 5,300 folks had their firearm purchase denied in Colorado because they popped up in InstaCheck in CBI. Well, some of those folks actually end up discovering a lot. I actually got it a lot when I was a police officer, and we would get called to these scenes where somebody had their InstaCheck denied. We would actually determine through that whole process that somebody had their identity stolen. And so when they went to go purchase a firearm, somebody else had stolen their identity, had gone and done all sorts of bad things with that identity, maybe had an outstanding warrant, maybe had committed some other sort of crime, but had done it under the name of the innocent victim who was, at that moment, legally trying to purchase a firearm, but because their identity had been stolen, was not able to go on with that transaction. And so when we had that conversation in committee, one of the statistics that came up was about half of these folks, these 5,300 individuals that that were denied a firearm transaction or were denied that firearm purchase, ended up ultimately being able to go show that there was a paperwork error, that their identity was stolen, that a variety of other situations might have occurred by which that individual was on CBI's list via InstaCheck erroneously, actually was legally allowed to own a firearm, but couldn't do it because of either paperwork, stolen identity, some sort of clerical error in the entry of their name into the InstaCheck system, things of that nature. And so if that is, in fact, the point of this bill, is to be able to weed through those and be able to identify individuals who are maliciously trying to buy a firearm when they don't have to, when they don't have the legal authority to, and individuals who are legitimately allowed to be able to purchase a firearm but who have been the victim of either identity theft, clerical error, something like that. Why then does CBI need the authority to investigate everything in all 44 pages of Title 18, Article 12? It really does seem like a solution in search of a problem because, again, as we've talked about, firearms via the process that is contemplated in this piece of legislation are already not getting into the hands of people who are not allowed to own them. And so I want to make sure that we're absolutely crystal clear on that. This bill does not keep guns out of the hands of bad guys because the existing process already works. So why then does the Colorado Bureau of Investigation need to have expanded authority, expanded original frontline jurisdiction to be able to go out and to be able to investigate these situations instead of perhaps being able to increase the staff and increase the available workforce that they have to be able to go through these 5,300 denials and be able to find the individuals and work with the individuals who have perhaps had their identity stolen, perhaps had a clerical error. We ran those amendments to ensure that CBI is focused on this particular narrowly tailored area and not having basically this broad grant of authority to go out and investigate anything that they feel like in Title 18, Article 12. And not just that, but to be able to have those investigations without having good communication with the district attorneys. Again, the Colorado District Attorney's Council is still opposed to this piece of legislation because it does not provide adequate integration and communication between the Colorado Bureau of Investigation and the local prosecutors who are ultimately going to be trying these cases, because these cases will be tried through the judicial district in which the crime or a major component of the crime occurred. That was a big conversation that we had in committee, talking about, all right, we have this expansion of CBI's frontline original jurisdiction to do this. There's a lot of different things. There's a lot of different new rules and regulations and mandates that have been passed over the last several years that increase the complexity and increase the administrative requirements to be able to try these cases in a local district attorney's office. One of the things that we talked about, and I'm glad that we were able to get it cleaned up a little bit, was the area of body-worn cameras. Because by giving CBI this original frontline jurisdiction, if they have original jurisdiction, so that means they're the one that originated the case. They're not coming in to assist. They're not providing additional resources to perhaps an understaffed local law enforcement agency. With original jurisdiction also comes, as we talked about, the body-worn camera mandate. And that was another piece of conversation that the district attorneys brought up, which is that right now, under Colorado law, because of recent legislation that's passed in prior sessions, evidence really isn't even admissible in a trial if the officers that had that original frontline jurisdiction weren't equipped with body-worn cameras. So we were able to run an amendment to clean that up and to ensure that CBI, these cases that they may be bringing, aren't going to be dead in the water from the very get-go as a result of not being able to comply with things like the body-worn camera. So we worked on that, and it was working to move a lot of the local prosecutors to being able to move out of an opposed position on this. However, as we mentioned, it wasn't enough because of the other complexities, and that's just one example. It wasn't enough because of the other complexities to be able to get the prosecutors to a support position on this. And then we have, again, I've talked about it before and I'm going to mention it again. We have the concern from a lot of local partners revolving around the current issue in CBI with the DNA, where there are hundreds of cases that are in jeopardy, and because of those cases being in jeopardy, because local agencies, because local prosecutors are having to go back and be able to Because those prosecutors are having to go back and reinvestigate these cases, there's a lot of, quite honestly, there's a lot of trust that's been broken. And so amendments like the ones that we discussed that talk about ensuring that there is coordination and collaboration in this area is incredibly important. And that's something that's incredibly important to the prosecutors who are out and investigating these cases. Another area of concern that came up, again, around the broad grant of authority to the Colorado Bureau of Investigations is the fact that, like we've talked about, there's a lot of different laws that are in Title 18, Article 12. And a lot of those different laws cover things like, we heard one of the folks, the proponents of the bill say, oh no, what this bill is actually designed to do, the policy around this bill is actually designed to allow CBI to be able to overstep sheriffs and local law enforcement officials who the state does not believe are adequately enforcing certain parts of our firearms laws, to include, say, the magazine capacity ban. And here was an issue that emerged there. If you go back and you look to 2013, when that, what I call the standard capacity magazine ban was implemented, there was a grandfathering clause that said if you legally owned it prior to June 1st, 2013, you're allowed to continue to own and maintain that piece of equipment. And so that's spawned a lot of conversations about how does one who is legally allowed by the law to be able to own and maintain that equipment, how do they continue to maintain that? And so in committee, there was conversations around there was conversations around this policy being specifically designed through its broad grant of authority to CBI to be able to go out and investigate and bring criminal charges in cases and situations where the state and or CBI thought that the local law enforcement officials were allowing citizens to be able to maintain the equipment that they are currently and legally allowed to own. Major worry that I have, because I want to ensure that citizens who are complying with the law, who are under that grandfather clause in the 2013 piece of legislation, don't inadvertently get wrapped up in this because of an expansion of CBI's authority that was, again, discussed and whispered in committee to be able to give them the authority to investigate these situations. And so for these and a wide variety of other reasons, I urge a no vote on this piece of legislation. It's a solution looking for a problem. It's another layer of red tape. It's another layer of hurdles for folks who are law-abiding citizens to be subject, ultimately, to not just a local investigation, but to a state investigation. This is centralizing that frontline law enforcement original jurisdiction with a state-level agency. And that's also concerning to me, because we already have a state-level frontline original jurisdiction law enforcement entity. Why do we need two of these original statewide jurisdiction, original jurisdiction entities? That centralization of law enforcement power in a duplicate statewide agency, to me, is concerning. And it's concerning to a lot of different law-abiding firearm owners in Colorado who wonder, is this going to be used to, again, this isn't stopping guns from getting into bad guys' hands. That's already occurring. Is this going to prevent, or is this going to create a situation in which law-abiding firearm owners who are currently complying with the law, who are maintaining legal equipment, are going to be subject to additional state scrutiny, and they're going to be subject to additional state scrutiny via a centralization of power in a newly expanded statewide law enforcement entity. We talk every time, one of the things that comes up in these situations, we talk about why do we see an increase of violence in Colorado? Earlier in the conversation, there was, it was suggested that this policy will help get gun violence under control in Colorado. And I have a concern that it's not actually going to do that. You go back 10 years, there are about 4,000 crimes committed with firearms in Colorado in 2014. You fast forward, well, 2013, because 2023 is the last year for which we have full data. So in 2013, just over 4,000 crimes committed with firearms. Fast forward to 2023, it's 9,921 situations in which a firearm is used to commit a crime. And so when I see policies like this, as we already talked about, it doesn't keep guns out of the hands of bad guys, because the current system, InstaCheck, is working. It's spending another $1.6 million in ways that I don't think are going to actually reduce our firearm violence, because the last 10 or 15, however many gun laws have been passed since 2013, also haven't brought down our rate of crimes committed using firearms. In fact, under those last double-digit numbers of gun control bills, firearm crime has doubled. And so I don't see that this particular piece of legislation is in fact going to do anything to bring that down. I ask for a no vote on this.
Representative Clifford.
There are a number of things that my colleagues said that were correct. One of the things that I would bring out in what he said is that CBI does not currently have the authority to investigate anything, even and as it comes to what comes off of the reporting. They have the authority to report. They do not have the authority to investigate. Even if we determine that something is inaccurate in a report, even if it's a report that has something that is from, what did he say, identity theft or something like that, CBI has no ability to intervene in a reporting even when it would be favorable to turn the report around. Right now, the only access to do that is to send it to a local law enforcement agency and have them tend to that. And I can tell you, some of the sheriff's departments in our state have 8 full-time employees and the sheriff. They do not have the time or the effort to deal with every single one of these issues, and that's why we want CBI to have original jurisdiction.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Members, I heard this bill in committee, in Judiciary Committee, and we certainly had a number of questions that were asked about this. I mean, certainly on its face, we don't want people violating our laws and being able to purchase guns illegally. However, this raises an entirely new set of questions. And that's where the Colorado Bureau of Investigation has never had authority in this area to be able to investigate directly, for example, whether or not a straw purchase has happened at a local gun store. That's always been the domain of the local sheriff or the local police agency. And under current law, if that local law enforcement agency does need the support of the CBI, they can call for the CBI's help to come in and assist. And assist is already in current law, so therefore that would not be needed here. We heard several times that the CBI would not take the lead if the local law enforcement agency took the lead. Certainly appreciated hearing that from the head of the CBI. But when asked if an agent of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation who was acting under the authority being granted by this bill violated someone's civil liberties, would they be liable under Senate Bill 217 from a couple of years ago or several years ago, the same as a sheriff's deputy or a police officer would also be liable if they had committed the exact same misconduct? And what we heard in committee was no, because Senate Bill 17 did not apply to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, which means that if they violated someone's civil liberty, then they would not be subject to having qualified immunity stripped and being subjected to the penalties that we had laid out in that bill. That's why it's important that as an appropriate guardrail, that we treat all law enforcement the same when they're out in the field, not back in the office conducting a lab test, but when they're out publicly facing the field, that they carry that same liability, that if they're going to violate a citizen's rights, constitutional rights, and it's not within any other exception, that they can also be found liable, the same as any other law enforcement officer. Mr. Chair, this is why I move Amendment L022 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is properly displayed. Please continue. Representative Soper to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you open up your red statute books, 13-21-131 is a civil action for deprivation of citizens' rights. And what we're doing is we're adding a peace officer as defined in section 24-31-9013, that would be this section, and an agent of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation when conducting an investigation of criminal activity involving firearms pursuant, and then to this section of law that we're creating here. And then once again, if you drop to the bottom of the amendment, it talks about that we're adding them to be liable if they violate a citizen's rights under law. And really, this is about equity. We want all law enforcement to be treated the same, but we also want a citizen to have that same equity. That if you're going to have your constitutional rights violated, that if it's a police officer or a sheriff's deputy, that you're entitled to go ahead and sue to, strip qualified immunity at least up to $50,000. Why shouldn't the same happen if that exact same offense happened with a member of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation when performing activities in line as a law enforcement officer? And that, to me, is important, that it's either all or nothing. We either treat everyone the same in this realm, give everyone the same opportunity for compensation if the rights have been violated, or we should go the opposite direction and remove the provisions that were enacted in Senate Bill 217 and not have it apply to anyone in the law enforcement space. So that's why this amendment is incredibly important, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Members, there are 3 minutes remaining in debate for this legislation. Representative Clifford to the amendment.
This is an unnecessary amendment, members. Colorado Bureau of Investigation's agents are already defined as peace officers in section 16.25.113 of the Colorado Revised Statutes.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Which is interesting because they are not included in section 13-21-131, liability created under Senate Bill 217. We're specifically making sure that they're included here, and that is very important if you want to have any compensation when your civil liberties have been violated and law enforcement did not have the rights to be able to act under the color of law to do so. That's why I'd ask for a yes vote.
Representative Clifford.
I have that section available with me, and I am not certain here that I see any exemption, notwithstanding any other provisions of a law. A peace officer's employer shall indemnify its peace officers for any liability incurred by the peace officer and for any judgment or settlement entered against the peace officer for claims arising pursuant to this section, except that if the peace officer's employer determines on a case-by-case basis that the officer did not act upon a good faith and reasonable belief that the action was lawful, then the peace officer is personally liable and shall not be indemnified by the peace officer's employer for 5% of the judgment or the settlement of $25,000, whichever is less. notwithstanding any provision of this section to the contrary, if the peace officer's portion of the judgment is uncollectible from the peace officer's employer or insurance shall satisfy the full amount of the judgment or settlement. A public entity does not have to indemnify a peace officer if a peace officer was convicted of a criminal violation for the conduct from which the claim arises, unless the peace officer's employer was a casual factor in the violation through its action or injunction. Colorado Bureau of Investigation's agents that are post-certified peace officers are peace officers as it is defined here in 1321-131, and I do not see any exemption whatsoever for anyone that is a peace officer.
Representative Soper, you have 25 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I certainly appreciate you reading the law. It's good that we know the law. But you're confusing several areas of statutes. So Title 6, Title 13, and Title 24, what we're doing here is we're defining what a peace officer is as the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. In Title 13, the liability that's there from the definition that's within Title 24. So there is a non sequitur that you're pointing out. I don't think we should be confusing
Representative
facts.
Soper, the time for debate has expired. Members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L22 to Senate Bill 3. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L22 fails. Members, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 3. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 3 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1379.
House Bill 1379 by Representatives McCluskey and McCormick, also Senator Roberts, concerning the regulation of state waters in response to recent federal court action.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1379 and the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Report and the Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
In appropriations, we did initially make a transfer to be able to use funding from severance tax to help fund the addition of roughly 5 FTE in the Department of CDPHE, and do need to run an amendment because we have something that we doubled in our appropriation. With that, I move L57 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is displayed. Madam Speaker, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I stated, we had doubled the appropriation, and so we're taking one of those back.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L57 to the to House Bill 1379? Seeing none, all those in favor of Amendment L57 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L57 passes. To the committee report.
We have no further discussion.
Seeing no further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Ag Committee report. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, in agriculture, we passed an amendment that actually was to address many of our stakeholders that we had heard from up to that point, and made a lot more clarity in the agricultural space. And I do ask for an aye vote on the committee report, but we do have some amendments that we'd like to run. I move L073 to the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is displayed. To the amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are very pleased to bring this amendment forward in partnership with our Attorney General, who also brought him to strong support for this legislation. The Attorney General suggested this revision to allow the division to utilize the Army Corps of Engineers nationwide and regional permits starting on January 1st, 2025, to administer the dredge and fill program for non-WOTUS state waters. The concern about delay in using of the Corps nationwide regional permits until after the Commission's rulemaking hearing was raised by Northern Colorado Water Conservation District, Legacy Water, Parker Water and Sanitation District, Colorado Stone, Sand, and Gravel Association, and Colorado Water Congress. This amendment moves the Attorney General to support and does address the concerns raised by those groups. I ask for an aye.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L73? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L73. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L73 passes. To the Ag Committee report. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L079 to the Agriculture, Water, Natural Resources Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As suggested by Northern Colorado Water wow, forgive me, long day. Conservancy District, this proposed addition to the exemption for maintenance of currently serviceable structures makes it clear that maintenance resulting in minor deviations in a structure's configuration or filled area to accommodate updated technology and regulatory requirements still qualifies for the exemption. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a privilege to serve with you.
It's a privilege to serve with you as well.
Thank you. Members, what we're doing here is we brought the idea that maintenance on these ditches and/or needing to move them some distance from their original prism meaning what the ditch looks like, and/or if we needed to put a pipe in so that it will carry the water better. This amendment accomplishes that. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L79 to the Ag Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L79 is adopted. To the committee report. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L032 to the Agriculture, Water, Natural Resources Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment does quite a few things. A request from the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad. We are proposing a definition for drainage ditch that is consistent with federal guidance. We are also, in response to conservation groups, proposing a wording change in the definition of ecological lift to clarify that biological health is a paramount factor in determining whether a restoration project provides an ecological lift. Also, in response to a suggestion from our agricultural groups that we have been in conversations with, we are clarifying that the Commission is only authorized to make minor adjustments to the bill's exemptions and exclusions for the purpose of this clarification. And in response to the Department of Natural Resources and for internal consistency, we propose replacing the term aquatic ecosystems with state waters in this provision dealing with individual authorizations. And I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We came to the sponsors of the bill and asked them to, on this drainage issue. Drainage ditches serve a function in agriculture to move water from underground and/or surface water away from the irrigated land. Without them, most irrigated land would not function because they get waterlogged. In other words, the soil column is filled with water, and you've got to have a drain ditch, as mentioned, to move that water away from that subject piece of ground. If you didn't do that, the ground would become so soggy with water it would not grow a crop and would end up being wasteland before it's over. So this is in response to requests that we've made. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L32 to the Ag Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L32 is adopted. To the committee report. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L051 to the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee report. Oh, and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This just goes further from what we were just speaking to, reflecting further feedback from our agricultural groups, and includes additional exclusions regarding wetlands supported by irrigation ditches and recharge ponds. And we ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L51. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L51 is adopted. To the committee report. Seeing no further discussion on the committee. Okay. AML Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L049 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That is displayed. You may continue, AML Winter.
This amendment broadens the ditch and canal exclusion to include wastewater. This exemption from permitting is important to our agricultural community. So basically, when we're talking about that, we're talking about the tailwaters that come off of our farms and ranches. It gets kicked down into these ditches, and we just need to make sure that that water runs down and can be used again. With that, I urge an aye vote.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we're trying to say in this amendment is that as water runs through my land to irrigate my crops, there's what we would call a tailwater ditch on the bottom of that place. And it moves the water from the bottom of the field back to a bigger drain ditch or back into the system so that that irrigation water can be used multiple times as it moves down through that watershed. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this idea, we agree with this amendment. This change was requested by the Colorado Water Congress and also some in Colorado Springs that we agree with. So I also would accept this amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L49 to the Ag Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L49 is adopted. To the committee report. AML Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L069 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment. AML Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These amendments are intended to provide clarity that maintenance activities in all ditches and canals are exempt no matter how the water conveyed is used. In addition, the amendments make the construction exemption for irrigation ditches less stringent than current federal practices by allowing construction of pipes or lining no matter how the water conveyed is used. So what we're seeing here is ditches and that we use in water are piped and lined. That allows us to save water as it goes down the ditch, and that's a practice that more people are picking up in is if there's funds that come forward, they decide to move their way in agriculture. And the thing about it is it necessarily isn't new construction. It's just continued work upon making the ditch better. So that's very important in agricultural communities, and with that, I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank our colleagues across the aisle. They certainly have the expertise in agriculture to give real and clear examples. We too support L69 and appreciate that this provides more clarity around all maintenance activities. We ask for an aye vote.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to thank our colleagues that are on the Ag, Water, and Natural Resources Committee, and especially my colleague from Montrose for really walking me personally and some of us through some of the very real changes that can occur in these ditches through drawings and explanations. So really appreciate that, and we also would like to accept this amendment. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this is doing is saying that agriculture is rapidly catching up with the rest of the world. And we are modernizing our delivery systems with either pipe underground or concrete laid in the prism of the ditch. What that does is it's a great conservation strategy. That's the cheapest conservation water that the state of Colorado will ever find. Because what happens is it keeps that water from perking down into the ground and being wasted, and before it gets to the crop that it's supposed to nourish. So by doing these kind of projects, what we're trying to do in this amendment is to say those projects should be exempt, because that's where the state of Colorado is going to find the most conserved water in most of these irrigation districts. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L69 to the Ag Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L69 is adopted. To the Ag Committee report. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L70 and have it properly displayed.
That amendment is displayed to the amendment. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment was based on feedback from Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District, and it includes direction to use information from the Corps of Engineers if a project needs an individual permit from the Corps for a portion of the project, and individual authorization from the state for a portion of the project. There are times when we're removing ditches and/or moving them as part of maintenance. This will allow these districts to follow the permitting processes that we've had in the past. This will help ag. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We echo a yes vote on this amendment and really appreciate, again, the partnership with so many of our stakeholders and the good representative from Montrose as well.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L70 to the Ag Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L70 is adopted. To the Ag Committee report. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge an aye vote on the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Ag Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Ag Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I am very honored to be working with the chair of our Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee, Representative McCormick, on this very important legislation. I'm also grateful to those in the Department of CDPHE who have been tremendous guides through the complex history and understanding of policy when it comes to waters of the U.S. And I also extend my thanks and Deep gratitude for all of the organizations and experts in the world of water who have lent their voices, their thoughts, their expertise to help us bring forward a very Colorado-specific policy approach when it comes to waters of the U.S. This bill responds to the Sackett versus EPA decision, which removed federal protections for many of Colorado's wetlands and seasonal streams. The U.S. Supreme Court's decision held that only relatively permanent streams and rivers are protected from pollution under the Federal Clean Water Act, and only certain wetlands are protected, those that have continuous surface connection to a relatively permanent water body. This comes while Colorado and the American Southwest is facing the worst long-term drought conditions in over 1,200 years, and the wetlands are disappearing worldwide at a pace 3 times faster than forests. According to the Colorado Natural Heritage Program, Colorado has lost 50% of its wetlands since statehood due to drainage, fill, or excavation. And now, hundreds of our state waters are at risk because of the Supreme Court's decision. Healthy wetlands and streams are essential for providing clean drinking water, wildlife habitat, and the overall health of our communities. Wetlands and seasonal streams keep our drinking water supplies clean, ensure adequate water supply, and aid groundwater recharge, filter out pollutants, store carbon, provide wildlife habitat, and reduce risks associated with flood, drought, and wildfire. The Supreme Court's decision also impacts Colorado's economy and businesses. Tourism and outdoor recreation are the largest economic drivers in our state, and for Colorado, Gunnison, Yampa, and the South Platte River basins. Clean water is the lifeblood of this industry, which generates more than $198 million a year in economic activity. And Colorado law only allows dredge and fill activities that have a current federal permit. Hundreds of dredge and fill projects per year could become illegal because they are in waters that are no longer regulated by federal agencies. We've done extensive outreach when considering how to address this problem. We've held multiple stakeholder meetings. We've again engaged with so many organizations in the world of water, and we are thrilled and delighted to bring forward House Bill 1379, a program that we believe will be uniquely Coloradan and address the concerns since the Sackett decision. I urge an aye vote.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to express extreme gratitude to all the stakeholders, to my co-prime sponsor, Madam Speaker. We have had multiple conversations, multiple times with all of the folks involved in this space. And personally, I have learned a tremendous amount that I truly appreciate. And so those conversations, we believe, have landed us in a really, really good spot with an extremely strong bill. And throughout this process, we have heard about the need for clarity and for certainty regarding when a permit may or may not be required. Our construction partners need certainty, our ag producers need certainty, our conservation community needs certainty, our entire economy benefits from certainty in this space. House Bill 1379 delivers on that with clear and well-defined exemptions for certain activities and exclusions for certain water resources. Our approach establishes a very predictable statutory framework while allowing certain details to be determined through additional stakeholding and rulemaking when that flexibility is needed. Our approach relies heavily on general authorizations, an efficient method of administration that CDPHE has had a lot of experience with in other contexts, such as permits for stormwater. General authorizations are based on different categories of activity, and businesses operating within a category would all operate under the same general authorization. This allows for an efficient and streamlined permitting approach. I also want to highlight how 1379 takes into account the importance of agriculture in Colorado. We know that almost half of our acreage is dedicated to farming and ranching and other agricultural activities, contributing well over $40 billion to our state's economy. And our agriculture community needs certainty over what safeguards and exemptions apply to farm and ranch land. Our bill builds upon longstanding agricultural exemptions and exclusions at the federal level. It goes even further, and it includes these exclusions and exemptions in statute rather than regulation, and this provides more certainty. We've heard from stakeholders the importance of including these exemptions and exclusions in statute, and House Bill 1379 does just that. We have listened to stakeholders about how Colorado's canals and ditches carry water used for multiple purposes. You heard that when we were talking about the committee report, and how maintenance of these ditches must be included in the exemptions. Members, this bill is critical to ensure that what makes Colorado unique does not change. Our rich history of farming, recreation, tourism, and natural habitats must be preserved. Businesses should be allowed to operate with efficiency and certainty. This bill ensures that our valuable water resources are protected the Colorado way and gives the drivers of our economy the certainty that we lost after last summer's federal decision. Colorado is ready to step in now. We are a leader in this space. We hope you will agree and will support this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard this bill in Ag Committee, and I did have some reservations and some concerns as this bill was brought forth. When the EP made the ruling on waters of the United States, actually many of the people in my district were relieved. We weren't the least bit worried about the situation as we do what we do in the country. So this bill is a state effort to replicate WOTUS for Colorado. And in that, a couple things came up. And one of them was, and I'm going to move Amendment L055 to House Bill 1379 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you. So one of the things that I was concerned about is getting too far down the road too fast as we go to promulgate this very large legislation that is vastly changing how we do water, how we manage water, how we regulate water in Colorado. So this bill simply says that after activities, insert before promulgating the rules, the commission shall convene a working group to participate in decision-making process to ensure the proposed rules will work. So what this does, it's an extra layer of stakeholdering. So the working group can provide oversight. So many of the organizations that we're speaking of, Northern Water, other Lower South Platte, Water Conservancy Districts, Denver Water, other water agencies and entities can be a part of this working group. And they can participate as the rules are promulgated in this decision-making process. That adds an extra layer of oversight. So this was one of the concerns that came up in committee. I'd like the bill sponsors to strongly consider it. I think it helps take us in the direction that the legislation wants us to go, perhaps in a little slower time frame, but also adds for additional stakeholdering.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I I appreciate the thoughts from my colleague about the need for additional stakeholding or input. We too heard this concern in committee, and we do have an amendment today that will extend rulemaking from May 2025 through December 31 of 2025. Instead of creating a separate working group, we hope to see the commission, the department, work on rules with a broad group of stakeholders as they will. And I would ask for a no vote on the amendment, but a yes on the sentiment.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was unaware of this change. So now that I've heard about this, I'm going to withdraw Amendment L055 to House Bill 1379 at this time. Now, there may be a similar condition to my colleagues in the chamber that arises from my next amendment, but only time will tell. So I'm going to move L054 to House Bill 1379 and ask that it be properly displayed. Also, something that came out of the Agricultural Committee. And as you display that amendment, I will discuss a little bit of the complexity of water management, the impacts that water has on agriculture.
Representative Holtorf, no need. The amendment is displayed to the amendment.
Thank you. So one of the things that was brought up in committee is the impact on municipalities as well. And one of the things that we have in our river basins in my district, a lot of municipalities have invested in water, and they are concerned about the impacts on municipalities with respect to the dredge and fill, but also with respect to these arrangements because municipalities have interest in this water. I don't want to say they're trading water, but oftentimes upstream and downstream allocations or things are adjusted to allow for the way the water is managed and allocated and distributed. What this amendment does is exceptions for municipalities. Notwithstanding any provision of this section to the contrary, the requirements of this section, and that's Section 9, the requirements of this section do not apply to municipality. So I believe it's extending that also with respect to agriculture, also extending with respect to municipalities. This was a concern that came up. I also have some of the municipalities in my district, like Sterling, Fort Morgan, Brush, Julesburg, along the South Platte River, that had some of these concerns. So I offer this amendment, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to just reiterate that municipalities have operated under simple general permits forever. Well, maybe not forever, but for a very, very long time, and that will continue. So at this time, we're not seeing the need for this, and this request didn't come through our incredible stakeholding process, so I will respectfully ask for a no on this particular amendment, knowing that municipalities have a framework that they're used to working under that will continue.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that, Mr. Chair, is going to require me to dig in my heels, lean into this, take a strong, firm position, and ask for a yes vote on Amendment L054.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L054. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L54 fails. To the bill, Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L074 to House Bill 1379. And ask that it be properly displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is maybe one of the most important amendments we will bring today. It was very important to us that all Colorado waters be protected and that we use the definition established for Colorado waters in 1966. But we also heard from many stakeholders that they wanted a predictable and efficient permitting program. So the introduced bill established a program with jurisdiction over all state waters. This amendment provides a streamlined approach to permit isolated wetlands and seasonal streams that weren't previously regulated by the Army Corps. I am very grateful to our partners at the Colorado River District who provided input, have made suggestions to us on how we could accomplish this, and particularly pleased that we can bring forward this amendment today. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L74. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L74 is adopted. To the bill. Madam Speaker.
I move L75 to House Bill 1379. And ask that it be properly displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L75 is really a companion to L74, the amendment we just passed. It provides additional definitions. Again, these definitions have been created with our partners at Colorado River District, our ag community, and members of the Environmental Coalition that have been working on this bill with us. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L75. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L75 is adopted. To the bill. AML Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment L059 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment.
Thank you,
AML
Mr.
Winter.
Chair. L059, this amendment includes application of on-farm chemicals. It reflects feedback from ag groups and includes lagoons in one of the maintenance exemptions. And it reflects feedback from more of our ag groups and includes lagoons in the artificial lakes and pond exclusions. Very important to the agricultural community, how we irrigate, how we collect water. This is a major amendment. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems like nearly every river or every river watershed is different. For example, in the Platte River, they do things differently than we do in the Gunnison. And some of these ponds and lagoons are a big part of their irrigation projects, so that they need to maintain them nearly on an annual basis in order to keep the yield in those ponds to continue irrigating in the South Platte area. And these are the kind of things that needed to be addressed, and they're being addressed by this amendment. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I want to thank our agricultural partners on bringing language forward to really clarify our original intent in bringing this bill forward. So we also ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L59. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L59 is adopted. To the bill. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L076 to House Bill 1379 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is addressing some feedback that we got from our partners at Ducks Unlimited to make sure that the terminology behind project proponent responsible mitigation was changed to permittee responsible mitigation, because this particular terminology is more familiar to the regulated community, and that made sense to us. As well as the Attorney General's office suggested that we change some revisions to the transition section of the bill to align with their office's proposal to let the division begin using the Army Corps' nationwide and regional permits for the state program on January 1st, 2025. This is another move to just give us certainty and familiarity to those in the permitting space. And also, we are adding an exemption to address the City of Fort Collins' request that they needed an exemption to cover its ongoing Halligan project, for which a 404 permit application is already in a pending state. And the intent is that that particular project and other projects that might fall under that type of exemption that are already in process under the Corps' 404 permitting jurisdiction can continue in that process and not get kind of caught in between. So we urge an aye vote on L76.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this amendment. This has been one of my big concerns with this bill, is that we've got retention projects that are in progress around the state. We've got the 404 permitting that we've worked years for in northern Colorado, and I would just hate to see this legislation come in and suddenly change the rules and strengthen the cases that are still underway on the federal level that would weaken our ability to get some of these retention projects through. So, good amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L76. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L76 is adopted. To the bill, Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L77 to House Bill 1379 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment. Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we have words that we have reshaped, we have changed at the request of Parker Water and Sanitation District in our legislative declaration. You'll see that in lines 1 through 7 on this amendment. You will also see that we are replacing the state definition of ordinary high water mark at section 3787-1021E with the federal definition. This helps resolve any conflicts or inconsistencies, also given to us by Parker Water and Sanitation and Colorado Water Congress. And finally, two more. Lines 19 through 23, as suggested by Northern Water, we propose revising the definition of the Section 404 permit to include authorizations for coverage under nationwide or regional permits and letters of permission from the Corps. And finally, the last section of this amendment, these proposed revisions, also from our Attorney General, are consistent with the request from Colorado Stone and Gravel Association and the Colorado Water Congress to push back the Commission's rulemaking hearing to allow more time for stakeholdering. My good colleague from Akron, this is the amendment we spoke to earlier. The proposed amendment delays the hearing for 7 months from May 31st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025, so that we do involve more of our stakeholders in the rulemaking process. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L77. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L77 is adopted. To the bill. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's a privilege to serve with you.
It's a privilege to serve with you as well.
Thank you. And with that, I move L045 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That amendment is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Snyder.
Thank you. Yes, so this is an amendment that comes from Colorado Springs Utilities, Northern Colorado Water Conservation District, the Colorado Water Congress, and the Parker Water and Sanitation District. It basically recognizes that there are events like fires and floods and other natural disasters, and creates a pathway for people to deal with those circumstances and still be in compliance with the bill. So I would ask for a yes vote on L045.
Is there any further discussion? Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really appreciate our colleagues' involvement with Colorado Springs. We think this is a great amendment. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L45. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L45 is adopted. To the bill. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move L072 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment. Representative Snyder.
Thank you. So here we're looking at some other unique situations where they're using wastewater reclamation facilities, water treatment facilities, wastewater treatment facilities, and so routine maintenance and other activities that need to occur on a regular basis there will also be in compliance with the bill under this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, really appreciate the involvement of Colorado Springs Utilities and Colorado Water Congress. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L72. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L72 is adopted. To the bill. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L078 to House Bill 1379 and ask that it be properly displayed.
This has got to be a record on amendments. Representative McCormick, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a sign of a lot of great cooks in the kitchen. This amendment also is in response to our partners at Ducks Unlimited to revise the description of the Commission's rulemaking authority for compensatory mitigation requirements, and specifically regarding impact assessment methods. Also, more from our Attorney General recommending the addition of a 2-year time frame for the division to process complete applications for individual authorizations. So those are the rarer types of permits, and unless otherwise agreed by the project proponent and the division, or unless there have been significant changes to the project. Also from Ducks Unlimited, the addition of allowing the division to create additional general authorizations for categories of activities. So this will make it easier to get these permits out, and in addition to the Army Corps' nationwide and regional permits. And these are to help us address Colorado-specific issues. And then later in the amendment, lines 22 through 23, more feedback from our Attorney General to have it be consistent with the request from Colorado Stone, Sand, and Gravel Association and Colorado Water Congress to push back the Commission's rulemaking time frame to allow more time for stakeholding. I believe this is the amendment we referred to earlier in response to our request from my colleague from Akron. The proposed amendment delays the hearing for 7 months from May 31st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025. And then the last part of the amendment is in response to a request from Parker Water and Sanitation District to clarify that activities covered under division-issued general authorizations are not subject to the Department of Natural Resources Mitigation Plan requirements. So a lot going on in this amendment. It's a good one, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L78 to House Bill 1379. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L78 is adopted. To the bill, Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L046 to House Bill 1379 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is properly displayed. To the amendment, Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had numerous conversations in my office about reservoirs. This particular amendment includes a new exemption for maintenance in off-channel reservoirs based on feedback from the City of Boulder, City of Boulder Water Rights Association of the South Platte, or RASP, Colorado Stone, Sand, and Gravel, Colorado Water Congress, and the Colorado Springs Utilities. I am really grateful. This took us a while to finalize language. Really grateful for everyone's patience. I would urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors. This was a major concern that we had, that we're now going to put the state in charge of these areas, and folks are not going to be able to get permits to do what they currently do without having to ask anybody, which is take care of these streams and waterways. So this is a good amendment. Yes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L46. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L46 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I would like to move Amendment L48 to House Bill 1379 and request that it be properly displayed.
That is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this comes from the Rio Grande Water Conservancy District, and this is for wildlife habitat management, including cultivating minor drainage, vegetation management, irrigation, water management, and this is also pertaining to human-made or maintained for wildlife habitat management for wetlands, riparian habitats, and all the species that reside in those. This is prominent in the San Luis Valley, and we request an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L48. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L48 passes. To the bill, Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L060 to House Bill 1379 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Catlin.
Thank you, sir. This amendment includes a numerical threshold for when a stream mitigation is required versus the Water Quality Control Commission setting a threshold by rule. This proposal was based on feedback from the Colorado River District and the Colorado Stone, Sand, and Gravel Association. What this does is allows those folks, all of us, to see if it's more than I'm reading now, 0.03 of an acre, then we start getting permits and those type of things. In the water users business where I was, if I removed 1 acre of wetland, we replaced it with 3 in the no net loss, under no net loss. So it's a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and also thank you, my colleague from Montrose, and the work and partnership with the River District and the feedback. We really appreciate that, and this amendment, we are absolutely in support of this amendment to provide that clarity that we were looking for. So I also urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L60. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L60 passes. To the bill, Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have quite a routine going.
Yes, we do. I have a
Thank you.
stack here.
I move L058 to House Bill 1379 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment. Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you very much. This amendment focuses on the concerns about adequate resourcing for a dredge and fill program. It does require the department to seek additional funding for the program if the number of authorizations per year exceed 110 authorizations. I do want to lift up that we have used data that is available on the public jurisdictional website to help determine exactly how many permits we may see once our program is fully realized. Based on those calculations, we estimate between 100 and 125 permits annually. Based on the already existing administrative billing infrastructure that exists within CDPHE, we estimate an additional 5 FTE that will be needed over the course of standing the program up. But we do want to assure our stakeholders that we're committed to making sure this program is adequately resourced, and that's why we're asking for your vote, your positive vote on Amendment L58.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors for bringing this. I'm a little concerned about us putting a number behind this versus a timeline behind this. So what I mean by that is, this clicks in that we've got to get more folks after a certain number. What the concern I've heard is that we're worried about how long it's going to take to get service, if you will, out of CDPHE, and that was part of the arguments against this being in CDPHE. So this is a step in the right direction. I think this is a good amendment, but I think we ought to also, as this bill moves down the line, we need to look at not just the number of permits that are applied for, but how long does it take for us as a state to respond to those requests. But this is a good start. This is a good amendment.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would highlight that we have extended the date for rulemaking from May 2025 to December 31st, 2025. So reviewing where we're at a year from now, there certainly could be additional requests for funding just based on how rulemaking is proceeding and if there are recognized expenses that are impacting the progress or the streamlining of the program. I would also say that we do have a 45-day expected amount of time for permits within the program. So if permits were to exceed that, there is a provision for them to kick in. I am happy to keep talking about this particular issue, but I do want to offer that this amendment is being brought in good faith to try and assure people that if we do end up with a need for additional resources, there is a commitment to addressing that. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L58. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L58 is adopted. To the bill. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L064 to House Bill 1379 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is language that we heard from the Colorado Water Congress that was added to add better clarity in this area of the bill, and we respect that ask and therefore ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L64. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L64 is adopted. To the bill. Speaker McCluskey.
I move L062 to House Bill 1379 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is displayed to the amendment. Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're bringing it home. This is our last amendment of the day. This cleans up some terminology so that we are consistent throughout the bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L62. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L62 is adopted. To the bill. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this last call, if anybody else wants to put an amendment on this is what it looks like to write legislation on the fly. I've just got to beat up on you.
Come on, you might as well.
So, no, I mean, on a serious note, this is what happens when, something is as important as this issue in our state. And I hope that the spirit of what we're trying to do here, and let's recap what that is. The state is now put in charge of something that was dealt with us or thrust on us from the national level, and now we have to pick up that mantle and deal with the wetlands in our own state. Not a bad thing, potentially, if we don't go too extreme on what we do with this. And that was, of course, my concern with this bill all along, is that we go down a path of restricting at a higher level than what's been put on us from the feds. And so I think there's been a lot of work, and thank you for all the amendments. They were all actually good as far as I could tell. But I just would be remiss if I didn't express my concerns about what we're doing here and how we do it. These policies that we were subject to for a number of years took a number of years to be developed. And so my concerns still lie with a couple of areas here. One, in committee we talked about, is this going to the right department? I did not agree that it was. I think that if we're going to interpret what wetlands are, I think that should happen from the Department of Natural Resources. And it should also be well-staffed, not just this is one time when you're going to hear this fiscal conservative say, hey, let's throw more money at this. Let's make sure that if we're going to change the rules and impose some restrictions on what is already, in my mind, somewhat restrictive already from the federal government, let's make sure that we put the right staffing on it. Let's make sure that we have the right number of folks. I think we will probably see, and after the last couple amendments, at least we address that as a concern with this. So hopefully we will stay on top of that and not make this just a place where it goes to CDPHE, which is not, in my interpretation, not the epitome of efficiency. But they get the right people determining what a wetland is, and then also they got enough people so that we can process permits and not slow down progress in this state. I think that's all the main things. The other concern is if we create much more restrictive rules for what a waterway is here in this state, we run the risk of keeping ourselves from being able to retain water in this state. So as a headwater state, it is crucially important, at least in my part of the world, where we have two of these water retention projects underway right now, that we don't put something in statute that's going to harm ourselves and quite frankly give folks tools to keep us from retaining water. As we go through drought periods, we're fortunate enough to have had a great wet year last year, and that took a lot of people away from the bargaining table, but kid you not, we will not forever be out of a drought situation. And we need to make sure that as a headwater state, we don't do anything to constrain our ability to retain water in this state. So those are my main concerns. I think this bill is on its way to being good. We've got a competing bill in the Senate. We'll see how this all falls out. But I overall want to thank the bill sponsors for all the work they put on it, even if it was at the last minute. I hope that we take our time when it comes to rulemaking and get this right. This is very important for the state of Colorado. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the bill sponsors, I will be brief. I'm sure you'll be happy about that.
Let's hope so, Representative Holtorf.
This particular piece of legislation is a seismic shift in water management in this state. I jokingly in committee called it WOTUS 2.0 for Colorado. Now, I've never been a fan of WOTUS. I think WOTUS, Waters of the United States, was far too reaching and still is far too reaching in its scope and size. We realized how complicated this was, not only in committee, before committee, and after committee, and now on second reading. I do want to thank the bill sponsors for understanding the scope and complexity and the difficulty of this, because you guys had a 1,200, 1,500, 2,000-pound elephant, and you didn't realize it. And you thought you had its tail, and it had you by the trunk. But this journey is not over. This is still incredibly complex. More stakeholders and more interests are going to come up out of this, which is one of the reasons I wanted to run that amendment with the working group. So Colorado, CDPHE, DNR, there is a lot of modifications and adjustments that are going to be required in future time for this. Many interests have been resolved through the myriad of amendments, but I don't think we're done yet. So as we move forward, I will tell you that we still need to address and manage, if we're going to do this in this state, and be very mindful of the complication that this brings and the many changes in future legislative sessions that we're going to have to do to accommodate those interests. And I mean just as accepting in future time as we have been today. There's a reason why we had so many amendments. And there's still probably more to come that we don't even know of. So thank you. I still have apprehensions, but I think we're in a better place now than we were a few days ago.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 241379? Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, thank you to both of my colleagues who just came up to speak. I do want those who may still be listening to know that there was quite a bit of engagement over the last, actually over 3 years on this issue with a specific task force that was created to discuss this issue, and also the question that you may not have heard of whether this program should be in DNR versus CDPHE. I want to reassure everyone that CDPHE actually has the water quality expertise and the infrastructure in place to stand up and administer this program in a very effective and efficient manner. These projects that we're talking about are civil works projects that impact downhill, down gradient water, and it has always been a water quality issue, not a water quantity issue. And the division is so familiar with federal 404 permitting processes because of its issue and its role in issuing 404 certification, which is like the state's blessing on those federal projects that need 404s. So CDPHE is the department that is very familiar with working with the Army Corps. And DNR, they're not going to be working in silos. They will be consulted as needed. And presently, right now, the CDPHE, they are responsible for over 11,000 permits a year. And so adding another 110 to 120 is something that they are absolutely prepared to do with the additional funding that we are providing, the additional FTE that we are providing. So I just want to really reassure everyone that this has been well thought out, that we are very confident in CDPHE's ability to stand this program up. And I just want everyone to understand that Colorado's water resources are precious. And with the U.S. Supreme Court's decision last summer to remove the protections of so many of Colorado's wetlands, and streams, it became urgent for our state to act. So 1379 ensures that Colorado's wetlands and seasonal streams are protected from dredge and fill construction activities with this state permitting program that uses the most successful elements of the previous federal program. And you have recognized that a lot of work has gone into this bill, and we are very, very proud of the product that's come out, and we really encourage everyone to support this bill today. It is something that we can be proud of as a chamber, as a General Assembly, and as a state, and I urge an aye vote.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I will be brief. Water is a part of Colorado's heritage. It's our most valuable natural resources. It is the lifeblood of the American West, and it is the spirit and romance of being a Coloradan. What we are doing in this program is protecting Colorado's expansive water resources. I am really proud of the level of engagement that we have had from the numerous voices with both concerns and hopes for the establishment of this program. I want to offer my commitment to ongoing conversations as the bill moves through the process. We continue to take input and feedback, and we're working towards the better, best, great, perfect of dredge and fill programs for the state of Colorado. We urge an aye vote on House Bill 1379.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 24-1379? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 24-1379. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. House Bill 24-1379 as amended is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 24-131?
Senate Bill 131 by Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Kolker, also Representatives Brown and Lindsay, concerning prohibiting carrying a firearm in sensitive spaces recognized by the United States Supreme Court as places at which long-standing laws prohibited carrying firearms.
Before we begin, as a reminder, we have 1 hour, 30 minutes for this bill, and that clock is started now. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 131. That's it.
To the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is our honor to present to you Senate Bill 131, a bill to prohibit firearms in sensitive spaces. I want to express my sincere gratitude for the support and leadership of my co-prime sponsor, as well as the hard work of our Senate sponsors. In 2008, in deciding the case D.C. versus Heller on a 5-4 vote, the U.S. Supreme Court held that the Second Amendment guarantees an individual the right to possess firearms independent of service in a state militia and to use firearms for traditionally lawful purposes, including self-defense within the home. 14 years later, in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association Incorporated versus Bruin, the Supreme Court found that carrying a pistol in public was guaranteed under the Second Amendment. Regardless of how you feel about the overarching decisions in these cases, in both cases, the Supreme Court found that this right was limited. Specifically, the court decided that prohibitions on firearms in sensitive spaces, such as polling places, government buildings, and schools, were presumptively lawful. In writing for the majority in Heller, the preeminent conservative constitutional jurist and Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia wrote, "Nothing in our opinion should be taken to cast doubt on laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive spaces, such as schools and government buildings." Writing for the majority in Bruin, Justice Clarence Thomas agreed, adding that in addition to schools and government buildings, legislative assemblies, polling places, and courthouses were sensitive places. He wrote, "Consider, for example, Heller's discussion of long-standing laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places. We are aware of no disputes regarding the lawfulness of such prohibitions. We therefore assume it is settled law that these locations were sensitive places where arms carrying could be prohibited consistent with the Second Amendment. Consistent with these decisions, many states, specifically red states, have had laws prohibiting the carrying of firearms in sensitive places for decades. 19 states prohibit firearms at the meetings of state legislatures or in government buildings, including Alabama, Louisiana, North Dakota, and Texas. At least 12 states prohibit firearms at polling places, including Georgia, Texas, and Virginia. In South Carolina, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Texas, and 17 other states, they ban firearms on college campuses. Many of these states have a strong culture of gun ownership and high rates of gun ownership. Even Colorado has long-standing prohibitions on the carrying of firearms in K-12 schools and in the state capital for the general public. In 2022, Colorado prohibited open carrying at polling places. However, it is currently legal to carry firearms into a preschool, carry a concealed weapon at the polls, or on a college campus. Legislators may also carry concealed in the Capitol. As the Supreme Court has indicated, the rights under the Second Amendment are not absolute. And this is especially true when other rights are potentially in conflict. In government buildings and college campuses, the ability for individuals to utilize their First Amendment rights is incredibly important. Yet the carrying of firearms can be used to chill constitutionally protected speech. Imagine if community members were allowed to openly carry firearms while testifying on legislation in this building. How would that affect the comfort of community members who disagreed with their testimony, or the ability of legislators to vote on their conscience while facing an armed group of citizens? Would they fear for their safety? This can happen in local government buildings across Colorado currently. This bill will restrict the carrying of firearms in these sensitive places, freeing Coloradans from potential intimidation that may chill constitutionally protected speech. As amended by the Senate, Senate Bill 24-131 only prohibits carrying of firearms in places specifically called out by the Supreme Court as presumptively lawful in Heller and Bruin. These are schools, including preschools and higher ed, government buildings, and polling places. Although the Supreme Court has stated that places analogous to these locations are also presumptively lawful places to restrict firearm carry, this bill, as amended, does not go beyond the exact locations mentioned by the Supreme Court. Prohibiting the carrying of firearms in sensitive places is not just presumptively lawful and consistent with the Second Amendment, it is necessary to protect Coloradans from gun violence. Research concludes that having more guns around us makes us less safe. For example, federal and state laws prohibiting guns in K-12 schools have helped make schools safer, significantly reducing gun violence in these places. School-associated student homicide rates decreased after the federal laws restricting guns within 1,000 feet of schools were adopted in the early 1990s, and fewer students are carrying guns. Contrary to claims that gun-free zones invite mass shootings, research shows that the overwhelming majority, including 90% of all high-fatality gun massacres since 1966, have occurred wholly or partly in locations where civilian guns were allowed or there were armed security or law enforcement present. Additionally, peer-reviewed research highlighted by the Harvard School of Public Health shows that where we have more guns, there is more homicide. States that have more guns have higher rates of homicide, and areas where there are more guns are also associated with higher rates of accidental gun deaths and more murders of police officers. Many worry that they need a gun in order to defend themselves against an attacker, even in places that have security, like our state capitol. But accidental injury and deaths from firearms are much more likely than any attack in a government building. There are approximately 27,000 unintentional firearm injuries and 500 unintentional firearm deaths per year in the U.S. People living in the U.S. are 4 times more likely to die from unintentional firearm injury than residents of other high-income countries. 67% of the unintentional firearm deaths involve a handgun. So Colorado has not just the authority, but the duty to prohibit guns in government buildings, polling places, and schools. Firearms in these sensitive places make us less safe and threaten our other constitutional rights. We ask for an aye vote, and I'll turn it over to my co-prime.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
Members, I am so happy and proud to be a part of this bill with Representative Brown and our Senate sponsors and our coalition. As my co-prime has already laid out, SB 131 only prohibits firearms in places explicitly referenced by the Supreme Court as presumptively lawful in the Heller and Bruin decisions, even though the court has said that states can also ban firearms in places analogous to these locations. Locations like pre-K, higher education, government buildings, and polling places. We are all well aware of high-profile mass shooting events at our schools over the last 25 years that are horrifying and devastating to individuals, families, and communities. But these shootings, perhaps surprisingly, make up only a small fraction of gun deaths in the United States. Nearly 2/3 of gun deaths are the result of suicide, and shootings that result from arguments or unattended guns are becoming more and more common as more people own guns and carry them in public. Guns in preschool, for instance, an environment filled with curious little hands, leaves open a high risk if one mistake is ever made. One incident of oversight and lack of safe storage could be deadly. Gun violence prevention measures for all of our schools should focus on educating kids and parents about the dangers of firearms and the importance of safe storage rather than the arming of teachers. A study of 37 school shootings in 26 states found that in nearly 2/3 of the incidents, the attacker got the gun from his or her own home or that of a relative. If we want to protect children from gun violence, we should be focusing on safe storage as well as keeping guns away from preschools, which are indeed sensitive spaces. K-12 schools are currently safe havens from gun violence because guns are prohibited in these locations by state and federal law. Our children are safer by not being surrounded by firearms in a place where they spend a majority of their waking hours. Allowing guns on college campuses would likely lead to more campus homicides and suicides. Young adults between the ages of 18 and 25 experience the highest rate of mental illness. Between 9% and 11% of college students seriously considered suicide in the previous school year, and about 1,100 college students die by suicide each year. When a gun enters the mix, a suicide attempt becomes considerably more lethal, as 85% of gun suicide attempts are fatal. People this age also have a higher propensity for engaging in risky behavior. Combine this with alcohol, and it's simply asking for trouble. As we saw recently in Colorado Springs, a dispute over household chores in an on-campus housing unit led to one roommate shooting and killing another. When guns are present, everyday disagreements like these can quickly turn deadly. In situations where students are often assigned dorm rooms and suites with students that they do not know, it makes no sense that we'd allow guns in these living situations with students unwillingly forced to live amongst guns in their campus homes. As you know, I talk about my kids all the time. I have 2 college-age kids now, 2 leaving the house in the next couple of years, and I want them to be safe in the living situations that we are delivering them to. College campuses are also meant to be a place of learning and expression, and guns on campus can chill the First Amendment rights of students as they worry about whether a heated debate in a lecture hall or a lively campus rally or protest on the quad could escalate to gun violence. First Amendment rights are also top of mind in government buildings like ours, our county commissions, our city councils, where public policy is debated, exchanges can be heated, and tempers can flare. Considering the sensitive nature of the work being done, it is common sense to have these places be free of firearms. Imagine a courthouse where folks were allowed to carry guns, where folks in high-stress, adversarial situations, sometimes grief-stricken and angry, could be armed. There's a common-sense reason not to allow firearms in these kinds of places. And again, that's just contemplating either intentional or impulsive gun violence, not accidental injury or death caused by mishandling of firearms. We have experienced these kind of events in our very own workplace, with several examples to point to in the last decade, and one recently here in the last couple of weeks. And luckily, these cases were not based on ill intent. They were accidents, but these accidents could have caused serious injury or death. I am beyond grateful that no one has been injured, and will do everything I can to make sure that no one is ever injured in the future. And intentional violence and accidents aside, legislators having guns in the Capitol goes against the very notion of meeting your adversaries for negotiation with all weapons left at the door, as a sign of good peace, peace and good faith. As for polling places, my co-prime mentioned Arizona, Florida, Texas, Georgia, and Louisiana prohibit open carry, so we're trying to just get up to speed with these other states, these other red states, and this bill does that. I want to end. This is a common sense gun safety policy that also happens to align directly with recent Supreme Court rulings. I'll end by quoting Justice Antonin Scalia in one of those decisions from 2008. Like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. It is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever for whatever purpose. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, I move L063 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Brown.
Thank you very much. This is a cleanup amendment. We missed a category of security personnel that we wanted to make sure were exempted from this law. That's involved in this amendment. We have a longer implementation date for the General Assembly, and we clarify what carrying and does not, and what constitutes carrying and does not constitute carrying a firearm in a parking lot. And so we would ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L63? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L63. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L63 passes. To the bill. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L59 and ask that it be displayed.
L59 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Garcia.
Thank you so much. I want to be extremely brief. What this amendment does, it just clarifies in the bill where it names preschool. It clarifies that preschool is not, in fact, a school unless it is housed under the school district. So it's clarifying that this bill does intend to cover licensed child care facilities while exempting family child care homes, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L59? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L59. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. L59 passes. To the bill, Representative Bradley.
Thank you. We've heard a lot of statistics, so let's talk about some more. 48 mass shooting events occurred between Columbine and the terrorist attacks in San Bernardino and Orlando. 74% of those events and 85% of the deaths occurred in gun-free zones. I'll repeat, 48 mass shootings, 74% of the events and 85% of the deaths occurred in gun-free zones. This won't work. Where civilians were either disarmed by state law, school policy, federal statutes, or private policy. So in response to that, we think it's a good idea to, in Colorado, pass gun-free zones. So how is this going to curb the gun violence? There's no evidence that it will. The data shows that schools, churches, public and private businesses and other locations that advertise themselves as gun-free aren't keeping themselves safe. Instead, they are doing the exact opposite. But that begs the question, should anywhere be gun-free? If so, what responsibility does the governing body of that area or building have for keeping occupants and visitors safe? Because this bill does nothing other than take your guns and then provide you with no solutions to keep you safe. So let's look at a case study of what happens when an institution is not barred from concealed carry by federal or state law, but determines to disarm all its own. At a college in Oregon, a 26-year-old shot an assistant professor and 8 students. He also wounded 9 others before committing suicide as police closed in. The state of Oregon allows colleges to decide for themselves whether they'll allow students and or staff to carry guns. The outcome of this college was a self-declared gun-free zone. Was really a foregone conclusion, but it didn't have to be. Oregon enjoys one of the highest rates of concealed carry permits per capita. 6.3% of all eligible adults hold permits. And in Colorado, just so you know, 15% of the total population carries them. With nearly 14,000 students registered at this college and an average student age of 38, there was an opportunity to have more than 800 students and staff members on campus capable of defending themselves and their peers, but instead, for 9 minutes, the only armed individual on the campus was the shooter. Today, most of our nation's colleges carry that same virtual blinking neon light stating, "No one here will stop you." Allowing eligible students, parents, and staff to be armed provides them with the same protection on school grounds that they enjoy off campus. The simple fact is that removing school grounds from the gun-free zone list will deter the next deranged individual who is angry at the world from looking to take out his rage on innocent and unarmed victims, but instead, we're going to do the opposite. The claim that more guns on campus will lead to accidental shootings or shootings of opportunity is without merit. There were 3 states, Colorado is one, Idaho and Utah have laws on the books allowing concealed carry on campuses by students who have applied for and received a permit, and they passed a background check. And guess what? No incidents in all 3 of those states have occurred involving these lawfully armed students. Colorado Springs, the man had criminal intent. This bill wouldn't have stopped him from shooting his roommate. Detractors of the solution have also claimed that allowing armed students will create an uncomfortable environment for those students who are unarmed. But ask yourself this, and we had it here. When we got locked down a couple of weeks ago, many members from the left came over to the right. Well, you might not know it, 1 out of every 9 adults in Colorado has a concealed carry permit. If a mass shooting were to erupt, what would you hope for? Would you pray that the shooter only had a 10-round magazine rather than a 30-round magazine? Or would you hope beyond hope that 1 or more of the 650,000 licensed Coloradans be by your side while you waited the 9 long minutes for the police to arrive? And in rural Colorado, we know that that takes hours. The college in Oregon chose poorly, but as a public institution, should they have been given a choice at all? So let's turn to some different House bills that have passed. In Kansas, they forced the hand of public institutions that wanted to ban concealed carry on their premises, but had no more security than signs declaring the ban. Today, those public institutions may still choose to restrict the rights of concealed carry license holders. However, they must provide adequate security measures to ensure that no one, license holders or criminals, may carry a firearm or any weapon into the building. That's how you protect from the criminals that are willing to do criminal intent. Following enactment of concealed carry in Kansas, many buildings were posted prohibiting concealed carry, even though no security was provided. The recent prevalence of mass shootings in public places, many of which had been posted no concealed carry and are often referred to as gun-free zones, has shown such areas to be attractive for criminals. Elected officials realize that there are liability concerns in posting unsecured buildings. Virginia Tech's shooting is an example of such an event. A jury found the school liable in a civil lawsuit and awarded family members of victims large cash settlements. In this case, the judge instructed the jury that a special relationship did exist between university officials and the victims, and that the bond required officials to provide for their safety and security. The jury found that Virginia Tech's actions contributed to the deaths of the students. So how are colleges protecting themselves? With a little sign that says gun-free zone? There should be a sign that says sitting ducks is what it should say. It should let all college students know that they are sitting ducks because there's no increased security, and now we're taking guns from law-abiding citizens. In America, our right to keep and bear arms is guaranteed, and we must not allow this to be denied any place that we have a right to be. The only exception to this is in rare instances when a special security is provided to the general public as a whole, and that's not a sign. A sign is not adequate security. In this bill, it implied that the weapons themselves are not evil. Guns don't just get up and decide to shoot someone one day, but rather it is the actions of criminals that are evil. We can trust the citizens of Colorado and should not limit their freedoms based on the illegal activities of a few. Local control starts with our citizens by protecting their constitutionally guaranteed individual liberties. Colorado license holders are not a threat to our security. In fact, I would say they provide safety. We should not tread on their rights while at the same time taking no steps to prevent criminals from bringing illegal weapons into public buildings. We told you, I've said it 5,000 times, at some point it will sink in. 3 million crimes are stopped by brandishing a gun. 400,000 violent attacks are stopped brandishing a gun. So what is your solution? Hugs? An outstanding explanation of this bill in Kansas: publicly owned buildings in Kansas may no longer restrict licensed concealed carry unless adequate security measures are present. Adequate security measures are two things: use of electronic equipment and personnel at public entrances to detect and prevent the carrying of weapons into the building by members of the general public. The second option is adequate options for storing and securing lawfully carried weapons such as gun lockers or similar storage devices at all public entrances. If you're going to take people's guns, give them the opportunity to have them safely stored so when they are being shot at, they can go unlock it and maybe protect themselves. And with that, I move Amendment L066 to Senate Bill 131 and ask for it to be displayed. Oh, the packet. I'm sorry.
Amendment L66 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Bradley.
Thank you. If you're going to strip our Second Amendment rights and you're going to tell us where we can and cannot carry, the least you can do is make sure there's adequate security measures at all these buildings that kids and adults and all of us will be sitting ducks at. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a no vote on this amendment. It is not consistent with current Colorado law that already bans the carrying of firearms in K through 12 schools, and we do not believe that this is necessary. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
So again, no solution. This is an answer. This is a solution to adequate safety, adequate security measures. If you're going to ban guns and create gun-safe zones, then you should require that higher ed institutions and other places listed in this bill have adequate security measures, or they should have to post a sign that says, "You are not safe here." I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L66? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L66. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L66 is lost. To the bill, Representative Bradley.
Thank you. Of course, we don't offer solutions. Prohibiting firearms in certain places will do nothing to prevent gun violence. All this bill will result in is disarming law-abiding citizens. It will not prevent bad people from doing bad things. And I love that the sponsors brought up the Colorado Springs shooting. He didn't have a concealed carry permit. He just got a gun. This bill ain't gonna save that. This bill ain't gonna save someone getting mad about chores. It ain't gonna do that. 74% of events and 85% of deaths occurred in gun-free zones. Let that sink in. Colorado and 2 other states have allowed concealed carry on campus without incident. Let that sink in. You're stripping Second Amendment rights and offering no solutions, no extra security, just students who will be sitting ducks. Families will sue if their kids are victims, but money doesn't replace a child who has been killed. This is an attack on our Second Amendment rights, and it will, mark my words, create more victims as evident by the history of shootings in gun-free zones. Vote no on this gun grab bill. Thank you.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to hear a lot about this. I actually have a question on the bill itself. So in northern Colorado, we have some fantastic outdoor programs where we really build relationships through love of the outdoors and love of outdoor sporting activities. So on page 6 of the bill, it mentions authorized extracurricular activity. I was wondering if you could share with me through the stakeholding what falls under that authorized category, and I can buy time and tell a joke or be jealous I'm not eating that orange. No. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Was that put in the Senate? Maybe.
It was all put in the Senate.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is related to the section for carrying not carrying firearms into a college campus. And the section says that a person shall not knowingly carry a firearm either openly or concealed. In all of the improvements erected thereon of the public or private preschool, public or private elementary school, middle, junior high school, vocational school, and except for the purpose of presenting an authorized public demonstration and functions of an employee and of an educational institution that require the use of a firearm, or the purpose of participating in an authorized extracurricular activity or an athletic team. Yes, this was language that was negotiated by the Senate that tries to strike the right balance between extracurricular activities at the school that may involve firearms, but while keeping the intent of the bill, which is that firearms should not be carried in these schools. So our hope is that this would preserve those particular extracurricular activities.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I think that adds a little bit of clarity. I want to talk about the bill in general. I mean, this is clearly an encroachment on our Second Amendment, and we're going to hear a lot about the examples of that and why this is not a good idea. This is just a series of all the other bills we've seen this year that don't particularly do anything but constrain those law-abiding citizens that are determined to keep themselves safe. A lot of people outside of the Denver-Boulder corridor and the rest of this state, firearms are just simply a part of our life, and it's a sad day when the powers that be go about restricting those. So this is a bad bill. Vote no.
Representative Bottoms.
I do have a question for the bill sponsor before I continue. I'm saying carrying in these spaces, where will this rank? Will this be a misdemeanor, felony? What will it be?
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this bill actually standardizes it so that whether you're in a K through 12 school, a college campus, a polling place, a government building, it's a misdemeanor 1.
Representative Bottoms.
So I think what I would say here doesn't affect all of the spaces you just mentioned, but when you come into this building, it would greatly affect this because I, as an elected representative walking into this building, already have certain rights that are outside the scope of this, and this will be literally impossible to enforce inside this building. You cannot come to me and do something when it comes to misdemeanor, arrest me, put me on charges or anything like that within this building. And so at this particular point, this makes this ruling on the Capitol building moot. We always use the term settled question. This is actually a settled question. You cannot change that when it comes to us as elected officials within this building. You can't do anything about it. You can have it on paper, but you cannot enforce it. The state police won't enforce it. They can't. It's against the law to do this. Something else that I think is important here is the carve-outs that we just made. There was 3 carve-outs that the sponsor made that are exempted from this bill being these different group security personnel carrying some type of weapon into a sensitive space. And so I move L067 and ask it to be displayed slightly to the right.
Amendment L67 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Bottoms.
I guess that'll do. So this amendment basically is saying, except for the 3 exemptions that were just given, because now that's a settled question, except for the 3 exemptions just given, any elected officials, security personnel cannot carry. Since we want to be consistent with everything else, all security personnel for the governor, for the mayor, for any representative, for any senator, they also cannot carry in any sensitive space. Just because we want to be consistent with the heart of this bill. And we want to make sure that we make sure the governor knows his private security detail cannot carry. This is just for consistency value. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the good representative's commitment to being consistent. We don't believe this is necessary. The bill already includes exemptions for security personnel, and there are reasons why we have security personnel in here. But the security of this building should be left up to the professionals, not to the individuals who are serving in our capacity. And so we would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Bottoms.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So security people, for us high and mighty, we get to carry weapons. That's interesting.
Any further discussion on Amendment L67? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L67. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L67 fails. To the bill, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you didn't miss me for very long. I apologize for stepping out of the chamber. But now I'm back. I want to express my deep concern for this overreaching, what I would consider unconstitutional legislation prohibiting the carrying of firearms in any spaces, but particularly what is defined in this as sensitive spaces. You know, I don't even know what sensitive is, but it's defined in certain ways. Now, I will tell you that firearms are important for safety and security, whether you are a law enforcement officer or you are just a citizen with the proper training. And I understand our majority leader has been working on enhanced concealed carry, and we do have concealed carry. We do have many opportunities for training for responsible firearms owners. But this prohibition that's brought forth by this bill truly infringes upon an amendment that is supposed to not be infringed upon. Now, many of you were not here about 2 years ago or 3 years ago when a constitutional carry bill was offered. Does anybody remember that by a show of hands? I do. Yeah, a colleague of mine brought it forth. That constitutional carry means you can carry anywhere, openly. Many states have constitutional carry. It might not surprise you as a rural legislator from the Eastern Plains that I'm a big fan. And if I could constitutionally open carry in this chamber, I would. And all of you should not fear that. You should welcome it. Because I would protect every one of you in a situation, even to my own demise. Because I care about y'all on a human level. And most good people do. Those that carry, that are good, honest citizens, 99% of all citizens who carry concealed, open, care about their fellow human in humanity. And they will only use their firearm in a manner that is required. So with respect to this prohibition, you now deny every one of those people the opportunity to protect and defend everyone else from criminality. Because there are two kinds of people generally who commit crimes with firearms. The first kind, Madam Chair, the first kind is in fact a criminal. Someone, in almost every case, young or old, those that are wielding a firearm to commit a violent act, they know they're doing it. Either intentionally or unintentionally, they're doing it, and they know it's criminal. There are a few cases where it's accidental. Now, the one thing that concerns me with criminals is this, ladies and gentlemen. Most criminals that have intent to do harm, they like soft targets. Now, who in here can define a soft target? Because I'm about ready to get, thank you, gentlemen, my fellow veteran colleague and brother, Roundup Rider brother. Long live the American cowboy and his firearms. And I do ride with I've got a rifle and a pistol. I ride with and I can ride with them. But I'm not going to talk about that. But I do want to mention that when you're riding out in the country, they got these predators, apex predators. The worst one, and I may deviate a little bit about the prohibition here, but I do want people to know this. The worst apex predator that you can face a horseback when you're riding the range and you're trying to wrangle cattle is a puma.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been giving you some latitude, but let's get back to the bill.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your leadership. I think I said that wrong, though, ma'am. It's a mountain lion. And they can jump you when you're a saddle.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going back to the bill. I just warned you, so let's go back to the bill. We're not talking about pumas.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your leadership. Anyway, getting back to the bill. So there are times when you need to have a firearm. I'm trying to make my point in my kind of Western lore way, because it's an important point. There are times when you need to defend yourself from a threat, whether it's got 4 legs or 2 legs. And if you have a firearm, it is a game changer for you. If you know how to handle a firearm. But more importantly, you can protect others. You can protect your fellow neighbor, friend, acquaintance. But if you prohibit this in these prohibition of carrying firearms in these sensitive places and spaces, then you can't. Now, the next subject I'm going to talk about is very sensitive because I mentioned soft targets. And even folks that have intent to do harm, that are mentally deranged and have mental illnesses, they are smart enough to identify a soft target. And they do. In gun-free zones, for example, in Boulder County. That criminal went to a gun-free zone that it was a soft target and exacted great harm against innocent people. Yes, with extreme mental illness, but also with the intent to do harm. And he knew what he was going to do at the time. Now, I've said this several years ago, and I remember former Representative Sullivan sitting right over there. Yep, I'm looking right where he was sitting.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's proceed carefully here.
Thank you. I do appreciate your leadership greatly. But I did mention in that day, on that fateful day, one red-blooded, gun-toting, concealed carry citizen, properly trained, would have ended that incident very quickly. Very quickly. In a manner, in my humble opinion, that would have been suitable to take care of the situation. Now, not everybody thinks like me. But I will tell you that I think it is noble to protect humanity, to protect others, regardless of race, creed, gender, sexual orientation, ethnicity, country of origin, because we are all humans. We are all humans and live in this world in the human race. Now, I've been passed some information that I must exact attention on, Madam Chair. So I want to offer at this time, and I did lose my train of thought, so thank you to my leadership for getting me back on task. I do want to offer L041 to Senate Bill 131 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Amendment L41 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, this particular amendment is very important to my district. You see, in my communities where we have community college, the level of law enforcement is not as robust as perhaps in the Denver metro area or the city and county of Boulder or some other urban or suburban area. You might ask yourself why. Well, the budgets and the allocations for law enforcement are limited. So what this bill, or this amendment does rather, L041, is it states that the person is carrying a firearm on the real estate of a community college governed by the State Board for Community Colleges and Occupational Education or a local district college that is located in a rural county. You see, in rural Colorado, we're not asking for this mess to the bill sponsors. We're not asking for it, and we don't want it. And we're not afraid to carry, nor are the administrations concerned, as perhaps there is this concern in the urban areas. So I would ask for the bill sponsors to take a very close look at this. And I always have advocated to my good friends on the other side of the aisle that one size doesn't fit all. Rural and frontier counties are different than urban and suburban communities. It further says the person is a teacher employed as staff at the college. And then the second part there, when I go to lines 10 through 13, the person is a student at the college, the firearm is a handgun, the student holds a valid permit to carry, and that's concealed carry, or temporary emergency permit pursuant to Part 2 of the Article 12. This, ladies and gentlemen, provides an additional layer of protection to my communities who do not have the level of law enforcement and these other things, EMS, law enforcement, and other things such as this. So, I would ask for an aye vote and
Representative
encourage great support on this. Thank you.
Holtorf, you offered the amendment. I need you to move the amendment, please.
No, ma'am, I said I offer an aye support, which is country speak for vote yes on Amendment L041.
Yes, originally.
Oh, I'd already moved it.
Originally, you offered the amendment. You didn't move it, so I'm going to need
Okay.
you to move the amendment.
I thought when I started I said I moved, so I'm going to try that again. I move L041 to Senate Bill 131, which is what I said when I believe it was displayed properly, but maybe everyone forgot because I've gotten so windy, and ask for a yes vote.
That is a proper motion. Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a no vote on this amendment. The data shows that in only 1% of cases are you ever able to fend off an attacker. We want to keep college kids across the state safe, and this is the best way to do it. Fewer guns is more safety. And as far as rural and frontier, I just want to mention that in the Old West, in cities like Tombstone, it was quite common for folks to turn their guns in when they entered the town. Like a coat check, you leave your gun there, you do your business in town, and on your way back out to the open range, then you could have your gun back. So this is not, this is precedent of how things in the West have been. Less guns, more safe. We no on this amendment. Thank you.
Minority, okay, any further discussion on L41? Okay, seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L41. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L41 is lost. To the bill. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, in light of the conversation we just had about community colleges and rural schools, I will say that there are a few people that I've talked to, members of my community, that really want to see private colleges, public colleges, universities, and seminaries exempted from the prohibition. I've talked to a lot of students on campus who don't feel safe and would really love to have this protection. And so with that, Madam Chair, I move Amendment L039 to Senate Bill 131 and ask that it be properly displayed. That's all they gave me.
L39 has been moved and is properly displayed. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this is what students in my district and throughout the state that I've talked to really feel like they need in order to protect themselves on their school campuses, and I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the Minority Leader bringing this amendment. We heard in committee from countless numbers of students. Actually, I'm sure you could count them, but anyway. We heard from many students, that this was a priority for them, that taking guns off of their campus was important to them. They do not feel safer with knowing that their fellow students or other people that might be on campus could be carrying a firearm. The students overwhelmingly support our bill and want us to keep college campuses as places that are considered sensitive, where firearms are not allowed. So we'd ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that in my district, a lot of the schools are an hour away from police and sheriff. Did you stakeholder any of the rural schools and ask any of those students when you came up with this law? Because if you're going to ask students, there's more students in the state than just those in this area.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Assistant Minority Leader. I appreciate your commitment to your district and also to the students in rural areas. I can tell you that the people who were the most adamant in committee about this particular provision were people from Colorado Springs, a traditionally conservative area. And so, you know, while we have not talked to every student across the state, we believe that every student has the right to be protected regardless of whether they're rural or suburban or urban. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you for that answer. I just want to say that to me, this isn't about a conservative or a liberal issue. This is an American issue. And I mean, the students in my district, I think their voices do matter. So, I mean, I just want to clarify that. I mean, this keeps coming out to be a conservative, and El Paso County is the farthest thing from, I guess, what an answer would be to, I mean, I don't represent El Paso County, so I don't even know where that came into effect. I represent the 9 counties in the southeast corner, and it doesn't include El Paso County.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the only thing that I'll say is that this policy of prohibiting firearms on college campuses is actually consistent with what many other states do. So places like Texas and Virginia that have comprehensive sensitive place laws, many of which include college campuses. And these are areas that have large rural populations and rural areas. So this is about protecting people and recognizing that more guns don't make us any safer.
Representative Bottoms.
There's a few problems with some of those statistics and using other states. Those other states don't have concealed carry, the ones you mentioned don't have concealed carry laws. And so that doesn't apply because we have the concealed carry laws. And it was mentioned that El Paso County is in favor of this. That's very anecdotal. I can understand maybe a couple people in committee may have said something about that were near or from El Paso County. But El Paso County also has the highest percentage of concealed carry in the whole state. So the people are voting with their actual concealed carry applications to say we want to carry, and we want to carry in all kinds of circumstances, all kinds of situations. So that doesn't fly when it comes to statistics. That's a little bit anecdotal. But since we're going down the road of anecdotal, let me tell you something that I heard in a committee on a bill like this, similar to this, has to do with the same subject. Teenagers that were speaking that they wanted all guns taken away, blah, blah, blah. I asked them, I said, if you could do one thing, or 2 teenage girls, I said, if you could do one thing right now, what do you think would be the best thing you could do to protect yourself in schools? And they both said, well, we don't know. And I said, what if we put armed guards in your schools? This is a school that had VSOs taken away and a student was shot, discharge a firearm in a school where VSOs were taken away. And I said, what do you think would be the best thing? Could we put armed guards, police officers or something in your school? And they said, yes, that would make us safer. And I thanked them because that's the first thing they had said that had been honest from their heart and not prompted. This is just a horrible bill all the way across the board. We've got to stop this kind of madness.
Members, a division has been requested. The question is the adoption of Amendment L39. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L39, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L39 is lost. To the bill, Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like to bring attention to something on a federal level. For those that were or are unfamiliar with the Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act, it's a federal act for retired law enforcement that serves at least 10 years in law enforcement and leaves on good terms, honorably. You are entitled and able to apply for a permit that is under the LEOSA, or Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act. This is a concealed handgun permit that is good in all 50 states, and you have to recertify range time and every year annually to be able to maintain your LEOSA status. But like I said, this is something that is applicable in all 50 states, and that, I think, should be something, if somebody serves in law enforcement, and that is their livelihood, that is what they do for at least 10 years and retire honorably, that they should still be able to carry. And with that, I move L68 and ask it to be properly displayed.
L68 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you see here, this is something that there's no need for somebody in retired law enforcement to be carrying at a K through 12 school. There's no need for somebody who's retired law enforcement under, trying to make compromise on this bill and the bill sponsors with polling places. But as far as government buildings are concerned, this is where this would apply. Just to exempt the LEOSA permit holders from the government buildings as it pertains to the bill. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say how much I appreciate my good colleague for bringing this amendment and for having this discussion about retired officers. We're going to ask for a no vote on this. We believe that the same rules should apply to people regardless of whether they have been law enforcement or whether they never were law enforcement, and that we should leave the security of these locations up to uniformed officers and the professionals who are currently serving. So we'd ask for a no vote.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, this amendment makes sense. What it would help do is multiply the force in some of these spaces. If we're going to have security in that facility and something were to break open, these folks understand and know how. They've been trained for a lifetime. They would be a true asset to you and I if we were in that public space. This is something to think about deeply. This could help. This could be one of those days that good news is made rather than even more and more bad news. Please vote yes.
Any further discussion on Amendment L68? Seeing none, the question before us is a passage of L68. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L68 is lost. To the bill, Representative Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of years ago, this body considered a law and passed a law that eliminated preemption and gave local jurisdictions the ability to regulate however they seemed fit on the issue of firearms within their jurisdictions, so long as they did not go below the standard set by the state. So they couldn't offer more freedom, they could only restrict the right to a greater degree. During those conversations, we heard over and over again about the importance of providing the local jurisdictions with this authority and the trust that could be instilled within them for making these decisions. And I know that since that law has passed, there have been a number of communities, cities, jurisdictions that have taken advantage of that lack of preemption, state preemption, and imposed higher standards for firearm regulation. There have been, however, a number of counties and municipalities and other local governments that have deemed it appropriate to continue to provide their citizenry with the ability to protect themselves and to honor this unalienable right by the use of carrying. What I note in this bill, however, is that that preemption standard is still honored in here, but it is inverted. And so instead of the standard being that people have the right to carry because they can defend themselves, and if that local jurisdiction desires to infringe upon that, then they can take active steps to do so. This bill says that no, you're no longer allowed to carry unless that jurisdiction takes active steps to reinstate and restore that right. And so I move Amendment L69 to Senate Bill 131 and ask that it be properly or improperly displayed as the clerk desires. Me too, but they never do it. So what this...
Amendment L69 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about that. So what this amendment would do is to restore the status quo and eliminate that inversion and just basically again say that the local jurisdictions have the ability to infringe on this as per prior law, even though I'm not actually aligning with that, but that they don't have to take active steps to restore that right within their jurisdictions as contemplated under this bill. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this. My good colleague is absolutely right that this bill preserves local governments' authorities to, if they so choose, to allow citizens to carry guns into their council chambers if they would like. And the reason that we do it this way and that we have changed the way that local governments need to operate that is based on personal experience. When I was a city council member in Louisville, we passed a law to get rid of firearms in our city council chambers. But in order to do that, we had to face the very real possibility of people who were openly carrying large, potentially automatic weapons, or semi-automatic weapons, excuse me, testifying against the ordinance. That kind of intimidation is what we're talking about in this bill. And it is why we are trying to balance what is appropriate under the Second Amendment with what is necessary under the First Amendment. We need to be able to, guns can have chilling effect on speech, and in particular in places like government buildings where we are debating policy and we are often very heated in those debates. We need to make sure that those spaces are safe. So in this particular case, it makes sense for if a government is going to try to exempt itself, that initial conversation is without firearms. We ask for a no vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just would like to remind this body that speech codes also limit and intimidate and prohibit speech, and this body doesn't seem to have a problem with those.
Any further discussion on Amendment L69? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L69. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L69 is lost. To the bill. Is there any further, Representative Bottoms?
Thank you, Chair. This is an opportunity to make sure we do the right thing legally here. First, I run Amendment 042 and ask it to be displayed upside down. I move L042 upside down. Oh, man, you are hard to please. All right. So what this does.
One second, Representative Bottoms. Let's make sure it's displayed. Okay, that has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Bottoms.
I gave them all to him. He asked for them. My bad. I'll wait for the sponsors to get a copy. This is an opportunity to keep us legal, because this bill is not legal. The person, this is what will be inserted. The person is carrying a firearm on a campus of the University of Colorado as described in section 2320-101. The reason is because there was a group of students that had their firearms taken away. They filed a complaint with the University of Colorado's Board of Regents, and the board's weapons control policy 14.1. They were ruled against by the courts. They appealed. The appeals court reversed it, and this is Supreme Court territory right now. And it says here, holding that the student stated a claim for relief because the CCA expressly applied to all areas of the state. The court further concluded that the students had stated a claim of relief under Article 2, Section 13 of the Colorado Constitution, which affords individuals the right to bear arms in self-defense. This is just this is already precedence here, just to let you know. I know this will be passed over, brushed aside, but just to let you know, this is on record in this room that there will be lawsuits again, and it's kind of a here we go again, because I've said this before down here.
Any further discussion on Amendment L42? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We asked for a no vote. We heard specific testimony from students on the University of Colorado's campus who came in support of this amendment, who are afraid because of the way that people can carry firearms on their campus. So we asked for a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment, Representative Bottoms?
Yeah, just for clarification, because that had nothing to do with what I said. That was anecdotal from students. I'm talking an appeals court that said, no, you can't do this. Talking about literally the subject of this bill. Can't be done. It's illegal. They've already ruled against it. And it doesn't matter what a few students on the campus thinks. The courts have already overruled, and you cannot do this. This is illegal. I'm just letting you know, I'm just being a nice guy here and saying this will be sued. This is now twice I get to say this in the room. It will be a lawsuit, and you will lose it because it's already been lost.
Any further discussion on Amendment L42? Representative Catlin.
Thank you. Members, I think we should vote yes on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L42? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L42. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L42 is lost. To the bill. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heard this bill in committee. Also want to point out there were students at colleges in Colorado that showed up and said that they did not support this policy because they felt unsafe having their ability to lawfully defend themselves taken away. All right. So a couple of things that I want to address here. First and foremost, we keep hearing a lot of conversations about how carrying firearms potentially stifles First Amendment freedom of speech. It's an interesting argument. The problem is it just doesn't hold water. And the reason it doesn't hold water is because this has actually been litigated up to and including the U.S. Supreme Court level. For example, in 1972, U.S. Supreme Court case, Laird versus Tatum, they talked about where does a subjective chill violate the First Amendment. And they came up with this term called a subjective chill. A subjective chill is where somebody says, I'm uncomfortable around a particular item, object, environment, and I don't want to go there. It is not the government expressly chilling speech, it is subjective. It is because somebody feels unsafe, uncomfortable, offended, something along those lines. The Supreme Court in Laird versus Tatum, 1972, says a subjective chill generally does not violate a First Amendment protected expression of free speech. So what that means for the context of this policy that we're talking about here and the arguments that we keep hearing that keeping firearms out of these sensitive spaces will protect free speech, the Supreme Court has held that that's not a thing because that is a subjective chill. Somebody who feels uncomfortable around firearms is subjectively chilling their own speech, and the Supreme Court has said it doesn't actually violate the First Amendment. The Fifth Circuit Court has also affirmed that legal principle. The term they used was self-censoring. The Fifth Circuit Court actually heard a case just a couple of years ago, in 2018, that talked about what this bill is talking about, which is concealed carry on college campuses or in classrooms. And what the Fifth Circuit Court found was that if somebody is uncomfortable around guns and chooses not to go to class or not to go to campus or not to go to a protest or whatever, they are self-censoring their own speech, and that a First Amendment violation does not occur unless it's the government that is abridging the freedom of speech. Again, these are things that have gone to circuit courts and U.S. Supreme Court. In other words, the First Amendment does not allow one person to be offended or feel unsafe and then squelch the expression of another person. In terms of this policy here, because somebody doesn't like firearms, per the circuit court and the Supreme Court, because somebody doesn't like firearms does not give them the right to claim that their First Amendment freedom of speech has been infringed upon by somebody else. I want to make sure that we're very clear about that, just because this is something that keeps coming up through this conversation. Other things that we've heard as we've had conversations about this bill. One of the questions that I asked repeatedly in committee when we had this conversation is, why would someone with criminal intent comply with this bill? And I never got a good answer. I asked that probably 3 or 4 different times to 3 or 4 different panels of folks. Why would somebody with criminal intent comply with this bill? Didn't get a good answer. We kind of went down a path where we were talking about the recent tragedy that occurred at a college campus in Colorado, where there was a shooting that occurred. The issue with that, with the shooting at the UCCS campus, is that the murderer, and I generally don't say their names, but the murderer, and I'm looking at the affidavit right now, which was obtained by the Colorado Springs Gazette, the murderer in that college shooting was charged with first-degree murder, 2 counts. And whenever we talk about crimes, we talk about 2 things, the mens rea and the actus rea. The actus rea being the act that was actually committed, and the mens rea meaning the mental state under which somebody committed that act. For a first-degree murder charge, the mens rea that is involved in Colorado, per Colorado law, is after deliberation and with intent. After deliberation and with intent. So that goes back to the original question that I kept asking repeatedly in committee. Why would somebody with criminal intent who's been deliberating on doing this, why would somebody with criminal intent after deliberation be deterred by this piece of legislation? Never got a really good answer to that. And here's the proposition. Here's why I think I didn't get a good answer to that. And that is because laws don't stop criminals from breaking the law. Criminals don't follow the law. If we're talking about sensitive spaces, we're talking about keeping folks safe on college campuses. Somebody with intent after deliberation isn't going to follow this law. And we've seen that expressed through the data that we've seen here in Colorado over the last decade. I've said it before, I will say it again. Whenever we have conversations around pieces of legislation like this, Senate Bill 24-131, prohibiting carrying firearms in sensitive spaces, it always comes up. This bill will keep us safe. This bill will ensure that Coloradans are no longer subject to gun violence. Problem, in 2014, firearms were used to commit crimes in Colorado 4,019 times. Fast forward almost 10 years later to 2023, 9,921 criminal events were committed by criminals with a firearm. The state of Colorado's population did not double from 2014 to 2023, but we've seen more than a double amount of crimes committed by criminals with firearms in the state of Colorado, and that's despite red flag laws, safe storage laws, the magazine ban bill, the waiting period bill, stolen firearms, repeal of statewide preemption, repeal of open carry at polling locations, unserialized components. We've seen so many gun control bills like Senate Bill 24-131, and guess what? The data shows they have not actually done anything to reduce crime in Colorado. On the contrary, crime using firearms committed by criminals has more than doubled. So why would somebody with criminal intent comply with this bill? Still haven't gotten a good answer for it, and I think the data shows that pieces of legislation like this fail in their policy objective of actually keeping Coloradans safer. We hear conversations that talk about, well, more guns out on the streets, more concealed carry holders, more Americans, more Coloradans who buy guns make us less safe. Well, to me, that brings forth a chicken or the egg style question. Do people buy guns and that makes us less safe? Or do people feel less safe and then they go out and they buy a gun? Well, guess what? We've got lots of polls that give us the answer to this. A Pew Research study found that 91% of people, when they purchased a firearm, said they purchased that firearm because they felt less safe and because purchasing a firearm, training with that firearm, learning how to personally protect themselves made them feel more safe. 91% of folks who purchased a firearm said they did so because they felt unsafe, and purchasing that firearm made them feel more safe.
And
so,
Representative, just a time update, there's 10 minutes remaining in debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, when we have the conversations around pieces of legislation like this, oh, more guns make us less safe, actually, I think it's the opposite. I think that policies that do not keep Coloradans safe, like gun control, make people understand that they need to take personal responsibility for their safety, because the last 10 or 15 gun control bills haven't done that. In fact, the last 10 or 15 gun control bills have actually, I would argue, made Colorado less safe, as evidenced again by that data that I gave you, 2014. There were 4,019 crimes committed in Colorado with the gun, and in 2023, despite the passage of well over a dozen gun control bills, 9,921 crimes committed with a firearm. In committee, we heard lots of conversations around a different thought on how do we actually keep Coloradans safer, and this was something that I wish that we could have the conversation about rather than continually having to come down here and talk about legislation like Senate Bill 131, which I argue infringes on law-abiding gun owners' Second Amendment rights. One of the things that was talked about in committee was social cohesion. When people are getting along with each other, when there's cohesion, when dialogue is allowed, and people feel like they're being heard, and people feel like their concerns are being addressed, you have greater social cohesion. This is from the FBI. The FBI has studied this sort of stuff. This is part of, like, we all watch the TV shows, or at least I do, watch TV shows about FBI profilers, a psychologist with the FBI. These are the folks that are studying why do we have crime? What is the psychology of crime? How do we ensure that we can actually keep Coloradans safe? What are the policies that we need to put into effect? And they talk about this thing called social cohesion. Social cohesion is when people are getting along, they feel like they're heard, they feel like there's trust, they feel like there's common ground, they feel like there's collaboration to be able to address concerns of folks that want to be safe on college campuses, folks that want to be safe at polling places. But the issue is, whenever we come down, and by we I mean the Republican caucus, whenever the Republican caucus comes down to have conversations around legislation like Senate Bill 24-131, it feels like a lot of times, if not the vast majority of times, the concerns that are brought forth are not addressed with good, sound policy discussions and policy changes. We've probably all seen the joke, whenever there's gun control that's being discussed, firearm purchases go through the roof. That speaks directly to social cohesion. Having this conversation right now for the, whatever it is, the 9th, 10th time this session, talking about gun control, I guarantee is driving folks to go purchase more firearms. So if the point of this legislation is to have less firearms purchased, I argue that the policy, as evidenced by data, as evidenced by the outreach that I've had just today from constituents reaching out to me saying, Gabe, should I go buy a gun? It sounds like the state legislature is pushing forward policy that would severely curtail my ability to buy firearms. Should I go buy a firearm? Discussions like this are driving Coloradans who feel like their voice is not being heard in the area of public safety and in the area of their Second Amendment rights. It's driving them to go purchase more firearms. As we said before, Pew Research shows 91% of folks who buy a firearm buy it because they feel unsafe and because they are looking for ways to personally bolster their safety. And in fact, that principle comes from a Supreme Court case that came out of Castle Rock. It's Castle Rock v. Gonzalez. Castle Rock v. Gonzalez says that the government, the police force, the police department does not have, they call it general liability. They're not generally responsible for everything that goes wrong in society. They are not generally responsible for every bad event that occurs. It's a U.S. Supreme Court case. First responders, law enforcement, protectors only have specific liability. They are only liable for specific situations that they know about and are in a position to intervene. So Senate Bill 24-131 really damages people's sense of safety, people's understanding of how to protect themselves in light of cases like Castle Rock v. Gonzalez, which clearly states that there is no general liability for the government to be able to protect individual human beings. Individual human beings are responsible to protect themselves. It's a U.S. Supreme Court case. You can go look it up. And so, going back to that Pew Research statistic that ties directly to this bill, why do people purchase firearms? Well, they purchase firearms because 91% of them feel unsafe, and because that firearm makes them feel like they are taking personal responsibility, and they are taking personal responsibility for their safety, getting the training, getting the experience, getting the equipment that they need to be able to protect themselves, because government is not generally responsible to protect citizens from every bad thing that happens in society. So again, going back to the original question that I asked, why would somebody with criminal intent comply with this bill? I can't find any reason that somebody with criminal intent would comply with this, with this bill. Senate Bill 24-131 says that there are sensitive places. We need to keep guns out of those sensitive places to be able to keep folks safe, or because it might infringe on free speech. We've talked about the free speech argument. We've talked about how, both at the circuit level and the U.S. Supreme Court level, that argument does not hold water. One person's feelings of insecurity do not allow them to infringe upon another citizen's right, as the Glass v. Paxton case specifically stated, to have a concealed firearm. But the second premise of this bill, 24-131, is that there are places that would be made more safe by prohibiting firearms. Folks, again, the data does not bear that out. 85% of mass shootings occurred in places where guns were already prohibited. Again, the only person that's going to comply with a law that says don't bring a gun here is somebody that's already law-abiding. Somebody that is not law-abiding is going to ignore that sign, ignore that directive, and bring a firearm there. Especially, as I asked originally, if they have criminal intent. If, as in the case of the UCCS shooting, after deliberation and with intent, they intended to commit a crime with that firearm. Does having sensitive spaces that prohibit firearms make folks more safe? Just last week, there was an article that came out here in Colorado that identified the top 10 safest cities in the state of Colorado. Guess what? The top 4 safest cities in Colorado, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, were all in Weld County. You know what the Weld County Sheriff has done during his last 2 terms? He's lowered, as much as possible, the fee for folks to be able to purchase, to be able to get their concealed carry permit, resulting in, per capita, a doubling of how many citizens in Weld County are lawfully carrying firearms. Doubling, per capita, the CCW permit holders in Weld County. And guess what? Weld County has the top 4 safest cities in the state of Colorado. If more guns made us less safe, then I have no idea why that article was aired saying that the 4 safest cities are in a county that promotes, encourages, and makes it as inexpensive as possible for law-abiding gun owners to be able to obtain their concealed carry permit. So, in closing, because I know we're running out of time here, why would somebody with criminal intent comply with this bill? I can't find any good reason. I can't find any way that this particular legislation actually keeps Coloradans safer. The data over the last 10 years does not show it. Recent news articles don't show it. 85% of mass shootings occurring in gun-free zones don't show that this keeps folks safe.
The time for debate has expired. The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 131. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No! The ayes have it. Senate Bill 131 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1260.
House Bill 1260 by Representatives Duran and Hernandez, also Senator Danielson, concerning a prohibition against disciplining an employee for refusing to participate in employer speech.
And the time for debate on House Bill 1260 is 1 hour. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1260 in the Business and Labor and Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
In Appropriations, we ran an amendment to limit scope of the bill for state employees and made a change to enforcement and added an appropriation for that enforcement and implementation. State employees are protected by the First and 14th Amendments. This means state employees can already not be fired or retaliated against for exercising their rights to free speech, including not participating in religious and political speech, and I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Report passes. To the Business Affairs and Labor Report. Majority Leader Duran.
Oh, go ahead. We got the committee report.
Yes, Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L017 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L17 has been moved and is properly displayed. Majority Leader, or Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L017 is a further clarity as requested by stakeholder for our bill. The amendment clarifies that required meetings that include training on an individual's job are allowed currently under this bill as requested by Colorado Leads. It clarifies that matters necessary for an individual's job, even if being communicated by someone other than the employer, can still be required under this bill as requested by the Colorado Press Association and other stakeholders. Clarifies that religious or political matters that are necessary for the employee to perform their lawfully required job duties are allowed to be required under this law as requested by the Colorado Municipal League. And the amendment also finally provides a technical cleanup to the exemption which exempts faith-based health systems and facilities from the religious matters provision as requested by Common Spirit. We ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Representative Luck?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not process at that high rate of speed. Can you slow it down and just explain one more time, a little bit slower?
Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, Representative Luck. To be very clear and concise, this was deep stakeholder feedback, all of which relate to exemptions for folks like Colorado Leads, the Press Association, the Municipal League, and Common Spirit. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L17? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L17. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L17 passes. To the Business Affairs and Labor Report. Majority Leader Dran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in Business and Labor, we ran numerous amendments that address many stakeholders' concerns. It adds clarifying language to the legislative declaration for required DEI and protected class trainings and what the bill is not intended to do. It added a definition of religious matters and narrowed the definition of political matters. It clearly states that the bill only applies to employers who retaliate against employees exercising their right under the bill. It creates affirmative defense for employers, exempts nonprofit, faith-based health systems and facilities, and I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor Report? Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously heard this in committee. I have a little concern about us, the bill in general, but let's talk specific about nonprofit organizations. And so I would like to move Amendment L21 to House Bill 1260 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Is the amendment to the bill or to the Business Affairs and Labor's report?
This is to the Business Affairs and...
Can you remove it? You moved it to the bill.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I would like to move Amendment L21 to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report for House Bill 1260.
Okay. That has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Lynch.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, if we're going to be telling these organizations what to do, I just would like, there's a bunch of really good nonprofit organizations out there that aren't at risk of unionizing or doing anything. And the very nature of nonprofits is sometimes, they're for a cause, and not necessarily a political cause, but for a cause. And I just don't want those organizations to be affected by this. This would, in essence, and I will just, we can follow along here. This will strike on page 4, line 18. It'll just strike, or any nonprofit organization established for charitable community welfare purposes. I don't think they should be subject to this, and I would encourage a yes vote.
Majority Leader Dran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, let's just be clear on Amendment L02. What it does is it would remove labor and fraternal organizations from the definition of political matters. So this would allow employers to union bust and punish employees who refuse to listen. And it guts the majority of the bill, and I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L21? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L21. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L21 is lost. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am prepared. In the unlikely event that my amendment was struck down, I've got another one. Shocker, shocker. You know, we had Girl Scouts here today. I'm doing my Boy Scout role. Okay, once again.
Just a moment.
Oh.
I need you to move the amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And ask for it to be properly displayed,
I
please.
apologize, Madam Chair. I would like to move to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report to House Bill 1260, Amendment L22. I move Amendment L22 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, the amendment has been properly moved and is now before us. You may proceed.
All right, let's just walk through what this does. We go to page 4, line 23 and 24. It just strikes a nonprofit organization established for charitable or community welfare purposes. And I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to be clear, what this does is it removes charitable organizations from the types of organizations included in religious matters. So I would say no, because employers often pressure employees to donate money to the employee's favorite charity or face retaliation. This amendment would allow this practice to continue. So once again, I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage, the adoption of L022. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. To the committee report, is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a printed version of the pre-amended bill, and I have a lot of questions about what was done in committee and how it interacts with some other pieces in this. So I don't know if you guys have the pre-amended version, but I'm looking at page 4 on that pre-amended copy, and section 2A says that except as provided, which is line 25, it says, except as provided in subsection 3 of this section, an employer shall not subject or threaten to subject an employee to discipline, discharge, or an adverse employment action. So am I right in my understanding that that is where the cause of action exists? It's only as relates to some sort of adverse action. I have some questions that I'm just, so if you wanted to come up here, I would be. Okay, so my first question is, does this bill only contemplate prohibiting an employer from disciplining, discharging, or subjecting to adverse action? Is that where the action point comes from? Is that the sole part of it?
Before I call on you, Representative Hernandez, it would be wonderful if everybody could take your conversations off the floor. It's starting to get a little noisy. All right, Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, Representative Luck. Yes, the provisions within the bill specifically relate to retaliation against an employer for an employee not participating. It does not infringe upon the employer's right to speech. It says you cannot retaliate against an employee for not participating in your speech.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. So then on page 9, section 5, it says, for an alleged violation of subsection 2A, which we just clarified, that is for an adverse action and retaliation for not listening to the speech, the employer has an affirmative defense to the allegation if the employer establishes that the employer conveyed in clear and conspicuous terms that the employee had the option to leave the meeting where the violation allegedly took place. But if the violation is that they had an adverse action, that they got disciplined or discharged, then saying to them at the time you discipline them that they had the right to leave the place where they're being disciplined doesn't make sense in my mind. So can you clarify what that is actually saying? If indeed the violation is, like you just said, the adverse action, the discipline.
Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Luck. Let me be very clear. The bill has nothing to do with an employer's right to discipline an employee. That is not the speech that we are seeking to protect. What we are seeking to protect is to make sure that an employee has the right to not be retaliated against for not participating in the act of an employer's political or religious speech. The action by the employer in a disciplinary meeting, an employee does not have protections under this bill. Under this bill, we are saying the original act of political or religious speech an employee has a right to be able to walk away from and not receive retaliation. Following up meetings with retaliation and what have you are at the employer's discretion.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, we're missing each other. So let me try this in a different way. Jane has a company, and she hosts. All right, I guess I'll talk over here. Jane has a company, and thank you. Appreciate that, Representative from El Paso County. She has a company, and she hosts an afternoon meeting in which religious or political speech is presented. And John doesn't show up. My understanding is that Jane is fully fine under this bill in hosting that particular meeting and presenting that particular speech. And John is perfectly fine in not attending that meeting. Where it would break down is if Jane fires John. And in that instance, Jane would violate this law and John would have a cause of action. What I don't understand is this section on page 9 of the pre-amended version where it says that Jane would have an affirmative defense to John's action if Jane conveyed in clear and conspicuous terms that John had the option to leave the meeting where he was fired. That's what I don't understand. And so if somebody could clarify that, because the violation would be John actually getting fired by Jane. The violation is not that Jane hosted a meeting, right? That's what we've cleared. That Jane can host that meeting. She can say whatever she wants to her employees. John doesn't have to attend that meeting. The violation takes place when John is fired by Jane because he didn't attend it. But I don't see how Jane can have an affirmative defense in this way. So if somebody could please clarify that, I'd be grateful.
It's the same question. Is there any further discussion? Representative Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I guess that's just going to be an unclear element of this. Other unclear elements for this is, no, but honestly, if Jane, oh, okay, I would love an answer as to why that's not what I'm talking. Anyways, so on page 6 of the pre-amended, we see voluntary conversations between employees or between an employee and an agent, representative, or designee of an employer. If participation in such conversations is not required, is not prohibited. I don't understand why that's, again, included in this, because my understanding is that Jane and everybody is able to speak whatever they want to speak under this bill. Where the crux of the bill comes in is in the event that somebody gets retaliated against for failing to listen to somebody else speak. So why would this be an exception? I don't really understand the other 4 exceptions, but I can make up hypotheticals where it could possibly apply. But what I really think is going on here is that there have been so many amendments to this bill that what was initially intended was that the speech be prohibited, the speech be precluded entirely, and because it was amended, not all of the pieces got cleaned up. And so now you have all of this confused policy that's not actually aligned. And I don't think that that should come out of this building, because we're not talking about voluntary conversations, right? We're talking about the disciplinary actions that are taken by the employer. And so these pieces just don't seem to fit in the policy, and I would love for someone to explain to me how they, in fact, fit within the policy. And I have other questions, but they're not to this particular committee report, so thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? To the committee report? Okay, seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The committee report is passed. To the bill, Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me just kind of clarify a few things of what this bill does and what it doesn't do. So this policy protects workers' free speech by allowing them to opt out of mandatory political or religious meetings without the fear of retaliation or financial harm. Requires posting of employees' rights related to this law in the workplace. It holds employers accountable by allowing aggrieved individuals to file a claim with CDLE or bring claims in district court. It has accountability through penalty that may include reinstatement of the employee to their job, fines, or actual damages, court costs, and attorney fees. That's what this bill does. What the policy does not do: infringe on the free speech rights of employers, prohibit mandatory employer trainings, such as sexual harassment, protected class, or other mandatory trainings required by a court order or other agreement, prohibit diversity, equity, and inclusion trainings that an employer may choose to undertake, prohibit or limit an employer from conducting meetings and sharing information that retaliates to an employee's required job duties. Limit religious institutions' ability to discuss religious matters with their employees. Limit K-12 schools or institutions of higher education from discussing religious or political matters when part of coursework. Prohibit an employee whose job includes commenting or implementing legislation or ballot issues from engaging in those conversations. Infringe on the free speech of employers. Under this bill, employers are still able to express their beliefs freely and discuss political or religious views. The employee is simply allowed to opt out. That's the simplicity of this bill. Enable frivolous lawsuits against an employer. Legal action can only, and mind you, only be taken if an employee is disciplined, fired, or threatened for refusing to attend a meeting containing religious or political matters that are not related to that person's job duties. We've worked really hard on this legislation and have thoroughly stakeholdered this bill and this policy, and with that, I ask for a yes vote today.
Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for your time to debate this today. I'm really proud to be here as a co-prime sponsor with Majority Leader Duran for a critical piece of worker legislation. The colloquial name of our bill today is the Worker Freedom Act, and I want to kind of ground us in why we have named it as such. The Worker Freedom Act is important because if a meeting doesn't have to do with the day-to-day job functions of a worker, right? If it's not about workplace safety, something the employer is legally required to communicate, and it's about frivolous things like political or religious matters, a worker shouldn't be forced to attend. They shouldn't be forced to attend. At the end of the day, this bill is about fairness in the workplace, and I know that that's important for folks in my district because folks in my district show up, and they show up so that they can put food on their dinner table, so that they can pay their rents that are already too high, so that they can maybe save up enough to buy their kids a birthday present, and simply giving the workers more power in an environment where their scales are already significantly tipped in favor of the employer. Workers need rights that are outlined in this bill. Simply put, to opt out of a meeting that is on politics or religion, and to be free from workplace harassment, discrimination, other pieces of retaliation, more specifically, under the purview of this bill. I want to be very clear, right, that Colorado has to join the growing number of states that have already passed legislation like this. 6 states, Connecticut, Maine, Minnesota, New York, Oregon, and 7 other states have introduced similar laws, right? We're proud for Colorado to join in that list and fight for the people of Colorado by passing a critical worker bill like this today. Workers are going to be able to describe experiences that we heard in committee that they now have to have protections for, and thankfully they're in unions where they are protected to be able to share, and that's what we heard in committee. Stories from unionized workers who are saying, look, I was forced to sit and listen to my employer's political or religious speech. Thank God they have a union to be able to have the protections to come and share it with us, because the ones we didn't hear don't have a union. And they are still subject to employer retaliation simply for not participating in political or religious speech. Workers who have been forced to listen to meetings on political or religious meetings are afraid. And we've even had workers who chose not to testify. We're here fighting for this bill because workers should not be afraid. And every job deserves a union, but past that, every job deserves to have worker protections to make a safe, non-fear-based decision about whether they want to or not join a meeting. We're asking for a basic workplace protection. We ask for an aye vote today.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in full support of this bill. It goes into the category of one that I wish I had the opportunity to work even more on. I support its provisions, I support its protections, and Y'all, did you hear what the majority leader said? She said stakeholded. Stakeholded. Not stakeholdered, not stakeholdered. She said stakeholded. The stakeholding was excellent, and that is one of many reasons why I'm an absolute yes on this bill.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heard this in committee. Those are the bills I like to comment on. So I've got a couple of just overarching problems with this whole concept. Really, the concept of the government coming in and telling businesses what they should do. So just overarching, that's kind of a broad-based objection to this. The other issue, I mean, and let's be honest here, this bill is coming because in this state, we had one of our favorite coffee places decide that it didn't want to unionize, and somehow this dribbled into this conversation, and we're trying to create protections for that. And like the bill sponsor said, he said every job deserves a union. So, you know, I guess we're just being honest about what this is really about. But then some of the components of the bill really bug me. So there are businesses in this state that, for example, have chapel at them because the owners are faith-based and they offer the opportunity for their employees to take off. I believe they pay them to go to chapel and go to do that. So here's a scenario where, and we're going to try to, I'm going to work real hard to try to fix some of these things in this because we have a few amendments to go through. But here's a scenario where a disgruntled employee who never went to chapel comes back a couple weeks later and he says, I was fired because I didn't go to chapel. And now, with this law, he would potentially have a case to say, you know, and nobody forced him to go to chapel, but he could say that, well, there was this pressure I felt that I had to do it because all the cool people are doing it. And oh, by the way, the people that own the business were the ones supporting the chapel that we had, and I didn't go to it. And so now I'm mad because they fired me because I suck and I can't do my job. And now you're going to turn that around and say, I was fired because I didn't go to chapel with regulations like this in place in this state. So 2 reasons I don't like this. One, I don't think it's the business of the state to be messing with the business of business. The other is there's some unintended consequences. So I would like to work to fix that when we have some opportunities here through the amendment process. And I will start by moving Amendment L019 to House Bill 1260 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has been moved and is now properly before us. Please proceed.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair. This at least constrains us. As this bill reads right now, this would apply to any business, any size. So let me give you a scenario. You've got a small business, and let's just stick with our chapel analogy, that has 3 people, and those 3 people, 2 of them get together and they have a prayer meeting, or crud, they even have a political meeting. They're Republicans or Democrats, or they want to go talk about a union to encourage the other people to join the union. And you don't go to that meeting. You know, that's a small group there. Talk about the peer pressure in a 3-man company. I'm being very generous, and I think that this really should not apply to the small businesses in this state. And so, and I was generous in that. I mean, I have a small business and I'm nowhere near 50 people, but this simply says that this will not apply to any business under the size of 50 people. This is a good amendment. I urge a yes vote.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this because all employees should have the same protections from unwarranted employer, religious, and political speech, regardless of the number of employees they have. So I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L019? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L019. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, first attempt. Let's try this again. So as we go further down here, we define what political matters are. And in the bill, page 4, starting at line 15, political matters means matters relating to elections or political office, political parties. I agree with that. And then we go on to say legislation or regulations. And that's where we have an issue because, you know, what if you are in a heavily regulated business, you're talking about things that impact the vitality of your business that are related to legislation or regulation. Let's just pop that out of there because, you know, the other things make sense, you know, political matters or elections or political office, political parties. But legislation and regulations are things that can directly impact a business. So on that vein, I would like to move Amendment L20 to House Bill 1260 and ask to be displayed.
Amendment L20 has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I pretty much already explained this amendment, but it takes away the words legislation and regulations, and I would encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L20? Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, I ask for a no vote on this. There are instances of employers telling their employees if a certain policy is passed at the legislature that they will lose their job. We don't want that to happen, so I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L020. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Very sure. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're still working to make this a good bill. I'm not going to give up. So we have not the best economical situation in this state right now, and I'm not sure why we would want to burden or threaten, really, threaten businesses with a $10,000 in additional penalties if the employer is engaged in activities. I don't think that's fair. So therefore, I have a solution to that conundrum, and it comes in the form of Amendment L27, which I would like to move. L27 to House Bill 1260 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is now properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So once again, we were on a path of really making this good because we could have exempted companies of 50 or more, but we didn't. But now this bill, as it's going to read, will apply to your small business if you are an insurance broker and you have an assistant and you have a meeting and this person misses it and now they can somehow convince a court that they were discriminated against and now you, the single business owner, are now subject to a $10,000 in penalties. This amendment takes that down to 5. I think 5 would get that small business's attention. This is a good amendment. Please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Lynch, for all of your studious amendments today. We ask for a no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's many people in this chamber, including perhaps the bill sponsors, that have never ran a private business. They've never had the pleasure of having been scrutinized by a department within the state of Colorado or had to face a fine from a department or division of the state. Those particular things are not part of your normal business, monthly payables. They're not factored into your cash flow or your capital allocation requirements to run your business, which are real things for business. Now, one of the big complaints is excessive fines to business. Now, for those of you that have never run a business, you may not know what that is. You may not understand that $100,000 or $50,000 or $15,000, you might think, well, that's not much money. When we work here in the legislature, we throw around hundreds of millions of dollars like it's nothing as we go through our fiscal notes, our legislation, go through finance, go through appropriations, work on the long bill. But to this amendment, you know, $10,000 is a significant amount of money for any small business. Imagine if you were running a little restaurant and your margin was about 5 or 6%. And all of a sudden, you want to have a meeting with your employees, say, hey, we need to improve productivity, we need to work on this, we need to work on that. And then, lo and behold, you make a little misstep on some prohibition. And then here comes the heavy hand of government going to give you a big fine. I will tell you, in the restaurant business, for some restaurants, small businesses specifically, $10,000 would be crushing in any given month. Crushing. So, that is one of the reasons, if you think about it, and I'm not trying to be flippant, I'm really trying to say, hey, folks, $5,000 is a significant fine for a small business. You might not think for a large business, but we're not talking about large businesses, we're talking about small businesses. So that's why I rise in support of this amendment. I think it's reasonable. I don't think it's unreasonable. My colleague who offered this amendment, by the way, is a small businessman in Berthoud. He runs a small business, he has a handful or two of employees, and he understands what I speak of. So I encourage and I vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Sorry, excuse me. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 27. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Taggart.
Wow, this is up here today. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you, sir.
I have some specific concerns with a particular section of this bill. But as a general statement, I have an overall problem with this bill from the standpoint of we're again telling those of us that have led companies that we don't honor our employees. I don't know of a single CEO that would enter into a discussion about politics or religion with their teams unless they absolutely had to. And let me give you an example of where we have to. And this is where I get into a concern when I hear that this has been stakeholdered. Wasn't stakeholdered with me as an individual that has led an international company and has to understand and taught myself the differences in cultures around the world. So we may not think that the discussion of religion is important in a business setting, but let me tell you where it is. There is a Dutch philosopher that many of us in international business
have studied. His name is Dr. Geert Hofstadter. And one of the things he talks about and teaches us, and I teach now as a professor of international business and taught to my teams, is the fact that one of the factors that he talks about is collectivism versus individualism, and centralization versus decentralization. Now, we have cultures of the world from a business standpoint that believe in centralization. We as a culture believe in decentralization of power. Does anybody want to guess where that comes from? It comes from Catholicism versus people of the Protestant faith. Folks that come from centralization, in many cases, come from countries of the world where Catholicism is a very strong force. It also is a very strong force in Islamic countries. And one of the things we have to educate our teams about is when we're doing business internationally, my teams would often ask me the question, my North American team, why is it, Rick, that the North American team, that you push the power and responsibility down very low in the organization, and you're not able to do that in some of your international subsidiaries? And the answer is very simple. Those countries believe in centralization, and it's a part of their culture, and I'm not going to be able to change that, and you're not going to be able to change that. And so therefore, within a company, I'm going to teach that. Does that open me under Section 2? Is that covered by the employer as required by law to communicate, but only to the extent of such legal requirement? I have no idea. That's about as vague a statement as you could possibly write. There are also, under Geert Hofstadter's factors, cultures that are masculine and cultures that are more feminine. Do you think for a moment, if I'm going to send a woman someplace in the world, or a group of women, which I did constantly when we were developing subsidiaries, do you think for a moment that I didn't have the obligation to tell them they were going to go into a masculine culture? And what did that mean? That meant if there was a man at the table with them, which in many cases was me, my conversation with them is, don't get offended if you get asked a question and the answer is targeted towards me. You're not going to change those cultures overnight. It's going to take you time to build culture, to build respect, build trust in those more masculine societies. Do I necessarily agree with them? No. Does it exist? Yes. And in that particular case, again, under these exceptions, are they in fact specific enough? Is that necessary for them to perform their job duties? I don't know. It's very vague in that sense. For those of you that may be listening, if you do a business trip in China and you're going to sit at a rectangular table, where is the seat of power in China in a rectangular table? Does anybody know? It is in the middle facing out if there's a window. It is not at the ends of the table where we're used to in our society are the two power seats. Do you not think I have an obligation to tell my people that? Again, I don't know what was intended by these prohibitions. An uncomfortable conversation that I had to have, and I always brought in my head of HR for this conversation. In particular, how women dress in this country versus how they dress in Middle East. That's a conversation we have to have. May seem funny, but it's not funny at all. Because we don't want our women harassed. We don't want them to potentially be arrested. We have to have those conversations. So when you put these types of things into legislation and you don't pay attention to those of us that do business internationally. So, for instance, if I'm going to have a conversation with graduate assistants, am I not entitled to talk to them about the foundation of culture in other areas of the world? And what are the foundations of culture? Does anybody know? Foundation of culture revolve around three areas. 1, religion. 2, governments. And if those governments are totalitarian or if they're democratic, or are they socialist? 3. Does anybody want to know? Family. And our views of family versus other views of family. All of those I need to teach to my graduate assistants. I may need to teach to other professors from a practical standpoint that are going to teach international business. So there are lessons I have to do from a business standpoint, and there are lessons I have to do from a teaching standpoint. Again, I read these. The employer is required by law to communicate, but only to the extent of such legal requirement. Does that cover it? I have no idea. That is necessary for such employees to perform their job duties. Does it cover that? I don't know. And in higher education, employees that are part of coursework, symposia, or an academic program. I don't know if it's covered or not. But I'll come back and finish where I started. I don't know of good leaders that don't respect people's religious backgrounds, their political thoughts, their ethnicity, their race. Good leaders know when not to talk about things and when they're inappropriate in a business setting. And I sure don't need a law to tell me that. And secondly, if you're going to tell me that you stakeholdered, for goodness sakes, and you know this impacts those of us that run international businesses where we have to talk about these subjects, and I stress, we have to talk about these subjects for the safety of our people and for them to be effective around the world. At least have the courtesy to talk to individuals. I spent from 1982 to 2010 traveling and living internationally. I know something about this subject. And nobody came to me and said, Rick, will this have an effect on those of you that run international businesses? Because my immediate reaction would, yes, very definitely, and it would be problematic when you put this kind of vague terminology in a bill. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I do believe this is a bad bill because I think it's a union bill. But I find the religious part interesting. I personally think it's a smokescreen to hide some stuff, but I do think it's interesting because I've been doing this job almost 2 years now, and I get attacked quite a bit when I espouse my religious views. And I work for the state. I work for this building. As a legislator, I have to deal with legislation, but I do it on a Christian basis. I do it on a biblical basis, and I've been attacked quite a bit, even gavelled out of the well for this. So does that make it open for me to sue the state? That's what this bill is saying. So now I don't believe in the religion of environment. I don't believe in the green religion. I don't believe in the religion of DEI. I don't believe in those religions.
Please return to the content of the bill.
I'm all up in it. I don't believe in those religions, but I do have my religion. I don't attack people for their religion, but I've been attacked for mine. So does that make it eligible for me to be able to sue the state now? I'm an employee of this state. I'm an employee in this room. And when I talk about religion, which I just did and just got reprimanded for, I can sue for that. That's what this is about. And so I do appreciate the religious part put in there. I think they thought it was a smokescreen, but it's going to be revisited by me on a very regular basis. Thank you very much.
Representative Holtorf, I see you're back to us with a fewer number of embellishments.
I lost a little weight, ma'am. Madam Chair, I lost a little weight from the last time I was here.
I mean, I see you still have an embellishment, so
They were trying to clip me down, hold me down, but I wouldn't look too closely. Oh, did you get one?
I believe you're clear now. Please proceed.
Oh. Well, some people can't keep their hands off me, ma'am. I just don't know what to think about that. I won't be offended, though.
All right, let's talk about the bill.
Thank you. So there's something very interesting as this bill has evolved. I've heard this is a union bill. This is going to prevent union busting. But as I understand it, and my colleague from El Paso County does make a very good point. It says that there's prohibitions against disciplining an employee for refusing to participate in employer speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the chamber, be very careful. Employer speech. Does that mean you're going to control speech? Does that mean you're going to say certain words can or cannot be said, whether they're, political or religious? Oh, man. Oh, man, we are going down a hole, a big hole. Even this country boy with a lot of extra paper clips can see that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a conundrum. We've caused a conundrum with House Bill 24-1260. Now, I do want to...
Representative Holtorf, I just want to make sure everybody knows we've got 10 minutes left to debate on this bill.
I won't take it all, ma'am. I'm only going to be up for a couple minutes because other people have things to say that are probably more important than me. But I do want to point out that now all of a sudden we are saying and declaring, and I work for the House District 63, I work for the constituents of House District 63, but I do get a receipt of payment from the state of Colorado. No. Ooh. Not sure what that means. That may have to be adjudicated in court. If there is a prohibition on speech and communications concerning religion or political matters. So let's be very careful. What I would say is let's be open to the First Amendment and freedom of speech. Let's not try to write regulations that suppress speech. Speech suppression. As my colleague from Grand Junction said, This is a lot more complicated than you all even realize. Now, I did dig into this, and I found out that with respect to political, under the definition, unions are included. As I dug down and the bill drafter pointed out. Now, let's hypothetically say I'm a non-union man. Imagine that Holtorf is a non-union man and has no use for the unions that are going to take my money and make me pay dues and then control me and tell me when I can do, what I can do, how I can do it, and get in line. And I'll get my turn. And I'll get in that union group. But what I understand is this bill actually says you can't, as an employer, with respect to political speech, which is under that is a sub-definition of union and labor speech, that you can't discipline me for refusing to participate. So I can say, you know what, you got a union meeting, I'm not showing up. Go ahead and do something to me. Because under House Bill 24-1260, well, right off the top, it's going to cost you $10,000. And we'll go from there. I don't know if you guys have looked at that way or not. You might want to take a little closer look at it, because I think you might have a problem. Now, I'm going to quit talking. I think there are several problems. There's layers of problems with this bill. I would like it referred back to the committee and get it worked on a little bit more with some more amendments to clean it up, so we don't have these problems. Because I do want good, clean legislation. I don't want it to be confusing. And I agree with the premise. I do agree with the premise. But I don't know if the implementation is proper. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been a lot of discussion, but I kind of want to bring this up to a little higher level, looking at this from a business perspective. We've seen countless studies that have come out from Colorado Chamber of Commerce that have talked about the excessive amount of regulations that impact businesses and drive up cost. We've seen the excessive regulations that make it more difficult for businesses to do business in this state. And those drive up cost or reduce the supply that's out there. We are now asking every single business and within this state, they're going to have to get, after this goes through rulemaking, post up rules, put them in their workplaces. If there's classes that will have to be held, there's all kinds of things that are going to take place. And here's the irony and the hypocrisy of all of it. This stuff exists under the Department of Labor. If you have a grievance, then you can file your complaint with the Department of Labor. But now we're adding an entire new statute to this process and saying, oh, if you don't like that answer, you can take it up to district court and sue. Well, you've always been able to go to the courts and sue if you so choose. But we're adding countless regulations that are duplicating the process, making it more difficult for every single business owner, small, medium, and large, to do business in the state, serve the people, provide a product or a service. That's pure hypocrisy that we come from around here. That's not what we're supposed to be doing at all. That is not our job. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
All right, Representative Lynch, you going to be okay? Give you
Bad
just
time
a
to eat a cookie.
second.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No choking in the well.
I just want to finish up, and it's really clear what this bill is trying to do. It's trying to make sure that business owners don't have the freedom to run their business as they see fit. It sets up an opportunity for them to be liable up to $10,000, any size company. We tried to fix those parts of the bill, to soften the blow a little bit. But overall, it is not our role here in this room to participate in how people run their businesses. It's just not. It goes against what has made this country what it is, the free market, capitalist system. It promotes and kind of shoves people into a corner that forces them to, in some cases, be forced into going into a union. It'll be interesting to see how this bill gets applied for folks that are, it does not say in the bill that these meetings need to be conducted by the owner of the company. So we may have a different level manager that says we need to unionize. They pull that meeting together, and people don't want to go to it, and next thing you know, you've got a lawsuit. So this is a really bad bill. Vote no.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1260? Representative Luck.
Thank you,
And
Madam
I
Chair.
just want to note there's 3 minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your grace there. I'm just trying to still get clarity on this subsection E under Part 3. The section does not prohibit voluntary conversations between employers or between an employee and an agent, representative, or designee of an employer if participation in such conversations is not required. If all we're talking about is the prohibition of adverse action, of discipline, what are we actually saying there with respect to voluntary conversations? Are we suggesting that the employer can punish their employees for voluntary conversations? Because that's how it seems to make sense with respect to A through D, but I would like someone to please explain to me what is contemplated here if we're not in any way impacting employer speech. If we're saying the employers can say whatever they want, they can host whatever meetings they want, they can put out whatever information they want and throw whatever forum they want, all that they cannot do is discipline. Why include Section E unless that has to do with some sort of discipline that they can do? And are we suggesting that employers can discipline for voluntary conversations? So if somebody can answer that. And also, since no one seems to want to answer that, I'm also interested in why we seem to only want to protect one side of the equation, right? Why are we only protecting those who would join a union as opposed to those who refuse to join a union because they also have faced intimidation and other threats from their bosses at different times? Why are certain actions and communications protected from retaliation where the inverse of them, such as DEI, are not? Anybody? Bueller? Anybody? Okay, well, I guess I'll just continue with my questions about this. Where do we go? Okay, so again, Section 6 of this pre-amended version talks about this section not applying to religious corporations, entities, associations, educational institutions, nonprofit, blah, 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 with respect to speech on religious matters. So these religious groups somehow can only speak to religious matters. They are not given the opportunity to speak to political matters. They're given an exception just for the religious. To employees, but not to all of their employees, only to the employees who perform certain types of work. And I suspect this goes back to Supreme Court jurisprudence on the ministerial exceptions, but I'm wondering why we are qualifying if these groups, and why, if we want to do the ministerial exception, that we're not giving a little bit more detail to say to that, because what exactly are we meaning by work connected with the activities undertaken by this?
Representative Luck, the
Yes.
time for debate on House Bill 1260 has expired.
Thank you. My question.
All those in favor of House Bill 1260, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1260 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 179.
Senate Bill 179 by Senators Simpson and Hendrickson, also Representatives Catlin and Story, concerning the establishment of a floodplain management program for development and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Which of you would like to speak? Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 24-179 and
To the bill.
to the bill. In May of 2019, FEMA sent a letter to the governor requesting the state provide documentation demonstrating state compliance with minimum National Flood Insurance Program standards for state-owned buildings. In December of 21, FEMA informed the state that it found insufficient documentation in the areas of land use authority and National Flood Insurance Program administration. So the challenge was for the Colorado Water Conservation Board stood up a stakeholder working group in early 22 to explore the possibilities for addressing the deficiencies. Initially, the group focused on having the state recognized by FEMA as self-insured. But FEMA determined that states that are self-insured are not in compliance with the National Floodplain Insurance Program criteria without additional regulation of state-owned properties in floodplains. FEMA Region 8 has requested the state of Colorado to provide an outline of the state's plan to address the deficiencies and a tentative timeline for implementation by February 2023.
But here we are now
Representative
in
Story.
April of 2024, and the Office of the State Architect came to the Capital Development Committee about a robust permitting program for state construction projects that involve buildings and some related non-building infrastructure, but requires additional statutory authority to satisfy FEMA criteria. After additional stakeholding over the summer, the state architect and the Colorado Water Conservation Board proposed legislation that would allow the state architect to issue permits for state construction in localities that do not participate in the National Flood Insurance Program and accept permits for state construction from the National Flood Insurance Program in participating communities. So we are here with you today to initiate Senate Bill 179 through the Capital Development Committee to do this work, and we urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 179? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 179. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 179 is passed. Mr. Sheevel, please read the title of House Bill 1249.
House Bill 1249 by Representatives Winter and Martinez, also Senators Pelton, R., and Roberts, concerning a state income tax credit for active agricultural stewardship practices.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1249 and the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
And the Appropriations Committee report.
Okay, thank you. Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
I would like to move Amendment L007 to the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee report.
So, we're on the Appropriations Committee report.
I'm sorry, I withdraw that.
Thank you. To the committee report, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in committee, we recognize the financial constraints here this year for the budget, and so we wanted to be mindful of that. So we reduced our overall tax credit from $10 million to $3 million, and we request an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The Appropriation Committee report is adopted. To the Agriculture Committee report. Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L007 to the Agricultural, Water, and Natural Resources Committee report and ask that it properly be displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment does is we had stakeholders reach out and say they wanted to be part of the rulemaking process, so people from water districts, conservation districts, soil districts, they just want to be part of the process as they get ready to prepare the rules to make sure that they think that the needs of their constituents and their organizations are met as we move forward with figuring out what practices that we're going to make sure we give the tax credit to. So I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L007 is adopted. To the committee report. Representative Martinez.
We request an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Agriculture Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, it's my honor to stand here with the Assistant Minority Leader in really coming together and showing that Southern Colorado is represented in agriculture in this General Assembly, is at the forefront of our thoughts and our legislation, and we really want to do right. This is going to have lasting impact in all of rural Colorado. This is from the San Luis Valley to the Eastern Plains. We really think this can be beneficial. This is something that our constituents have asked for, that they really, really need, and we think that this is going to be beneficial for them, and again, not just now, but for the next 10 years. And so we really think this is a really good bill, and we are urging our vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as we see the soil health tax credits, they're going to sunset basically at the federal level. This is going to help kick in on that. I mean, this is a soil health issue. This is a water issue. And it gives a tax credit for good behavior when it comes to soil health and water. I mean, we have rotational grazing, interseeding, rotational crops, low-till, no-till, which are all things that happen throughout our district. This is a good program. This is really good, and like the representative said, it's an honor to serve with him. It's an honor to be on this bill with him. Started stakeholdering this bill at the end of May last year. We spent all summer working on this bill, and we got really good feedback from our constituents and all the organizations involved, and with that, I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1249 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1249 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 20.
Senate Bill 20 by Senators Roberts and Hendrickson, also Representatives Lindstedt and Puglisi, concerning authorization for certain persons licensed to sell alcohol beverages at retail to sell alcohol beverages for consumption off the licensed premises.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 20, and that's it.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great bill, a very easy one for all of you to vote yes on. During COVID, we allowed alcohol delivery to our restaurants to help support our businesses. They love it, you love it. So let's continue the practice and allow alcohol delivery and certainty for our businesses. And with that, I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my pleasure to be working on this with the Minority Leader. This is a great bill. We've been doing this for 4 years safely after the pandemic. We should continue this practice so that our restaurants can stay in business. So vote yes, vote for your restaurants.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 20. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate Bill 20 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 169.
Senate Bill 169 by Senator Exum, also Representative Snyder, concerning Public Employees Retirement Association job classifications for state employees whose duties relate to wildfire mitigation.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 169 and the appropriations.
There is no appropriation.
Just the bill.
Just
Thank
the
you.
bill. To the bill.
So, folks, this is really just a cleanup bill. We have a handful, maybe 7 or 8 high-level professional firefighters. And the way the classification system works now, they're kind of at the top. And for them to get any higher classification, they would actually lose para benefits. So all we're doing is moving these folks into the classification for a state trooper, which allows them to participate fully in para at the level they should. So with that, I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 169. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Senate Bill 169 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1135.
House Bill 1135 by Representatives Soper and Snyder, also Senators Roberts and Will, concerning offenses related to requirements for operating a vehicle.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1135 and the Judiciary, Finance, and Appropriation Committee reports.
To the Appropriation Committee. Representative Snyder.
Yes, I move L008 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed. Representative Snyder.
Thank you. So this is simply a fact that they put in 23 instead of 2.3. So we're just making that technical correction.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L008? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the Appropriations Committee report.
No more amendments.
There's no more, yeah, so we did have appropriations went in. We took this down from over $1 million fiscal note to a 12,400, half out of Hut Tough and half out of the Drives, or some out of the Drives Cash Fund. So we would ask for a yes vote on the Appropriations Committee report as amended.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to point out to the entire body, going from $1 million down to 12,000, that's something everyone ought to be thinking about doing. But the other thing with the 12,000, we ran an amendment in committee to push out the drives date so that we're not duplicating government services. So we're even being more fiscally responsible.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report.
You can talk about that. Okay.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Finance Committee, we ran one amendment, and this was to refer to the Transportation Legislative Review Committee that they study during the 2024 interim period whether or not we should be lowering the penalty for driving without insurance to make it the same as driving without a license. Currently, the issue is such that if a person does go into county court, they would be charged with a traffic misdemeanor. But if they, for not having insurance, but if they didn't have a license, they would have a Class A traffic infraction. And this would ask the Legislative Review Committee to study whether or not this is an appropriate change and to take testimony from all stakeholder groups.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you. Yeah, we also had another amendment in finance. Basically, this came from some of our colleagues who pointed out that the penalty was not very clear as to who, if an employer, officer, or agent was directing somebody to drive. So we added language saying that if that employer, officer, or agent knows or reasonably should know that the employee does not satisfy the requirements, then that employer, officer, or agent can be held liable too.
All right, is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Aside from the kitty cat, the amendment, or I'm sorry, the Finance Committee report is adopted.
Let me go ahead and move the judiciary.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
Yeah, we did.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In House Judiciary Committee, we also did something similar that we did in House Finance. So in the original bill, it talked about blood warrants and blood draws and interlocks, and we removed all that and referred that also to the Transportation Legislation Review Committee for this interim to look at whether or not Colorado should duplicate the law as it stands in Utah and incorporate that here, and to be able to take a little bit longer than we could do during the legislative session to be able to work out some of the details. And we also believe that the Transportation Legislation Review Committee just needs lots of things to do.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The Judiciary Committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So folks, this is a real issue. We have people, unfortunately, perhaps as many as 20% of accidents that are happening with these large 80,000-pound vehicles are with drivers that do not have a CDL. Of course, the most infamous and sad case was the one a couple years ago where a driver coming down the pass didn't brake in time and hit a car and killed a family of 5, including an infant. That's a whole separate issue, but that's just illustrative of what we're trying to do here. So we really want people to get their CDL and be properly trained to drive these big, huge rigs out on our roads. And so we've put in some language that says if they don't have a CDL, they can be charged, but it also gives them an ability to come in within 30 days and provide that CDL and drop that down to a Class A infraction.
Representative Stoper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this bill has an interesting history. The CCJJ, which I sat on and has now been dissolved, they had referred a comprehensive misdemeanor reform package to the legislature, which we were able to enact. And doing a widespread sweep, we had a misalignment between driving without a CDL and the penalty, and the State Patrol couldn't implement that. Last year, I was also on a bill to try to clean this up. Unfortunately, we confused things a bit more, and now what we're coming back and saying is, for driving without a CDL, we're going to make it a Class 1 traffic misdemeanor with the ability to be reduced, as my co-prime just explained. I do want to just say that think of a commercial driver's license as a professional license, and this is really their title protection. And the ability to take driving a 20,000-pound in one vehicle serious is important. We have mountain passes, major interstates. This is our way of trying to protect the public and show that we recognize the fact that these individuals didn't just get a driver's license like you and I may have. They actually went to school, spent thousands of hours working to get it done, and are competent and professionals of what they do. My dad was a semi-truck driver, and he drove fruit and vegetables from the western slope to the Front Range, and then Starbucks and McDonald's back. I like to say that we got the bad end of that deal. But with that, I would like to ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1135 as amended? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1135 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Thank you.
The ayes have it, and House Bill 1135 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1001.
House Bill 1001 by Representatives Lukens and Taggart, also Senators Robertson and Simpson, concerning reauthorization of the Rural Jumpstart Zone program.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you very much. I move House Bill 1001, the very first bill. It took 110 days to get here, but 1001 and the Appropriation Committee report and the Business Affairs Committee report.
Wonderful. To the Appropriations Committee report.
The Appropriations Committee report just has one technical change where it said 2026 and really needed to say 2025, and then it was very specific about the appropriation itself, the expenditure.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriation Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted, and we need to find that cat a home. To the Business Affairs and Labor report. Representative Taggart.
The Business Affairs and Labor report just really addresses small rural counties that have a population of less than 100,000 people. There were some limitations on this with the number of individuals and the number of businesses, and we dropped them significantly to take into account rural counties.
Is there any further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee report is passed. Representative Lukens to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, today we bring before you the first bill introduced this legislative session considering the reauthorization of the Rural Jumpstart Zone program. This bill is a continued investment in and reauthorization of the already effective program, the Rural Jumpstart program, which helps our economies and our rural communities, especially folks that are trying to start a new business. We ask for a yes vote on House Bill 1001.
Is there any further discussion? Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was reminiscing about how the former mayor and I sat in a room with a lot of businesses helping to develop this legislation years ago, and I'm really just so excited to have a new addition to the conversation. It has helped so many rural businesses start up, and it has been such a great and effective program, and so I'm really excited to support this bill to continue that revitalization, so thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1001. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1001 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All right, you're going to get another shot at it. You've heard the motion. The committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1001 is amended, 1135 is amended, 1249 is amended, 1260 is amended, 1379 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bills 3 is amended, 11 is amended, 20, 131 is amended, 169 and 179 passed on second reading, ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Wilford. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Lynch amendment to Senate Bill 3 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Senate Bill 3. Oh. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Lynch amendment to Senate Bill 3 on the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Lynch moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Evans Amendment L17 to Senate Bill 3 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 3 as amended passed.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Lynch amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Report.
Report. I knew I was going to forget something. And ask that it be displayed, sure.
It is properly displayed. Please
All right.
proceed.
All right, members, this is a great amendment because it gives us the opportunity here to save the state over $500,000 and reduce the number of FTEs that our state will employ to go and supersede the sheriffs and the various law enforcement in our state. This is a great amendment. Please do it for your state. Do it for that budget, because next time you're in appropriations and they don't give you the money and you didn't vote for this, it's because you didn't vote for this amendment. So this is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise in support of this amendment. As we talked about earlier, we had to pass a supplemental earlier this year to the tune of over $7 million because CBI mismanaged their DNA processing. And now we're turning around and via the bill handing them $1.6 million more dollars along with 10 FTE. This is a good middle ground amendment here. It says they can get half that amount and half the FTE while they focus on their existing mission set, which is to be able to do DNA processing for the law enforcement agencies and prosecutors in Colorado. This is a good amendment that ensures that they can accomplish what the bill talks about while also being able to focus on an area that they've dropped the ball to the tune of $7 million, and they're not going to get bogged down by having too much more money and FTE as they go down this new path that this bill is giving them. So good amendment, vote yes.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Lynch Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Garcia, Lindsay. They are excused. Garcia. We'll start at $10. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 41 no, and 7 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Evans Amendment to Senate Bill 3 of the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Evans moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Evans Amendment L16 to Senate Bill 3 to show that Senate Amendment passed, that Senate Bill 3 is amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, as we talked about, InstaCheck works. Senate Bill 24003 is not going to keep any guns out of the hands of bad guys because the existing system already works. If somebody who is not allowed to purchase a firearm tries to buy a firearm, that purchase will be flagged and denied. It happened 5,300 times in Colorado last year. So what this amendment does is, since Senate Bill 24003 gives a broad new delegation of authority to CBI to go be the frontline original jurisdiction investigating agency, this ensures that they're going to stay focused on those key major firearm-related issues, and they're not going to go on fishing expeditions that could potentially infringe not only upon local jurisdictions, and we'll talk about those on some of my other cow amendments, but that will ensure that lawful gun owners or people that are lawfully attempting to purchase a firearm that have been the victims of something like identity theft, again, talked about that a lot, where I would get those calls as a police officer. Somebody's firearm purchase would be denied, and that's how we would identify that they were the victim of an identity theft. What this amendment does is it ensures that CBI is staying focused on those big issues, and they're not going to be going on fishing expeditions in areas that are potentially going to infringe upon the daily lives and rights of law-abiding citizens. It prevents this bill from being a solution in search of a problem, and I ask for an aye vote.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the first Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Winter. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 42 no, and 5 excused, the first Evans Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Evans moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans Amendment, L18 to Senate Bill 3, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 3 is amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
All right, folks. So, like we talked about, during the stakeholder process, there were some differences between the proponents of this policy and the organization that represents our 22, soon to be 23 local elected prosecutors. Again, the prosecutors are still in opposition to this piece of legislation, and the reason that our prosecutors are local, duly elected prosecutors who have to unanimously agree to take an opposed position, the reason they're in an opposed to this bill is because it does not allow for the appropriate deconfliction of investigations. You guys know I've done these investigations. One of the things that's critical when these investigations are occurring is something that we call clean interviews. What that means is we have to ensure that whenever a witness or a suspect or anybody that's involved in a case is being interviewed, we want to make sure that that interview is not tainted by either prior knowledge, a prior interview, prior questioning, things of that nature. Well, if CBI has the original jurisdiction to go out and investigate these cases, and there's no requirement that they work with the local prosecutor or local law enforcement, there is a very grave potential for these investigations to be jeopardized, among other reasons, because interviews might not end up being clean. CBI goes out and does an interview, doesn't realize local law enforcement or the local prosecutor's also working in a case in that area. Local law enforcement or the prosecutor goes out, does another interview. Whichever the second interview is, runs the risk of not being a clean interview. But if the agencies aren't talking to each other, then that second person that's doing the interview is not going to be able to structure their interview appropriately in order to get a clean interview. They're going to go into this thinking that they're the first person that's had this conversation, when actually somebody from CBI, under the new grant of authority, the new original jurisdiction under this piece of legislation, was actually out there 2 days before. It's why the organization that represents our local district attorneys remains opposed to this bill. All this amendment does is requires coordination between local law enforcement agencies and local prosecutors with CBI so that they're not interfering with each other's investigations, and these investigations don't ultimately become jeopardized and thrown out because of, among other things, a lack of clean interviews that result when the two agencies end up stepping on each other's toes. This amendment deconflicts and ensures that the agencies are communicating with each other, and I ask for an aye vote.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote on this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 43 no, and 5 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the third Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans Amendment L20 to Senate Bill 3 to show that Senate Amendment passed, that Senate Bill 3 is amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the third Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, and in honor of my colleague from El Paso County, ask for it to be displayed slightly askew.
It is displayed slightly askew.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Folks, this amendment changes one word in the statement of legislative intent. The legislative intent currently says that this bill intends for CBI to work with local law enforcement. This just changes the word to say requires that they work with local law enforcement and with local prosecutors. Again, you've heard why this is important. You've heard why this facilitates communication and, quite honestly, will work to improve some of the trust that was broken because of that previously aforementioned incident where the agency, the initials of which are CBI, that was responsible for doing DNA analysis, dropped the ball, jeopardized hundreds of cases, requiring a $7 million supplemental from us earlier this year. This amendment helps to address and rebuild those bridges and those relationships so that CBI can do what this bill is asking them to do without stepping on the toes of the local prosecutors, the local law enforcement officers. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment and await with eager anticipation the countering argument from the sponsors.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Much to your probably collective surprise, we're going to ask for a no vote on this one.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the third Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Hamrick, Luck, and me. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 43 no, and 5 excused, the third Evans Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment, L22 to Senate Bill 3, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 3 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what we heard in committee is that Colorado Bureau of Investigation is not subject to the liability provisions in Senate Bill 217 from several years ago. We felt very concerned that if the Colorado Bureau of Investigation is going to be granted new authority to go out into the field, that they should be subject to the same liability and certainly piercing qualified immunity that other law enforcement officials have, whether it's police or sheriff's deputies. That's only right. It's an equity issue. And also put yourself in the shoes of a Coloradan who's having their civil liberties violated that's outside the course of the color of law. If that happens to be a CBI officer, they're protected. They get to stand behind the shield. But if it happens to be a law enforcement officer who's police or sheriff, all of a sudden they're subject to liability, and if you're the victim, you'd get compensation from them. But if you're CBI, there's no compensation that would come for the damages, for the pain that they inflicted. So that's why this amendment is so important, and I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for this amendment. You know, we had a robust discussion about this very thing in committee, and then again on seconds, and the same in the Senate, in their committee, and on their second reading. So in all cases, we don't think that this is necessary, it's duplicative, and we ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the sponsor's sentiment and wholeheartedly agree with them, quite frankly. However, we have some debate about whether or not CBI is actually considered a peace officer, and I'll just give you guys a little background. If you are so inclined to pull up the fiscal note for House Bill 21-1250, you'll see CBI put a $1-point-something million fiscal note on the bill because they were explicitly included in it. And I think Representative, not going to say your name, you mentioned this when you were speaking, and I agreed with what you were saying about how CBI is included, and if they show up on scene without having their body-worn cameras on, that the evidence could be completely excluded and thrown out, and I agree with that too. I think that's completely a reality and the intent of the legislation that was created. And so this idea and this notion that CBI is excluded because someone in the lobby said so, I just don't believe that interpretation to be accurate. And while I agree with the sentiments and would wholeheartedly support this amendment if it were true, I don't believe that to be accurate, especially if you look at the fiscal note they put on my bill because they thought they were included. And so, our bill. And so with that, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. I don't think it's necessary. And in fact, I'm worried if we carve out and say CBI is included when they already are included, we might be inadvertently excluding other peace officers by adding this amendment. So I do ask for a no vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will say in response, so we're talking between Title 16, which is criminal proceedings, Title 13, which is the courts, and Title 24, which is state government. The way the definitions work between these three titles indicate what applies to what title and what applies across statute. What's being amended here is between Title 13 and Title 24, and that's that linkage right there, because Title 24 is state government, and we're making very clear that an arm of the state government, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, does fall under Title 13 and a civil action for the deprivation of rights as we created. Without this, CBI would not be included. We have definitely double-checked this, and that is definitely true.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Hernandez and Ricks. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 44 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Armagost Amendment to Senate Bill 131 of the Committee of the Whole report. Representative Armagost.
Representative,
Oh, sorry.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Armagost Amendment, L68 to Senate Bill 131, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 131 is amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So getting back to this, when we're talking about safety, I'm move the Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please
Thank you.
proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So when we're talking about safety and when we're talking these bills, I often hear, why can't we just rely on the law enforcement and police to protect us? The other side of it is we often hear about the fact that somebody doesn't need to carry a gun because they can call 911 when seconds matter, help is minutes away. The other side of this is the simple fact that these are the people that we rely on a regular basis for these very incidents that we're talking about, incidents of violence, incidents of shootings and things like that. When we have law enforcement officers that spend 10 years in the field and retire 10, 20, 30 years down the road, they are more than proficient in protecting the public. They are more than proficient in defending people that are from somebody that's trying to commit violence. So when we have these people that are in the retired state that are caring to do just that, I think that we should rely on them at some level of being able to do that in these government buildings that we rely on them to protect regardless during their time in service. So after the time in service, under the Federal Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act, where law enforcement officers have a concealed carry permit that they could get requalified on every year during their retirement to protect us, I think we should still be able to do that in these government buildings. It doesn't include the K through 12, it doesn't include the polling stations, but simply government buildings. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, please vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Bacon. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 40 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Bottoms Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Bottoms moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Evans Amendment, L42 to Senate Bill 131, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 131 is amended passed.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Bottoms Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed to the right. You better have.
It is displayed to the right. Please proceed.
Just to revisit, I mentioned this twice, this will be the third time. This has already been addressed in the courts, and this bill, the content of the bill has already been addressed by the courts and knocked down. And so this amendment is trying to put this little statement back in here that is actually directly from the court ruling. This statement comes from that court ruling, and I'd like to have my legal team do some follow-up.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not real sure if I am included in that last statement or not, but I will speak to the amendment. I had to step away when the bill was being debated and the amendment was offered. And I did just want to offer that back in 2016, the Colorado Supreme Court did rule on this specific case, and they did affirm that someone who is a licensed permit holder for concealed carry does have a right to carry on CU's campuses. And I do just want to read just one sentence here, about what the Supreme Court found, that the regents were in violation of the Concealed Carry Act, which states that a person with a permit may carry a concealed weapon in all areas of the state, with the exception of some federal properties, K-12 schools, and buildings with fixed security checkpoints such as courthouses. This is case law. It's also interpreting Article 5 of our state constitution as well. And it's important to understand the hierarchy of laws. And when we're talking constitutional law, that ranks higher than statutory law. So by not specifically having this amendment, there's actually an interesting argument that the entire act, if passed, would be unconstitutional and struck down. And I believe that this amendment fully should be adopted because there is a clear case on point with the Colorado Supreme Court.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Bottoms Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Bradfield, Frizzell, Hernandez. Hernandez. Please excuse Frizzell. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 42 no, and 5 excused, the amendment is lost. There are no more amendments at the desk. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Hernandez, Holtorf, Lynch. Thank you. Please close the machine. With 43 ayes, 17 no, and 5 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the following bills be made special orders on Friday, April 25th, 2024 at 6:17 p.m. House Bill 1458, House Bill 1036, House Bill 1442, House Bill 1302, Senate Bill 89, House Bill 1360, House Bill 1038, and House Bill 1045.
And that was Friday, April 26th, correct, Madam Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, Friday, April 25th, 2024.
26th.
Oh. Madam Speaker, it is Friday, April 26, 2024.
Excellent. Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders on Friday, April 26th at 6:17 p.m. Representative Lukens. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Lukens will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1458.
House Bill 1458 by Representatives Duran and Armagost, also Senators Zenzinger and Roberts, concerning the creation of the Division of Animal Welfare in the Department of Agriculture.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1458 and the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resource Report.
And the Appropriations Report?
And the appropriations report.
I don't have and Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
In appropriations, we appropriated the dollars. And ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriation Committee report passes. To the Agriculture Committee report, Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, we ran an amendment that includes approval from the Agricultural Commission and engagement of stakeholders in the grant and education process, and ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee report passes. Representative Armagost.
To the bill.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So House Bill 1458 creates a new division of animal welfare in the Department of Agriculture and makes it the necessary changes to move the Bureau of Animal Protection and Pet Animal Care and Facilities, or PACFA, program to a new division. This move is purely administrative, and the Commissioner maintains all authority over the programs with this administrative change. It's important to note that the bill does not change the existing Bureau of Animal Protection or Pet Animal Care Facility Act programs. This bill also allows the department to provide education and outreach, create voluntary programs, and awarding grants. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill... Oh, Representative Holtorf.
Come on. Really? We're going to vote on the bill.
To the bill. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill was introduced in the House Ag Committee, and there's some concerns about where this could go. Not the way it's written today, but in the future with respect to how policy could be promulgated. How these particular individuals may be used and what their powers may be. Now, I understand there was even discussion about them being post-certified officers under the State Bureau of Animal Protection. So there is concern in my district. I want to air that concern and explain that I still carry that concern, and that's why I will be unable to support this bill.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a lot of discussion over the last couple of years. There was talk about the PAWS Act. There was a lot of comments made about farmers and ranchers by some appointed folks from the state of Colorado, and it created consternation with constituents within my district. We actually had an appointed state veterinarian call ranchers lazy, nasty people that only raise cattle. That way they could bait them with wolves because nobody wanted to buy their product. And that caused an issue in my district. It caused a point of non-trust. And I know that the sponsors are really working hard to try to work this out. But for those reasons, until that trust is rebuilt with my community and the people in my district, and they know that their livelihood and way of life isn't going to be attacked anymore, I'm going to have to be a no vote. So thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1458. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1458 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1036.
House Bill 1036 by Representatives Weissman and Frizzell, also Senators Hansen and Kolker, concerning the adjustment of certain tax expenditures.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We move 1036 in the committee reports from Finance and Appropriations.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
In the Appropriations Committee, we adjusted the repeal dates of a couple of tax expenditures and clarified a definition to provide that closed panel systems for alternative non-stick-built construction are to be included within a certain sales tax exemption, because after talking to DOLA and DOR, it seemed that that was not already encompassed in modular. We want to treat those two modalities equally. We ask for your support of the Appropriations report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriation report passes. Representative Weissman to the Finance report.
Thanks, Madam Chair. In Finance, we made a couple of adjustments to the introduced bill, extending the repeal dates by a little bit for certain biotech sales tax-related provisions. Concerning broadband, we added a purpose statement for the sake of future analysis by the Office of the State Auditor, gave those provisions 2 more years to run, also removed some provisions related to aircraft parts because most other states have similar provisions in their tax code, and we didn't want to fall behind. We ask for your support of the Finance Committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Finance report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance report passes. To the bill, Representative Frizzell.
Do I need to move the bill still? No. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, this is without a doubt one of the most exciting bills that have come across your desk this session. This bill is actually a product of the Legislative Oversight Committee concerning tax policy, which met a number of times over the summer or during the interim. And we are just now getting to it here towards the end of session. This bill repeals infrequently used tax expenditures, and it also modifies several of them as well. We would ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1036. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1036 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1442.
House Bill 1442 by Representative Lindstedt, also Senator Fenberg, concerning modifications to the Capitol Building Advisory Committee.
Representative Lindstedt.
I move House Bill 1442.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1442 comes about because a historic sconce in the Capitol building was found online for sale on eBay. So the Capitol Building Advisory Committee tried to figure out how to get that sconce back into our special workplace. We failed to find an elegant way to do that because we did not have an inventory of historic items. So what the bill will do is create that inventory, and while we had this statute open, we decided to update a whole lot of old language around the Capitol Building Advisory Committee and add the annex building to the Capitol Advisory Building Committee's purview as it is becoming legislative space. Good bill, vote yes. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1442. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1442 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1302. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to lay over House Bill 1302 until after Senate Bill 89.
That is a proper motion. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 89.
Senate Bill 89 by Senator Rodriguez, also Representative Doherty, concerning the Colorado Firefighter Heart, Cancer, and Behavioral Health Benefits Trust.
Representative Doherty.
I move Senate Bill 89 and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the Health and Human Services report.
In Health and Human Services, we ran an amendment which aimed to grandfather existing city ordinances that were currently enacted and maintain earmarked appropriations consistent with the original intent of the legislation. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Health and Human Services report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Health and Human Services report passes. To the bill, Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow colleagues, my fire chief up in the city of Loveland was very direct in support of this. If there is anything that we can do in this room to support our first responders, then I suggest we jump on that pretty quickly. There's nothing better than working for my fire chief in my city, nothing better than being able to come down here and support such a good bill with my fellow colleague. Bipartisan bill, I urge an aye vote.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you. The bill is very simple. It requires that all employers of firefighters provide the benefit by participating in the trust instead of through self-insurance, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 89. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 89 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1302.
House Bill 1302 by Representative Parenti concerning information to real property owners regarding property taxes.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking slowly. I move House Bill 24-1302, the Appropriations Committee report, and the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
Colleagues, at Appropriations, we had $50,000, the grand total whopping sum of $50,000 appropriated to our bill. Please say yes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report passes. To the THLG report, Representative Parenti. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. We had an excellent time visiting with the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee. We did introduce an amendment just to clean up the bill and tighten it up a little bit, and that amendment went through. We would ask for your approval of the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The THLG report passes. To the bill, Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this is a great bill. For a one-time investment of $50,000, we are going to be able to give every property owner in the state of Colorado more transparency into how their property tax bills are calculated. Think about that. In the context of Prop HH and special session, I don't know about you, but I went looking for information about, has my fire district debruised? Is my city operating under a statutory growth cap? Is that metro district next door subject to a maximum mill levy cap? We couldn't find this information anywhere. It's literally not available to you. And so for this one-time investment of $50,000, we're going to start collecting this information from every taxing entity in the state, and we're going to publish it online for everybody to be able to see. So it's a great bill for transparency, and please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1302. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1302 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1360.
House Bill 1360 by Representatives Ortiz and Clifford concerning mechanisms to support the integration of Coloradans with disabilities into their communities and in connection therewith, creating the Colorado Disability Opportunity Office with the Department of Labor and Employment, and moving the Colorado Disability Funding Committee and its functions from the Department of Personnel to the Colorado Disability Opportunity Office.
Representative Ortiz.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 1360 and the Business Affairs and Labor and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Appropriations report.
Folks, we just did some technical, ran an amendment that ran some technical language given what happened in the long bill. We urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report passes. To the Business Affairs and Labor report, Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, all we did here was make sure that in establishing this office, we're moving the Disability Rights Fund underneath this office as well. The counties want to be able to have access to this grant funding to be able to do the work for their communities living with a disability. So we ran an amendment that allowed them to do it. And we also changed the year of when implementation of the historic plates in order to cut the cost, administration costs. Even though this bill is completely self-funded, we're trying to be judicious and responsible with our funding. They're going to go through a systems change in 2 years anyway, so we'll move the date out 2 years so we don't have to make the adjustment 2 times. We urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Business Affairs and Labor Report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Business Affairs and Labor Report passes. To the bill, Representative Clifford.
Madam Chair, I move Amendment L3 to House Bill 1360 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment.
I got it. Okay, got it.
Thank you. It is properly displayed. Representative Clifford.
Members, this is just some cleanup language in the bill, and that is all that it is.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L3 passes. To the bill, Representative Ortiz.
Members, this is the disabilities community's priority bill. This is going to make sure that the work of basic access and disability rights continues and that it's not connected to any one legislator, not connected to any one administration. It's going to put it under the Department of CDLE. The reasons why we're doing that is because we're trying to get the mindset that in removing barriers and in making this state more accessible, that we're truly offering community living with a disability access to the opportunities that our able-bodied counterparts in Colorado take for granted. We fully expect community living with a disability to be fully integrated, to take advantage of economic opportunities, to be fully employed, to be able to participate in all the ways that every other Coloradan gets to. That's why we decided to put it under the Department of Labor. Also, they already have an administrative means to dole out grant funding. They've been doing this for other bills that we passed in the past. And so since they already have that infrastructure, it's going to save the state money to move them under there. The Disability Rights Fund has been something that community living with a disability has been working on since 2010, and it has millions of dollars in funding in it, and we need to be able to move this money to remove barriers and create opportunities for Coloradans with disabilities. Again, this is a priority bill, and why this is needed versus other departments. You guys have heard me talk up here at the well, and let me give you one small example of why we need something like this. This is going to allow nonprofits to work with for-profits, to work with departments that are working for the state. Let's take adaptive sports, for example. And if you don't know, this is the mecca of adaptive sports in the country. That's what brought me here in the first place. When I was a newly wounded soldier, I was getting invited to a lot of events out here. So in order to make it more accessible, because of the events we have, we got to make sure we're talking to United Airlines. We got to make sure we're talking to the airport. We got to make sure we're talking to the nonprofits that manage these events. We got to we're talking to the hotel association. We got to there are so many places that we need to discuss and cooperate with and collaborate with that we need a hub like this to be able to do that. This is going to be groundbreaking. This is going to be one of the first in the nation departments that's going to be doing this work. This is our priority. I urge an aye vote. And it's self-funded. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any, Representative Clifford?
And the thing I love about this, don't forget that this is completely funded through those classic license plates, the black license plates, the blue ones, the green ones that you see everybody. So thank everyone for purchasing those. Please put those on your car and provide the financial means for us to continue this extraordinary work. I vote aye and encourage you to do the same.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1360 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1360 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1038.
House Bill 1038 by Representatives Young and Bradley, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Fields, concerning addressing the high acuity crisis for children and youth in need of residential care.
Representative Young.
It is an honor to serve with you, Madam Chair.
And an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1038 and the Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
In appropriations, they funded the amount necessary to run this program to CDHS and to HICPUF.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Report passes. To the bill, Representative Young.
I am very happy to and excited to be here to present this with my co-prime Representative Bradley. This is the High Acuity Crisis for Children and Youth Bill. Many of you remember in May 2021, Children's Hospital declared a mental health emergency. This declaration was based on the fact that as mental health acuity increased for youth, there was a lack of appropriate treatment beds. This resulted in children languishing in emergency rooms, being inappropriately hospitalized for months, and even staying in human services offices. Children's Hospital and the state of Colorado continue to struggle with access to a comprehensive array of services for children and their families in the community when children need step-down treatment services but are ready to discharge.
Representative Young, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. Members, can we please be quiet so we can hear what's happening in the well? Thank you. Representative Young.
This bill addresses the significant shortage of beds for children and youth with complex behavioral needs. And I want to highlight some of the current statistics from Children's Hospital. Between September 1st and December 31st last year, 3 months, at least 300 patients awaited acute psychiatric placements for more than 12 hours due to lack of a bed. In that same period of time, at least 15 unique patients experienced extended stays due to lack of supports in more appropriate care settings. These settings include going home or foster placement or other options. Also in that same time period, 81 unique youth experienced extended stays. Together, these youth waited for a total of 62,500 hours, which equates to 2,600 days or 380 weeks. They waited in a hospital setting, waiting for an appropriate placement. The Colorado Human Services Directors Association also collected data regarding instances of a lack of appropriate placements for children in 2023. On average, in an average month, 68 children or youth are in an inappropriate placement, including hotels, human services offices, detention, and an emergency room or hospital. This bill is a result of the work of the Child Welfare Interim Committee, and the topic of children and youth with unmet placement needs was that quickly emerged as an issue that needed to be addressed.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, members. This is a very important bill. We've been working on this since the summer. During the course of the Child Welfare Interim Committee, we heard about the struggles of families to find the right services and treatments for their children, especially those with serious and complex behavioral health needs or high acuity. When we don't have the right treatment services for these kids, they often come to the child welfare system for assistance. But oftentimes, child welfare can't even find the right placement for them, and they end up sleeping in offices or in other inappropriate settings instead of getting the treatment they need. Data collected by the Colorado Human Services Directors Association, and I'll just go over them again. On average, in a given month last year, there were 68 children or youth that spent time in an appropriate setting in Colorado. So think hospitals, county offices, hotels. We don't want kids sleeping in those places because they can't get treatment. A lot of times we don't even have enough room in our state, so these children are sent out of state to get treatment away from their families. This is a real problem and has or will impact every county in the state at some point or another, and we urge an aye vote.
Representative Young.
I ask L006 to House Bill 1038 be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Representative
And
Young.
I prefer it to be straight and not askew.
And you do need to move the amendment.
I move L006 to House Bill 1038.
That is a proper motion. Representative Young.
What this amendment does is it revises the language to state that local education providers are responsible for providing free and appropriate education to children with disabilities. And that was at the request of CDE. It also, at the request of Children's Hospital, that it moves the implementation date from July 1st, 2026 to January 1st, 2025. And at the request of Alliance Colorado, and the amendment ensures children and youth with disabilities or other diagnoses aren't excluded.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L6. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L6 passes. To the bill, Representative Bradley.
I move Amendment L003 to House Bill 1038 and ask it to be displayed, skewed, it's fine.
It is properly displayed. Representative Bradley.
So this is at the request of myself, and I was so proud of the department for understanding that sometimes in the SMART Act hearings, we're not hearing evidence-based, that what we're trying to implement is actually doing the work that it's supposed to do. And they are going to make sure that at the SMART Act hearings
Representative Bradley, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. Members, please quiet down so we can hear what's going on in the well. So sorry. Representative Bradley, please continue.
Thank you. This is just providing transparency. If these children are going to get the help that they need, I want to make sure that that is actually happening. And so through the SMART Act hearings every January, they will be presenting to our legislative body to let us know what is working and if we need to make improvements, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L3 passes. To the bill. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also served on the Child Welfare Interim Committee this summer, and I just want to say, you know, there's a lot of bills that we pass, a lot of bills that I support, but there's not a lot of bills that actually will go into effect and help kids. And this is the reason I came to the legislature, to solve problems. And I'm just really excited to support this bill because it really will truly help make sure kids are put in the right environment so that they can get the help that they need without continuing to stay in emergency rooms and placements that don't actually meet their needs. And so I would really sincerely urge an aye vote. A lot of work was done to help these kids, and I think it's a great bill, and I'm proud to support it. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1038 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1038 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1045.
House Bill 1045 by Representatives Armagost and Negri-Kennedy, also Senators Mullica and Will, concerning treatment for substance use disorders.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1045 and the committee reports from Health and Human Services, Finance, and Appropriations.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L27 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a technical change that our bill drafter caught after we went through appropriations this morning, or yesterday morning, and so it is simply just clarifying and harmonizing some of the other amendments in committee reports. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L27. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L27 passes. To the Appropriations Report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Report as amended passes. To the Finance Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Finance Committee, we made some largely technical changes as well. Just fixing a few dates that we were finding in the bill, and again, harmonizing different parts of statute. And so we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Report passes. To the Health and Human Services Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L24 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed to L24.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is the first of 3 amendments we're bringing, the first to the committee report and second to the bill, that are grappling with one issue that was unresolved from the very beginning. One of the provisions of the bill that came up through the interim committee last summer had to do with which kinds of behavioral health professionals are qualified to supervise the trainees of other types of behavioral health professionals. This was something that was not exactly solidified at the time we got to the health committee, but the stakeholders continued working together when we ultimately reached agreement from licensed addiction counselors, licensed marriage and family therapists, and licensed professional counselors on reciprocity, such that all 3 of those types of professions will be able to supervise trainees for any of the other 3 types of professions. We believe this is a really meaningful way to get more behavioral health workforce into Colorado, and we ask for your support on this first of 3 amendments.
Representative Holtorf. Oh. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L24. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L24 passes. Rep. Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're now to the Health and Human Services Committee report as amended. There were a lot of changes at this point. You know, the bill that came out of the interim committee was a pretty big list of all the big ideas that we thought were going to work. We wanted to start by putting them all on the table. We wanted to see what all we could make work. And so the initial introduced bill reflected the changes at the end of the summer. But we continued plugging away at our stakeholding after the end of the interim committee all the way until we got to the health committee. So there are numerous pretty substantial changes in this bill. If there are questions, I think we'd be happy to walk through them. But a lot of big changes to the bill that were made in this report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Health and Human Services report as amended. All those in favor say aye. Oh, you said to the bill. This is the report.
Yes.
You want to talk on this? Okay, Representative Holtorf.
I got to talk on several things. Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing one of few people up here in the well. Now, as the ranking member of the Health Committee and watching this bill come to the table the first time, get it laid over and analyzed and reanalyzed, I was a bit troubled from its original introduction and then return. What this told me was that this bill wasn't ready. It wasn't even ready for committee. And everything but the kitchen sink was put in this bill. There was significant problems and pushback. Now, I don't know if that's the right way to legislate. I think there's a better way to do it. I think, yeah, you go to an interim committee, you work on a lot of problems, you've got a lot of issues you want to address, and then you refine that into a bill. This arguably could have been 3 or 4 bills. Maybe it should have been. So, as we navigated through this, I found that troubling. And the mere size of this and the mere fiscal note of this, which I'll talk to later, is indicative of the scope, the large, wide breadth of scope, and the original intent and what now is a refined intent of the bill sponsors. So I think we should be very careful, kind of like a previous bill, which I won't talk to, which had such a wide breadth and had such a vast implication and change and cost that it was troubling. This, in turn, has those same considerations. And I'll talk to the fiscal note a bit later.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to answer that, I think it's important really for everyone to understand where this came from in the interim committee. We're not to the bill yet, but as far as the Health and Human Services side of this is, the stakeholding that was done, I can take personal responsibility for that in 2 different organizations inside my district that both worked in contract with law enforcement for the same things we're using in this bill to help, to support. Both of those organizations asked for the amendments, asked for the things added into this that still fit under the title that would supplement them and help them, especially as it aligns to the behavioral health versus the substance use, the addiction treatment. So all of this fitting together, being able to get these things to help supplement and help them do their jobs better, help people get the treatment they need without having to get referred back and forth to different people. There's so many things in this bill that we fix under the title of the bill that that stakeholding brought more ideas that still fit under the bill. So the fact that some people might be a little bit overwhelmed by that, it was explained there were things that had to be taken out for fiscal reasons. We did what we did to make it the best bill we could moving forward, and this is what we've got.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Health and Human Services report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Health and Human Services Committee report as amended passes. To the bill, Representative DeGree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L23 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is the second of the three amendments dealing with the supervision of behavioral health trainees that we just spoke about a moment ago. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L23. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L23 passes. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L25 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the third of the three amendments dealing with supervision of behavioral health professionals. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L25. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L25 passes.
You want to start or shall I?
To the bill. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you for bearing with us as we got through all of those amendments and committee reports. I think now is the time where we want to tell you what's in the bill. We had a very intensive process over this last summer. This was the fourth time that the Opioid and Other Substance Use Disorders Interim Committee met. And lest you believe that we solved all the problems in the world in the first three committees, we did not. But this last summer, we started the process with lots of presentations from departments, from community partners, from a variety of organizations to get a handle on the problems that remain in every aspect of our response to Colorado's substance use disorder crisis, from the prevention and harm reduction end of the spectrum to the treatment and recovery end of the spectrum to interactions with the criminal justice system. This bill is the treatment bill that came out of this committee and contained numerous ideas that we believe will meaningfully move forward our response in terms of providing treatment for substance use disorders across Colorado. As we already talked about the supervision of behavioral health professionals, which we believe will be a meaningful step forward in expanding our behavioral health workforce in Colorado. But this bill also directs the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing to apply for a Medicaid waiver that will reimburse counties for the money that they're currently spending on healthcare treatment for the incarcerated populations. And in fact, it'll do more than reimburse. It will bring down what is likely to be a 4-to-1 match, substantially improving the quality of healthcare for incarcerated populations, making sure that they are getting treatment for their substance use disorders and have a better chance of getting back on track once they're released from incarceration. This bill takes some steps to reduce insurance barriers to accessing substance use disorder treatment.
I'm sorry, Speaker Pro Tem. Members, we're on the last bill. The quieter we are, the faster we go. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you. No promises. Just kidding. This bill also authorizes pharmacists to diagnose and prescribe treatment for opioid use disorders, not as a replacement for more comprehensive treatment, but as a new point of entry, particularly in rural Colorado, where there's an opportunity to help people get rapid response treatment the moment that they need it and start getting them into a more comprehensive program. It also supports rural treatment providers by helping fund administrative support, where some of these small rural practices may not have enough administrative staff to deal with the insurance compensation and the Medicaid reimbursement programs that are out there that are very difficult for them to handle. The bill also creates a contingency management grant program, which is the best evidence-based practice for stimulant use disorders in Colorado. And I will let my co-prime sponsor tell you about a few more elements of the bill.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the bigger reasons of me getting into the interim committee, but also on this bill, is bringing my experience and background to this space. With the diversion, as far as it pertains to both co-responders that deal with substance use disorder, co-responders that deal with the mental health issues, medically assisted treatment being in the jails, all the different aspects of diversion, pretrial diversion for people that are committing crime, low-level crimes that are related to a mental health disorder or related to a substance use disorder. So all of those things in play, there's a big part of this that we are actually saving money by spending money. I think the biggest thing I know some of my colleagues see on this is the fiscal note. One of the things we have to realize is when we spend $60,000+ a year, when we spend $60,000+ a year on incarcerating somebody versus the $2,000 to $4,000 a year on getting somebody into treatment, we are saving a substantial amount of money when it's a person that doesn't need to be incarcerated because they're simply dealing with mental health issues or substance use disorder. So, and those things, this to me is a huge, not only a money saver, but this is going to keep people from recidivating, is going to keep people from getting further into their addiction and further into their mental health issues. So all of those reasons, getting people in the treatment they need rather than just going to jail and getting right back out and going through that revolving door. This is a bill that we need to worry and focus on that treatment for the mental health and co-occurring substance use disorders. So I encourage an aye vote.
Is Representative Holtorf?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The origin or genesis of this bill was during the interim in the special committee. They had many months during the interim to work on this. I know that when it came to the Health and Human Services Committee, I think there were 10 or more amendments that were offered, which once again concerned me. You would hope, you would think that during the interim, all that stakeholdering, you would put together a clean bill that was well put together, lots of input from all the stakeholders before we get to session. That's the intent of the interim. And I'm not going to go through all these amendments. I could, but I won't for the sake of time. So we went through that in committee. Now here we are on seconds, another 3, 4, 5 more amendments that are coming through. Probably important amendments and probably vastly needed. And I'm glad that the bill sponsors are working with stakeholders and listening. There's a couple problems I have, and it starts before we even get to this bill. But it is to the bill. Because what we're trying to do is treatment for substance use disorders. Well, substance use disorders is also known as drug addiction. On the front end, we have this mentality that, recreational drug use is okay. We condone or support drug use. We're not hard on criminals, distribution, sales, distribution, possession. All those begin the process that leads to the end and leads to this bill. You see? So in this particular bill, we're doing all these things to solve this problem on the back end, and we're not even really focused in addressing it on the front end. I mean, even in and around this building, in this very parking lot around this building. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a problem. And we wonder why young people turn to drugs, starting with recreational drug use, and then go to using these drugs, becoming addicted, then having mental health issues because of excessive drug use or abuse, and then they become criminally affected. And then we have to pass a bill like this that has to have treatment for this substance use disorder, which is drug abuse, on so many people. And they're incarcerated because of criminal activity. Like the person that told me earlier, hey, I used to do this, and I got arrested because I had to steal to get this because I needed to get it, because I was addicted to it. And that's how I got the first time I went to jail. Thank you. You'll be home in about 30 minutes or an hour. No, I'm just joking. So, Then, here's the other problem, ladies and gentlemen, that I have with this. We allocate tens of millions of dollars trying to solve a problem on the back end that we haven't properly addressed on the front end. And yeah, you go up to Boulder, Colorado. I've been there. I had a daughter that went to college there. There is all kinds of things that promote and the availability of all this Dr. Feelgood stuff that's up there. Oh, been there. But who talks out objectively against that? Who says don't start it so we don't have to spend millions of dollars on the back end to try to fix it? When you've been cycled through incarceration so many times because of the impacts to society of drug abuse and drug misuse. The problem isn't getting addressed on the front end, and I do have serious objections with the fiscal note. In the out years, we're talking almost $90 million. Now, my good colleague from Berthoud has pointed out that, yes, we will save money on incarceration, on incarcerations of these folks that are going to reoffend or recidivate, perhaps. And he has a good point, and I can't argue that. But I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that we're talking about spending this much money on the back end is a big problem for me. How about if we spend this much money on the front end? And then maybe you don't have the back end problem. Or take it seriously. Or not act like it's funny to get burned, fried, smoked, whatever you do, torched, frazzled, frizzled, whatever you do. Using this Dr. Feelgood mixed with this thing because you got to get that, whatever you got to get. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't put the effort on the front end in this chamber, and I've watched it for half a decade. I've watched us give passes. I've watched us go soft on crime. I've watched us walk things back. I've watched people in this very chamber, in this very building, burning it. And think it's funny.
Representative Holtorf to the bill.
So, now we're going to spend in this bill a significant amount of money trying to fix a problem on the back end that we don't even want to take seriously and think is funny on the front end. Because it's funny. No, it's not. It's a societal problem, and we need to take it more seriously in every regard. And I think I'm going to stop right there because I've gone far enough.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think there's a huge misunderstanding and probably lots of things that were going on in that communication there. The biggest thing is that I got out of that was the back end. And that's why I bring my background and experience into this space. Because this isn't a back end issue. This is a front end issue. This is where we're dealing with the people. We're dealing with the people that have mental health issues co-occurring with addiction issues. We have people that are struggling with mental health issues that are self-medicating and getting arrested for something or being somewhere that they shouldn't be, not based on criminal activity. The people that are arrested based on criminal activity that have an addiction issue are getting medically assisted treatment in jail thanks to what we're talking about in this bill. So the funding that we're providing is getting all of that taken care of. Now I come from Larimer and Weld County, where both counties in my district have great programs in place in contract with the law enforcement. Both sheriff's offices and police departments and all of throughout my counties are working great in this space. That's why I wanted to bring this, because I had those organizations that can bring their expertise and their knowledge forward in this space as well. So to just address and really counter the back end conversation that was going on there, this is something that isn't addressing a back end issue. This is getting it before it becomes an exacerbated issue, getting somebody into the treatment that they need so they aren't just going in and out of jail, which I've seen throughout my 8 years working in the jail at the sheriff's office. So this is something that will help that. It will save money by preventing those people from going to jail, not recidivating, but even going to jail. This would get them into treatment rather than jail if it's simply an addiction and mental health issue. So I know we went down a rabbit hole there that didn't need to go down, but I wanted to clarify that for the people that are reading this for what it is. Thank you.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to echo what my colleague from the same counties that I represent, who I think have actually been stellar in presenting the example on this. And I also agree with my colleague from Akron. We don't do enough in this chamber to stop this issue from happening, but it has, and it's here, and we have to deal with it. And you know, the work that goes on that interim committee, I sit on that committee, is stellar. There is real live stakeholders going on, and I couldn't support this bill more. This is a good bill.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1045 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1045 as amended passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations are on. House Bill 1036 is amended, 1038 is amended, 1045 is amended, 1302 is amended, 1360 is amended, 1442, 1458 is amended, passed on second reading, order and gross placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 89 is amended, passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Lukens. Members, you have heard the motion. There are no amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Clifford, Hartsook, Hernandez, Joseph. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 17 no, and 3 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted.
over the calendar.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar to Monday, April 29th, 2024.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Monday, April 29th, 2024. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I have just a few announcements I'd like to make for members. Starting on Monday, we will be under rules for the last 10 days of session. Please take a look at the email from Christy Chase sent out yesterday for more information on the affected rules. There will also be information passed out on your desks on Monday. Also, please don't forget that we are in open enrollment. You have until Monday, April 29th to make any changes. If you have any questions, please contact the Accounting Department and Legislative Council.
Thank you.
Oh, also, if you could please empty the fridge this evening, that would be great, and clear off the stuff and food on your desks.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we'd like to have your attention, please. For those of you all who don't know, because maybe you don't celebrate, today is Lesbian Visibility Day. And we are your chamber lesbians. Yes, please applaud. Please applaud. We want to make sure that you all see us in our full shine. And hello, we are lesbians. Thank you so much for your undivided attention and support of our lesbianicness. Thank you.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you. I just wanted to announce that Health and Human Services will be having a committee hearing 1:30 in the Old State Library, and we'll be hearing the following bills: Senate Bill 168, Senate Bill 175, Senate Bill 47, Senate Bill 110, Senate Bill 200, Senate Bill 202, Senate Bill 48, Senate Bill 117, Senate Bill 191, and Senate Bill 203. So we will see you in Old State Library Monday at 1:30 for Health and Human Services.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
So approved.
Thank you so much. Members, as I stand before you in a moment of personal privilege, I stand before you as an immigrant from Mexico, the first ever in the state legislature. I am not here for myself. I carry the hopes, the dreams for a better future for thousands in our state. Thousands of immigrants who have never had a voice in the seats of power, and thousands who go unrecognized, dehumanized, and who are degraded every single day simply for wanting to build a life here. Our words matter. We have said many times in this well that words matter. Our colleague from Adams County had it right when he made his plea to all of us to be cognizant of our word choices he was advocating for. Words matter. When gross generalizations are made about migrants and immigrants in this chamber, you are speaking about your own constituents, your own colleagues, and your colleagues' families. I am not the exception. My story and the story of my family is one shared by the overwhelming majority of immigrants. Hardworking, years of waiting, years of separation from our families, hard-fought basic necessities like a stable home and job where we are treated with dignity, learning a new language, trying to hold on to our identities and cultures, but also assimilate and fit in our new home. We're not only speaking about our colleagues, but the people of Colorado. Immigrants are essential to our state. We are the backbone of the economy. We are farm workers, construction workers, cooks and cleaners, nurses, teachers, doctors, and engineers. We make this state run. We are innovators, artists, business owners, public servants, and caregivers, the people we depend on every single day. We are a community of long-term and new immigrants, and none of us deserves to be dehumanized by language in this chamber. And this is nothing new. It is the history of our nation. From enslaved Africans who were brought here not of their own free will, Chinese immigrants who built their railroads, Italians in the mines of the Western Slope, Irish, Jewish, Muslims, one group after another have been consistently and perpetually vilified while making this country run. History repeats over and over. Instead of acknowledging our history and valuing these essential contributions in this chamber, I have heard time and again scarcity tactics and fear-mongering, misinformation, and dehumanization of our fellow human beings and community members. We must not forget our past. We have seen and continue to see violence against different groups of people. In 2001, there was a shooting in Rifle in my district where a person was targeting Latinos and murdered 4 people. In 2006, we had huge marches across the entire state for immigrants' rights in response to some of the worst anti-immigration legislation in the country at that time. In 2010, a school resource officer moonlighted as an ICE agent. Today, we see a series of resolutions across the state saying we won't help any newcomers. We see attacks on migrants in other states, families being separated, brown people being racially profiled and arrested for looking like an immigrant. I am so proud to live in Colorado, a state where we have passed legislation to support immigrants, new arrivals, as well as people who have been here for decades, documented and undocumented. Let us continue down that path. And I am grateful that the minority had requested a list of words from us, suggestions for words to avoid when speaking about immigrant population. And I felt hopeful that this was a step in civility in this chamber. Unfortunately, this list, which in part comes from the office of the President of the United States, was weaponized and used as a ploy to claim forced censorship. Words matter. We all know this. Dehumanizing language has consequences, from bullying in the classroom to persecution and violence. I urge that we stop using language that is offensive and derogatory. Let's share our views with respect and dignity for all of our constituents, all our colleagues, and all of the families of our colleagues. And I want to close with a poem that is in the Statue of Liberty. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I left my lamp beside the golden door, by Emma Lazarus. Thank you.
Members, we have some work to tend to. You are free to leave. Mr. Schiebel, please read the reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits of committee recommends the following: House Bills 1312 as amended and 1448 as amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials.
The Speaker has signed
Signing
House
of
Bill.
bills, resolutions, memorials will be printed in the journal. Delivery of bills to the governor.
The Chief Clerk of the House
Delivery
of
of bills
Representatives.
to the governor will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has
Message from the
passed.
Senate will be printed in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit
Message from the
without
reviser will be printed in the journal. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1467 by Representatives Burton Sirota, also Senators Zenzinger and Bridges, concerning modifications to the state employee total compensation philosophy and in connection therewith requiring the Director of Personnel to establish a step pay system for state employees in the state personnel system.
House Bill 1467 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 34 by Senators Marchman and Colker, also Representatives Garcia and Lindsay, concerning increasing access to school-based health care.
Senate Bill 34 will be assigned to the Committee on Education.
Senate Bill 75 by Senators Priola and Rodriguez, also Representatives Bacon and Ricks, concerning requirements for transportation network companies and in connection therewith, requiring transportation network companies to comply with transparency requirements and deactivation and suspension procedures, and making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 75 will be assigned to the Committee on Business Affairs and Labor.
Senate Bill 78 by Senators Marchman and Priola, also Representatives Joseph and McLaughlin, concerning including outdoor nature-based preschool programs as a type of child care center in the Department of Early Childhood for licensing-related matters and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 78 will be assigned to the Committee on Education.
Senate Bill 116 by Senators Buckner and Representative Judah, concerning healthcare billing for indigent patients receiving services not reimbursed through the Colorado Indigent Care Program and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 116 will be assigned to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 124 by Senator Michaelson Janae, also Representatives Hartsook and Duran, concerning requiring health care coverage for biomarker testing.
Senate Bill 124 will be assigned to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 129 by Senators Pelton B. and Colker, also Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Frizzell, concerning protecting the privacy of persons associated with nonprofit entities and in connection therewith, prohibiting public agencies from taking certain actions relating to the collection and disclosure of data that may identify such persons.
Senate Bill 129 will be assigned to the Committee on Business Affairs and Labor.
Senate Bill 193 by Senators Danielson and Simpson, also Representatives Duran and Puglisi, concerning a requirement that any annexation of lands within the exterior boundaries of a reservation of a federally recognized Indian tribe be approved by the Tribal Council of the Indian Tribe.
Senate Bill 193 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs.
Senate Bill 215 by Senators Zenzinger and Bridges, also Representatives Burton Sirota, concerning modification to the effective date of House Bill 241421.
Senate Bill 215 is assigned to the Committee on Appropriations. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House stand in adjournment until Monday, April 29th at 10 a.m.
The House will stand adjourned until Monday, April 29th at 10 a.m.